some of that no. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire, dying a reminder.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on. Feet right next to me, come on.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the weather is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire, fire.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot.
Left and right.
Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear.
Welcome back to Project Horizon, where we have our continuing coverage of VCT CN Stage 2. And this one is, we're in a really interesting spot here, ladies and gentlemen, where we are now on the play-ins. And not only that, but now we're in the stages where we're starting to see our tier 2 Chinese teams play more and continue to kind of have that that continuing, I guess, comparison between, hey, like, is tier 2 really as good, or really as is the difference between tier 2 and tier 1 really as big as people say? So that's the question being asked, and that question is being challenged from a lot of people. Not quite, however, as you know, we take a look here, and as kind of as far as the plans have gone, at least it has kind of been what folks mostly expect. Both tier 2 teams do get knocked down to the lower bracket. Particularly our team that we're looking at today is going to be a team who took a loss to Trace Esports not too long ago, and now they're kind of on the back foot. But they're no strangers to doing so, as even in the qualifier, the tier 2 qualifier to get here, they had to make a huge underdog run. They barely qualified to playoffs in terms of the whole group stage, and then had to fight all the way from the lowers to qualify to this tournament. So they're no stranger to hardship and having a tough road by any stretch of the imagination. So that is definitely one thing we want to keep an eye on. The players on this team: Monk, Layla, Dingwei, and company. Here's the thing: these players, I think some of them might be familiar to you. A few of them have had tier 1 experience. We've seen Monk, we've seen Aaron, and we've seen Dingwei, who was actually a part of DRG's initial ascension run in 2023 going into VCT 2024. So obviously we know DRG has been a mainstay even as an ascension team in the VCT China tier 1 league. So It's definitely one thing. Of course, on the other side, we have Wolves who, I mean, look, they've, to be perfectly honest, looked shaky throughout this entire stage. So that's definitely one thing that we want to keep in mind as we kind of go into this. I think that in reality, this is kind of their chance. This is their proving ground, right? Against a tier 2 team, a team that on paper they should win against. This is their opportunity to go ahead and get a little bit more confident and get themselves better footing. I think the big thing that why they should really be focusing on going into this match is their fundamentals. Things like dying in untradeable spots, things like site hits and retakes being as coordinated as possible. If they can kind of work on those things, honestly, they're a lot closer to success than a lot of folks might give them credit for. So, of course, on the kind of players to watch side of things, Spring definitely one of them from the side of Wolves. But in reality, even the last time that we saw Wolves play, I had said this. I think that honestly, Spring, Darion, and Yosemite all need to have those pop-off moments. That is like the core. And so if they're all firing on all cylinders, of course it's not just those three, but you know, if those players are firing on all cylinders, I think they'll have a much higher chance of success. So in reality, like I said, this is kind of their proving ground. This is sort of that lower pressure environment where they are certainly expected to win a little bit more, just because of the perceived skill gap. But of course, on the flip side, A team, they've been incredibly resilient throughout their entire run beforehand. They need to continue to do so. They need their form to be top notch, and honestly, better than we've historically seen, in my opinion. So that's the thing there. Even if they come out surviving here, let's just say they beat Wolves in this match. I mean, you know, you never know what could happen. There's a lot more, you know, difficult teams kind of waiting on the horizon. You've got EDG waiting in literally the next match. The winner of this one will play them. So things like that. But we get into the skirmish here, and honestly, Layla is kind of popping off right now. So that's one, but this is interesting. I kind of want to see what ends up happening. I think, wow. All right, well, I mean, they pointed it out in their own graphics. Layla, certainly one of the players to kind of look out for here coming into this match. Of course, other players, I kind of want to talk about the other players who do have tier 1 experience. Monk was previously on All Gamers and Nova back in literally just 2025. Aaron was on Tai Lu previously. Of course, I mentioned Dingwei already, but you know, I think ultimately those players who do have that tier 1 experience need to kind of be the guideposts here. They need to say, hey, you know, this is what you can expect out of this team, the caliber of play, all that stuff. So, but we're gonna go ahead and take a look at the map pool here. Wolves going ahead and gonna choose Haven here, and honestly, I really don't blame them, because the last time we saw them on Haven, I was honestly quite a big fan. They managed to take a win against DRG previously on Haven, and so, do you know what? And honestly, it was fairly convincing too. I was pretty impressed with what I saw. So they can kind of keep that structure, like I mentioned, that those fundamentals, that structure that's so important to winning these matches. I think they'll be fine on this particular map. On the flip side as well, though, I'm not a big fan of the way they played Ascent. I mean, their defense win rate was okay, but their attack win rate was just not there at all. And so I definitely, unless something has changed, I'm not sure what to expect. And then of course, the new map, the map that honestly we have seen plenty of in stage 2, Summit being the decider with, I mean, honestly, just kind of a toss up in a lot of ways, because obviously, you know, we have seen Wolves play Summit, but we have not seen a team play Summit in this in their one match that they played against Trace. So it'll be interesting to find out. And honestly, we haven't seen any maps in this entire, or at least in this pool, play Summit. So it'll be interesting to find out. And honestly, we haven't seen any maps in this entire, or at least in this pool, play Summit. In this entire, that A team has played before. So kind of a clean slate for them. And honestly, for Wolves, not as much content potentially. Obviously, they will have the content from the Chinese Pro Tournament, the Tier 2 tournament directly before this that qualified them. They will have a little bit of stuff to ante on that department. But in reality, not much else. You know, certainly A team will have more content to look at in the context of just anti-stratting and making sure that they are prepared for a fight that they have coming up. So that's the interesting thing here. I think the map pool ultimately is kind of going to, at least for this first one, skew toward it's in Wolves' favor. But that Ascent is really shaky for me. I think that genuinely, even if Wolves win that first map, I'm really not a huge believer in the way they played Ascent the last time they did it. It was against all gamers, but still, you know, it just wasn't really convincing. So I'm going to look for a little bit of evolution, a little bit of kind of having learned from their past mistakes and kind of maybe even a comp change. Obviously, the comp they played last time was that bog standard Ascent comp. So who knows, maybe we'll see something a little different. Or even if we do see the same thing, I just want to kind of see that macro play turned up a little bit. So that's definitely that aspect of things. And of course, continuing on, I think the big thing for Wolves as well is really just kind of going to be making sure that these players are not dying in untradeable spots. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. I think honing in on that specifically, we've seen a lot of situations where you'd have entries from players and there would just either be no one able to come out with them. It's really just site hit timing. I think that's like kind of the big thing here. Same thing with the retakes. You know, you'd have situations where players will either die early in the round, or you'll have situations where a player kind of just gets caught out trying to enter a site, and that ends up kind of just leaving them in a horrible position for the rest of the retake, for the rest of the entire team. So it's definitely one thing we want to be kind of taking a look at, and making sure they can kind of fix. It's honestly more just a synergy thing than anything else. For A team though, the big thing is realistically going to be just kind of the guys, right? Obviously Layla is like one of their guys. You know, Falakiki is the primary duelist. And to be perfectly honest, based on this last showing from Trace, it's looked kind of mediocre. But I mean, that's potentially, obviously there's a lot of factors that play into that. Potentially, maybe it's Dingwei who does play Initiator, who just maybe wasn't quite, you know, up to par. Maybe the coordination wasn't there, you know, but they're definitely going to look to try to have a strong start. I think they need to kind of have an explosive one, kind of shake things up a little bit and kind of make Wolves, you know, ask some questions and say, whoa, okay, hold on. let's change up how we want to do this. So that's kind of what I'm expecting here. And like I had said earlier, on Wolves' side, it's really just the core needing to pop off and kind of show the fact that, you know what, this is who you're coming up against. This is tier 1. So let's go ahead and take a look at our walkouts here. A team first up, the whole roster about to enter. I'm sure it is just continuing to be a surreal moment for them as they walk onto this beautiful stage over here, and they've got to be excited. And it really just needs to be, you know, I can talk about strategy all I want, but in reality, a lot of it just comes down to confidence. You know, a lot of it just comes down to pressure, the pressure that these players are feeling, pressure that the coaching staff and the management are feeling. And that is all going to go into strategy. It's all going to go into their preparation, and it's going to affect all that. So I think the big thing here is just going to be confidence and making sure that, you know what, like, I don't care, like tier 2, tier 1, blur those lines. Who cares at the end of the day? So they better walk on that stage with their heads held high as Wolves come out on the flip side. And obviously this team, no stranger to the VCT China stage. These players have, you know, battled throughout both stages this entire year, and are really just hoping and praying for some sort of success, some sort of semblance of that Masters Toronto glory that they experienced. And they're going to certainly try as they walk out onto that stage again and face a team that honestly has a lot of question marks surrounding them from a lot of different people, from, I'm sure, from themselves to an extent, from fans, and just expectations that are kind of not really quite set. So Wolves gonna look to also at the same time set the tempo, and they're gonna have to be able to do that too, but not too much time left now as they walk onto that stage. The entire roster face to face, both rosters face to face, as there's only so much time left until they have to face the music. And here comes the fist bump. And there we go. Let's get into it. Talking about agent comps. Big thing here when it comes to Haven. We've obviously historically seen Wolves, at least in their last match, they opted for that solo neon, and in favor of using that double controller, which honestly worked out really, really well for them. I was a big fan of that Viper Omen combo just because of the obviously the strength of Viper being that you have that refreshable fuel-like utility, and the line smokes being able to cut off very specific chokes. I think it worked out really well for them. So that double controller, huge, and honestly in a meta where we tend to see a lot of double duelists, and so you know what, I'm all for it. So you know, and especially given the fact that whatever, like, I mean, they've stuck with that comp this entire stage, and obviously they've lost both previous matches except for this most recent one. Whatever formula they changed up, it worked. So that's really the big thing. You know, they just need to continue with that formula, refine it, continue to make sure that they don't remain complacent, and allow themselves to kind of be completely countered or anti-stratted in any sort of way. That is ultimately the big thing here. So I cannot wait to see what ends up happening. We should have our team comps locked in a moment, and my big thing is going to be kind of what that counter pick is, right? What is A team gonna go for here, especially given that they are going to start on attack here? It's quite interesting. But either way, there we go. Let's take a look. It looks like we do have A team opting for that double duelist that I was just talking about, whereas Wolves, same comp as we've seen from them. It's been working out as far as this previous match. So look, there's no reason to change it. A team though, I am a pretty big fan of the double duelist meta. There's a very specific reason why, why it is still definitely part of the meta. The Waylay pick is certainly interesting to me though. Obviously we still see Waylay quite often in VCT China, but certainly a less popular pick than she previously was, especially in stage 1 as she got that nerf going, and so she's just a less optimal pick. I think in a lot of ways Phoenix is going to be your more optimal pick, as he is just kind of, he's not only is he easier to play, but he's definitely just got a lot more, obviously he has the flashes, things like that, right? You know, he can kind of be that supplement to the primary entry duelist that's going into that site. So it's one of the reasons why I'm particularly a fan. Also one of the reasons why Yoru was so popular back in stage 1 as well, before that his own nerf. He was just someone who was very, very versatile and could get a lot of value without even necessarily having to be just the pure entry. So definitely interesting to see that. But like I said, not too much time left before these teams are forced to face the music here. And this is it. A team looking to go ahead and try to prove themselves. What can you do? Looks like they're going to start out sort of a mid default here. at the moment. Aaron looking to go ahead and dash in, spots a player, but actually doesn't even get a chance to refract. Aaron falls very early, and that is a super important player taken out within the first 30 seconds of the match. Aluba waiting on A. Here comes this entry. He's not even hit by the paranoia. He could potentially get one. He does. Trade is ready from Darion and company as well, but Layla also looking to equalize. It's a 2v3 now, so disadvantage in terms of the player count here as A team managed to get the spike down, but they're going to be looking to push up, get a little bit aggressive here just to try to equalize the numbers, and it could be real damn close. They pass by. Layla gets 3 and is looking for 4 and gets it done, saving the pistol round. Oh my goodness, we saw this guy in the skirmish pop off. He is picking up right where he left off, saving A team, especially after an early player falls. An important one such as Aaron. Doesn't even matter. Layla's in there. he's happy too. He's up. He's excited. And that is just the start that they needed. I mentioned that they needed to be explosive. They needed to kind of shake Wolves a little bit, and that certainly did the job. As they're gonna honestly be scrambling, at least in this particular eco round for them. C-site completely left open as their gamble stack does not go their way. So here comes the entry, here comes the paranoia. They should be able to get this spike down without too much trouble. And of course they managed to get it down. And here comes the saturate. I was going to say, it looks like Wolves are going to actually make a go of this potentially. Which is interesting. You would expect that they'd try to data the spike, and Aaron finds 3. Swiftly cleaned up. Only Darion managing to get a kill there, and a relatively clean round from A team in the anti-eco as they look to continue on. Of course, honestly, good string of kills there from Aaron. I mean, like, obviously he died very early in the first round and did get 1 orb, but getting 3 orbs like that, honestly, quite important. I mean, in this case now, he's only 3 off of the convergent paths. That could honestly become quite important. But bonus round here, one of the more important rounds of the game, one that Wolves need to win if they want to prevent any momentum from being built here. Looks like Darion, honestly, with a little bit of a timing there, finding Monk, and actually Yosemite managing to get a kill, defending his teammate, who still ends up falling. That one is unfortunate, and now A team kind of left to just scramble and rotate 2v4. And I mean, the one point of solace for them in this round is the fact that they're definitely going to be able to get that spike down. They do have those credits, but I mean, they definitely want to at least get 1 more weapon off the board if they want to make it a good round. But it's like Wolves are trying to play it slowly, methodically. 1 found, trade is there, and that is going to be it. So they do find their 1 more. They get the spike down. Not a horrible bonus round, but certainly a little bit more left to be desired from their end. Of course, the rest of this round really going to be probably one of, if not the most important rounds in the half, just in general, because of the fact that this is where the economy can get shaken up, right? This is the first gun round of the game, the first chance, really a second chance other than the pistol, where these teams are on equal economical footing. So the way they play this round is going to dictate a lot of things, but Look at the positioning here. Wolves looking to push out into A, but the position of Layla is actually quite good. He's ready for this. He just plays it patiently. We could see him potentially get a few, and that's actually a good drone as well. One player found, 2 players spotted actually as well, and they're all just gonna pop into mid. Darion finding a kill, and that's 1v1's taken. Layla finding one, but I can't even manage to get the second. Now the rest of these 18 players are just kind of left to stew. Wolves not trying to give up anything else. They're just gonna play it as slowly as they can.
在这儿，
剩余30秒。
天闭目。好，
Here comes that plant. Again, there is plant money, but I mean, what else can you do here? All the players converging from very similar positions. And here comes they're just clearing out the site, and at this point they should know exactly where these players are. Spike not even necessarily planted for them. I mean, it kind of is, but not really much they can do here. Wait a minute! Whoa, 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 whoa! Monk! What is that? Diabolical! How in the world has he done that? He has saved them again. Another player stepping up. Monk managing to kill 4 in the blink of an eye.
我方还剩1人。
And that is just an inexcusable round to lose from Wolves,
这里应该可以。
as they now find themselves on the back foot. My God.
冲冲冲！
Unbelievable. I mean, actually genuinely unbelievable. This guy had 3 players looking straight at him, and it did not matter. It's humbled. Like I said, one of the win conditions, shaking Wolves up. They have certainly done so within just these 4 rounds. My God. Falakiki finds that kill onto Glacier, the neon diff there with the outlaw. It looks like A team is going to be able to take C with relative ease. As the rest of these Wolves players try to take map control and trying to just solidify themselves here. I was going to say, I don't think Layla expects people on both sides there. Kind of gets pinched, and that is going to be a weapon recovered. So now Darion does have a gun. Falakiki manages to claim Yosemite and claim Spring as well. Darion the last player to stand and will fall as well. And that will do it for that round as well. So A team with a relatively clean one. And now things start to get just a little bit scary for Wolves as this momentum gets built. You have to wonder whether a timeout is potentially in order or anything along those lines. I think honestly one certainly would be if they lose this next gun round, as at that point the rest of this half is honestly entirely called into question. And obviously it's understandable in part, given that it is Haven, it is a 3-site map. And Monk actually gonna go ahead and TP into hell, stick the TP, and allow his entire team to get into the site. Wolves choosing to play retake here. There's no one lurking, no nothing. So Hunter's Fury gonna get popped as well, and for the most part, yeah, it's gonna be avoided, but it is going to delay the plant just a little bit. The question is here, what is gonna be this expectation here for this flanker? There is a smoke, but I'm not sure if they're expecting everyone here. Yeah, the Wolves players managed to get all the necessary kills that they need on this flank choke. Now a 3v5 retake here. Aaron managing to find one. Spam coming through onto long. There's some players ready and waiting. There's the slide. There's Falakiki looking to get it done. He's got it with the overdrive.
算你活该。
All these players firing on all cylinders. It is absolutely incredible. A stark contrast from what we saw on their first match here versus Trace. It looked like a completely different team.
冲冲冲！我的刀技开始。
It's dead obvious to me right now that they're just
Let's go! I got a swing!
they've got so much confidence in not just their own gameplay but in each other. And they're looking like a synergized team way more than Wolves are, at least right now. Mention that kind of the increasing round differential and I kind of spell a little bit of trouble for this half. This stack could also be a lot of trouble as well. Here comes the overdrive once again. Monk manages to kill Glacier. Oh my god, how? It just doesn't make any sense. Is that a damn thing Wolves can do? My god. And I mean, what a quick round, but honestly, I wasn't expecting it to go that way, just given that that was the stacked site. I mean, yes, obviously, Wolves with another shaky buy, but still, I mean, it's kind of just a situation where A-Team played it extremely patiently. It's not generally something you see very often from a tier 2 team. It's actually very impressive, and it is going to prompt a Wolves timeout finally, as they are finding themselves in an increasingly precarious position. 6-1 the scoreline for A-Team. Is these players have got to discuss what in the world has gone wrong and how to fix it, and quick. There are some rounds that I've been seeing that are honestly borderline inexcusable. I mean, really the big thing here, again, I mentioned this before the match even started. It is really important for these teams to kind of just kind of make sure that they don't have any sort of holes on the map. I think that's the big thing when it comes to their defense. I think they're just kind of in a situation where they're stacking a lot of sites. You can see A very heavily the strong side here, even on a gun round, and at this point A-Team aren't even really necessarily near that position. They're bundled up towards mid and C. You can see they are playing fast rotate, but here comes that smoke. Here comes the entry. They're all rushing over into garage, and there's at least going to be 2 people home, but that paranoia is good. So is the dart. 3 people home now. And they're all just going to go ahead and peek right into these Wolves players' back sight. Dingway, though, equalizing. Not just that, giving the player advantage. Doesn't want to give anything more, though. Could see a double swing. We do. Dingway with a trade once again. Now a 2v1. So impressive from them. Now, I mean, this has just become such a difficult game to get back into for Wolves is a 1-7 scoreline, even on a favored or a disfavored half. It's just so rough. 1-7. Not quite what they were expecting, not quite what they were wanting here. Now, a team guaranteeing themselves a lead at the half and setting themselves up quite nicely for their defense side. And at this point, another eco for Wolves as well. So the expectation is going to be 1-8. This is the strong side for them, so they're going to go ahead and fake it, and Layla does claim Yosemite. So that is a Sentinel down. 2 more players towards that side of the map, but Glacier, what are you doing? What are you doing over there, bud? You might need your gun out for that. Spring with a Sheriff dodging the utility as the entry is in there, but there's so many players to look at, pay attention to, not enough. Spring falls, and there's only one player left alive, and it's going to be Darion, who he has a Sheriff to work with. And it looks like they're going to go hunting for them, which is quite interesting. It's an interesting decision, just given the fact that they know that this is an eco. And he's just going to desperately try to survive here. Yep, there goes the TP, spotted out. And they're just gonna chill. Actually, no, never mind. No, they're not gonna chill. They're gonna go hunting. 1 found for Darion, but no more. And a clean round once again from A team. 1-8. Guaranteeing themselves a pretty good position here. And okay, that's a good start. The start that Wolves needed, to be quite honest. More spam coming out, and that's another one from Spring. He's fully saturated right now over here on platform. Yosemite is here anyway, though. Monk finding 1, and that right there is a clean Wolves round. The first, honestly, that we have seen. The first round that they've managed to get past the bonus. And honestly, off the back of some good spam kills, to be quite honest. There you can see Spring managing to get 2 kills. 1 player died over in A lobby as well due to the spam, and kind of unfortunate for A team, but either way, I mean, look, they're set up. They're chilling. They're, of course, going to hope to continue here, though, and find a 9-3 half. Here comes the saturate. Aaron finding that kill. Trade is virtually instant. And now the problem here is going to be Yosemite with this operator, but maybe not so much if it's literally just down to the retake. Darion finding a kill, though. There goes the spike. Layla sitting at not a whole lot of HP and managing to find the headshot as well. Darion looking to save them here in this round. And Aaron finally gets it. Potentially on for the ace. Yosemite got nothing but an operator and a dream here in this retake. Is going to have to do something incredible, to be quite honest. I'm not sure if they're quite aware where these players are. Drops down. There goes the paranoia. At this point, it is really just going to... Oh, no! No, Yosemite! Oh, it's absolutely tragic, as that right there is going to be an ace from a player that, like I said, he's got that tier 1 experience. He knows what it takes to be on this stage. He is proving himself so much thus far in this match. An ace to close that out, guaranteeing all A team 9 rounds. We could potentially see a 10-2 half here, as it's not even a complete full buy here from the side of Wolves. They've got players that are only able to buy shield, like light shield. We're seeing a Guardian from Glacier. I think their one saving grace here is going to be the ults that they have online. Hunter's Fury is available, lockdown, the pit, all that stuff. But really the ideal thing for A team here is if they know this information, they got to bait those ults out. I think that's honestly what they're trying to do here. We're seeing a lot more of a defaulty look from them. You can see they haven't necessarily taken a whole lot of forward space, kind of remaining in the areas that they control. You can see here players walking towards C. Smoke out, and now at this point sort of telegraphs to these Wolves players that is exactly where things are trending towards. Aaron gonna go ahead and entry into the site after getting a kill. That's a good start. But they're not even going towards that area of the map. That's not even where they want to go. They're gonna head right towards A. That's where the KJ site is. Layla looking for the kill, gets it onto Glacier, and there goes a neural theft as well. Players about to be spotted out. Now, obviously, at this point, they know where Aluba is. Darion gets a kill. Is more or less forced to back off. Not a whole lot of time left. Here comes the lockdown. Such an important one here. And at this point, they're just going to get forced off. And this player should just be caught out 100%. Dingwei survives, but Spike is on site. So unfortunate for A team is they kind of are in a position now where, I mean, they're obviously set up quite well, but that last round was just unfortunate. They kind of didn't necessarily set themselves up well or consider the ultimates enough. They really should have probably planted in either a different spot or something along those lines. At least just try to get the spike down. Honestly, it would have even been worth it to get it down and have a player get detained. Maybe they could have protected that player. Something like that. I mean, it would have been way more ideal. But we get ourselves to halftime and a lot of work left for Wolves to do. The question here that they're popping is, which drink are they choosing? It looks like I think there's a lot. Okay, I was gonna say there seems to be a majority, but not quite. It seems to be kind of interesting. I want to try both of them. I want to be able to pick. But either way, Wolves now going to have to discuss what they want to do, how to approach this attack half, as it honestly needs to be almost flawless. They want to claw their way back into this one. On the other side, though, A team, they're going to be looking to kind of change things up in terms of continue to change things up in terms of expectations, right? On this defense half, this is going to be the more difficult half. This is going to be the side that tests their resilience, their resolve. They did well so far. Next step is to believe as much as they can in themselves. So here we go. And to start out, looks like Wolves looking to kind of just put a lot of aggression towards A to start out. There goes the early smoke. And there goes the heavy mid push from A team. I'm not sure what the expectation is here. There goes the turret. One piece of util getting destroyed, and these players now kind of converging. Spike will go down. Paranoia comes out. This is a very similar thing that we saw Wolves do on their own defense half. They're all just going to head over into long. And I'm not sure. To me, it seems like Wolves are expecting this to some extent. Mung finds an early kill, though. So does Layla over in heaven. Stun is perfect. And the shots are 2v2 now. Spring has got to get it done. That's one from Glacier. Two from Glacier, who saves it and allows Wolves the pistol. A much needed one probably one of their win conditions here.
I 必须坚持住。遮天蔽目。
谢了，小伙计。
This round kind of throws it up a little bit as 2 players from a team already fall. That's going to be a third, as the rest of these players kind of just more or less trying to sit and get even just one. But it's so difficult.
这里有枪。
Not really much to do there. Very, very clean round from Wolves as they look to not be too shaken up given the result of the last half. And you know what? All the more power to them. They seem fairly clean here. Kept it chill. Kept it cool, calm, and collected. But this is another important round. Just like the last half, this bonus round, if a team win, we will push them to double digits. And there are a whole lot of players. This is definitely the strong side over here. Glacier, though, finding the kill onto Aaron. It's going to be 1 player. 2 players now falling. And this has not gone the way they would have liked. I mean, to be perfectly honest, they should have all purchased heavy shields, just given the fact that they knew there was an outlaw online from the last round. So an interesting decision to go ahead and choose to buy light armor nevertheless. These players are going to go ahead and break the trip. They're going to go ahead and find their way onto C, and this retake is honestly going to be quite difficult. They may even choose to save here. Yeah, it's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to save their guns. Not even a bad decision. I don't blame them in the slightest. They've got 3 Vandals online and want to try to keep them as much as they possibly can. I think the big thing there was just ultimately, like I said, hey, like, kind of consider what the enemy team has in terms of their weaponry. That outlaw would not have gotten as much value simply if Aaron had purchased heavy shields. And yeah, I understand the concept of, you know, wanting to buy that rifle, but even choosing to go Guardian Heavy Shield or, you know, something similar to that, gonna put you in a much better position. So player spotted out there, and there goes the peak. Glacier finding the kill and an upgrade. Layla unfortunately falling, not managing to save that Vandal. And this half has gone about as ideal as it could for Wolves thus far. Monk trying to get some sort of trade or anything along those lines. Can't quite do it. You can see the rest of these players forced to buy bandits and classics. So this super shaky buy here. Trip broken. Info gathered for a team as they all pretty much try to converge onto the site, but they haven't even entried yet necessarily. They're still right outside of B, and they should at this point be aware of the fact that the A team has all converged onto their position. They're just going to back off. Reset. In large part, A team does the same. You can see 2 players rotating all the way back to A, kind of resetting their positions to where they were in the beginning of the round. Keeping at least 1 player around that side of the map, and they're going to resmoke it as well to kind of feign ignorance in a way. Orb is there, and there's still one player towards the B site. He's going to go ahead and try to get in there, and he's spotted out. Alikiki finds a kill before Wolves even managed to really entry, and now time's starting to take down a little bit. Only 25 seconds left on the clock. They've got to do something here. They're going to go ahead and rotate and look to probably go ahead and hit B here. That's the ideal thing. Aaron finds another kill, and they're going to go C now. Nothing really left for them to do, as the time is so damn low. If they can manage to stall well enough, we could see a 1 round, a thrifty from them, and they are gonna manage to. No, they won't. Layla, what in the world? The spike planter falls to Layla at the last second, literally the last second. Layla, stalwart on the site, manages to prevent the momentum from continuing from Wolves, and that is huge for them. A fantastic thrifty. It's just the one bandit got so much value.
Let's go!
He got 3 again, guys. He got 3 again. And Aaron is obviously confident on this A choke here. Manages to get a super early kill to Darion. That is going to be the controller down, but Glacier responds in kind. There's a huge kill. There goes the stun. There goes the slide. And you're paranoid, sir. You better be careful. Just as quickly as things look to be going well, Glacier decides to say, all right, you know what? Calm down. Calm down. That is huge there. That's a great set of kills, especially after losing one so early to Aaron. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So now things looking a little bit more dangerous here. Only 3 rounds left to go ahead and tie the game. A team trying their best to kind of just not really lose anyone early. I think that's kind of just the name of the game here. If they can manage to do that, they'll have a much better shot at things. Aaron sitting with that op line over on A and is going to pretty much constantly give A team some good info. So it should be changing their spread. I'm not particularly sure why Dingwei is remaining on A here. Yeah, I was gonna say he should be rotating. Here comes the entry though. And it is going to be down to them to go ahead and try to retake this. What is that from Glacier? That is insane. Literally just like a few shots before dipping out, and it's just to get a kill in the Falikiki. That is so rough. Here comes the spam though. Here comes a shock dart as well. Yosemite managing to find one. Recon is out. Not much else happening here. That is another kill from Glacier. Here comes the slide. Yosemite cleaning it up. And Aaron, the last one standing with the operator, trying to desperately save it. And does manage to do so as Glacier falls. The rest of the players are just going to head over towards spawn. So now, only 2 rounds left in the differential. Wolves looking to make a statement. Come back and say, hey, you know what? Attack is our half. Don't worry. And thus far, I mean, it has certainly looked like that's the case. Did he see him? That is insane. Utter insanity from Glacier. That is going to be a timeout popped over there from A team. A honestly well-timed one. You know what? I think I would have even accepted one far earlier just because of the fact that, you know, like I think these players just kind of needed a moment to breathe. You know, that's part of it. But of course, you know, there has to be some discussion about whether or not these players are actually able to kind of what the core issue is. I mean, I think as I was kind of alluding to before, First Bloods are a huge part of this entire ordeal, but beyond that, I do think it's just kind of rotating fast enough. I mean, in that other round, for just as an example, you had Aaron on that offline A lobby, and it pretty much completely prevented anyone from walking into A. But even still, there was still a player on the site. And I think, honestly, with no noise being made for a solid like 25-30 seconds in that general area, I think at that point, the smart idea is just to go ahead and rotate and just try to bolster up another side of the map. But it's those types of plays that need to be looked at, need to be fixed. And, you know, maybe they're missing it because of pressure. Who knows? Another round in the cards, another free site for Wolves as they go ahead and get that plant down early. A-team, unfortunately, just simply guess wrong, you know? And I'm not even particularly sure if they're going to even really go for a retake here. One player spotted out in garage. It's going to be Monk, and there is a player on the flank. It's going to be Falakiki, who goes ahead and breaks the KJ utility, breaks the turret. And there goes that op. Falakiki actually does manage to get one, so now this all of a sudden becomes just a little bit more doable. Two players now are there. Overdrive is in the cards. All these players are close by. Overdrive is good from Falakiki. Trade is there too. Aaron with the kill. Time ticking down. There's absolutely nothing left to do. There's no time. It's so unfortunate, but it was such a good attempt from them. All players on Wolves will fall. It's still a victorious round. Just look at this flank. I mean, we didn't necessarily see it live, but that flank was huge. I honestly think it should have just, if the tempo was just a little bit faster, they cleared things just a little bit quicker, that round could have gone very, very differently. These Wolves were kind of caught with their pants down in a way. Uh-oh. Well, I was going to say, hold on, wait, the timing of that paranoia is just not there. And I don't think Falakiki's going to get cleared out, but he spams and misses. He's spotted out finally. One kill, but that's all he's going to get. It's a 3v4 now. And Spring gets the kill onto Layla as well. It's going to be the Sentinel down. Aaron sitting with the op on the retake. It is not looking good. It is looking like Wolves are going to tie this one up 10-10. What resilience that we've seen on Haven, and there's a very good reason why. Have high expectations for them on this particular map. I'm not sure if Aaron's necessarily going to realize where Spring is. They're literally just going to pass each other. And so, honestly, if he ends up getting a kill here, he might just simply fall to Spring, who is over in A, and that's one. Oh no, he gets both. Aaron falls with that op. He was able to keep it for so long, but unfortunately can't manage to do so. It's unfortunate because their economy is just so shaky. It's just unfortunate that the early spam didn't quite work out. And another timeout popped, honestly, very, very soon after the first. And so clearly there's something that clearly there's something that the coaches want to discuss. Something along those lines. Some sort of hole within the strat. Something that needs to happen that they discuss that just isn't. Now that it's tied, the tides have kind of changed quite a bit, actually. A question though is ultimately, is there going to be anyone who can kind of step up like we saw on the attack half for A team? I mean, we saw so many heroics. We saw Monk, we saw Aaron, we saw Layla round 1.
打破他们的防线。
屏障生成。
Here we go. So this is really one of the rounds that honestly the entire game hinges on in large part. Looks like Darion is going to go ahead and TP right into heaven, but he's caught out. Dingwei taking a great timing. Here comes the Hunter's Fury over in lobby. And manages to find Spring as well. 2 early picks found. It's going to force Wolves to scramble and go over towards C. Dart broken. Here comes the entry. They're going to try their best to play their lives, play for a retake here. Glacier and company onto C, and they're just going to go exploring. They're going to go trying to find some sort of kill, but here's a Judge ready in your face. Aluba and Glacier still managed to get the kills. Kiki with a kill as well, and Glacier's just sat at 19 HP now. Spike down. No lockdown as well. It's going to delay things just a little bit further. And Kiki, great trade. Lockdown destroyed. 2v1. Glacier only had 19 HP. Can't do a damn thing. And timeout working quite well. As A team find their first in quite a while. What a shot from Dingwei. That's insane stuff right there. Hunter's Fury. Pretty much completely catching him out. And honestly, in that particular round, the trades were quite good. I'm a huge fan of the way they were able to trade that round. They need to continue to play that way, though. It was their first in 4 rounds. Or 5 rounds, rather. Here we go. Another very, very quick B hit. Monk sitting with the Judge. There's more players close by, though. You got to be careful. Darion just sitting backside. He's going to fall as well. And here comes that Judge spam. These players cannot do a damn thing. Kiki finds another kill, and it's instantly a 5v1. Or 5v2, rather. Luba has the spike, separated from his teammate, is gonna try to get something, but there's isolated kills here. These A-team players, it's these little mistakes that could potentially end up being devastating. There are definitely players who will punish you for that. If it's not Wolves, it's certainly some of these other teams in the circuit. Even some of these other teams in the lower bracket. Yosemite is just trying desperately to find a player. I can't really do so, and is going to go ahead and head over towards C. All by his lonesome. Barely any time left to do anything. And there goes the spike plant. He's going to go ahead and get a little bit aggressive over towards CT. And one player spotted out on the flank. He's going to check it. And nothing found. Dingwei finding the kill and the defuse. As now, all of a sudden, things look a lot scarier for Wolves. That's 2 in a row for A team as they claw their way back. Now on the precipice of stealing away Wolves' map pick. A team that, yes, has looked shaky in the context of Tier 1, but they are still Tier 1. Even a map win here would give them so much confidence. We are going to see the second timeout popped from Wolves, and obviously there is something going on there. Their formula that has found them so much success. thus far in this game and in the previous time they played this map is clearly starting to falter a little bit. And it really needs to, it is going to come down to adaptation. It's going to come down to which team adapts better. Now, as we get out of our timeout and get into the latter stages of regulation, question becomes, will Wolves be able to do much? Will Wolves be able to claw it back, especially after this timeout's popped, as their economy looks increasingly more shaky? They are able to full buy into this one. And they do have the Hunter's Fury and the Pit online, but how are they going to choose to use it? Looks like there's a lot of aggression towards mid. Glacier expecting Aaron's position over in that small cubby. And so that's a huge early pick found for them. They're going to reset just a little bit. Drone coming out. It's not going to spot anything, so some info denial. Good info denial there. We are going to see from the shadows popped as well. It's going to spot out Yosemite over there, and at this point it should be obvious that the site hit is going to be a C split, but everyone on A team is sat towards A still. Are they just going to choose to save this one? I think so. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. They are... Never mind. It looks like they're going to start to move over towards that area of the map, but time is going to be definitely a concern, as they're going to have to rotate and then quickly get on and break these positions that the Wolves players have already set themselves up in. Paranoia is good, and that's a huge kill from Glacier, who's going to go ahead and slide out. TP is there. Dingwei with an early kill as well. But the time is just so damn low. They really don't have much to work with here, and they know that at this point. They're going to go ahead and save and play for the last round of regulation. Try to play for closing the game out before overtime hits. One thing I will say, Falakiki has certainly stepped up. I mean, this guy was... You know, I had mentioned that he was playing sort of mediocre in his previous match, and even in the beginning stages of this very match, I felt like there was a little bit left to be desired, but to be quite honest, he's done quite well. Door ends up getting broken there, and it's like these Wolves players, again, for the most part, looking to just default, looking to punish these A-team players in some sort of weird position, but Dingwei actually manages to get an early pick. That's huge, and now all A-team has to do is play for these trades. They cannot let anyone find a multi-kill on Wolves. And that is ultimately the win condition here. It looks like the spike heading over towards C, but there are 3 players already here. There's so much utility being used towards this side of the map. The spam is good. That's going to be an early kill. Dingwei finds a kill. So does Falakiki. So does Dingwei again. And he's got 4 to close it out. And that is going to be A-team stealing away Wolves' map pick of Haven, a map that they just won on against DRG. A map that, for all intents and purposes, was that they fully expected to win. A team steals it away, and that is a huge blow to Wolves' confidence. A huge blow to, I mean, their chances of winning the series in general. Absolutely incredible stuff from these players on A team. And yes, it looked shaky for a while as soon as the side flipped and they were on defense, but they brought it back. And it speaks to their resilience. It speaks to their ability to keep their composure. And they certainly did. And I mentioned it throughout this game. There were so many moments where there was just crazy hero plays. This play from Monk was absolutely diabolical. And while there were a lot of hero plays, it also does speak to kind of missteps from Wolves. I mean, seriously, they got caught out in so many positions where they realistically should have won. And you can see here, so many of these players getting so much value off of their kills. Aaron with that absolutely incredible ace. Layla with this play with literally 1 second left. So many different highlights from individuals. And of course, I mean, a team cannot be just individual plays. However, I do genuinely think that A team was the better team on this map, and that is saying something. This was Wolves' map pick. This is the map that they clearly have spent a good amount of time prepping, good amount of time in practice, and that they felt somewhat confident on. But let's go ahead and take a listen to the team comms to see what was going on.
CD
我干2楼，
我不是看 smoke，
他有 cage，
我 have，
对啊，这只加2楼。
好，然后 CD，
Mark no you kill，
天了 ，this one good。Nice， 7 low 的
，I got four bro，let's go。
有追到我，我就分烟了，
太包了他了。三个，都在，还有改一个，拆包了，
追到我被烟了，
还有，
完了，我真没看好。A 带两个，我没了。哇！
And one thing I want to point out during that segment in particular was during that pistol round where Layla got that 4K, it was honestly extremely impressive. They were in a super disadvantageous position. I think it was like a 3v2 or 3v4 or 2v4. And yes, they obviously Layla came out and got huge value, but a lot of that was just kind of the super clear comms. It was just very, very cool, calm, collected, and kind of remained, you know, like it wasn't panicky in any sense of the word. And that was literally their very first round. Keep in mind, this is kind of like their, you know, they are the guest here in a way, right? Like they're not used to this stage in any capacity. Yes, they played one series, but this is still very new to them. And clearly they're taking this chance to prove themselves as seriously as they possibly can. So very impressive on their part. And we see them come out 13-11 on Wolves' map pick here, in large part due to Folly Kiki's heroics. I mean, it wasn't even just that, right? Obviously, this guy went insane, 22 and 15, but there were so many other players. Aaron had huge value with the waylay saturate and the dashes, breaking crosshairs, did an excellent job on that role. And obviously the other players did an excellent job as well on their respective roles. First kills tied up. It was obviously a very close match, to be perfectly honest. It was a match determined by momentum completely. I mean, A team had that 9-3 half. Wolves did come back, tied it up, and at the end of the day, A team just said, all right, you know what, we're staying resilient. So that was huge. Of course, Darion did a great job as well. 1.5 KDA, 79% cast, and honestly, and on average, I usually tend to see Darion have a little bit of a higher cast. So just simply not as much impact as he normally has on these sorts of maps, and especially on Haven. I mean, the last time we played Haven had a much better cast. So, you know, that's just one aspect of it. But we are going to go to a short break. We've got plenty more action left to come, and I should have a new caster joining in soon. Let's go ahead and take a look who we've got after the break. We'll see you soon.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes me, and he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for their blood in. If you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Gonna take us in. Welcome back to the show here over at Project Horizon. My name's Crafty, and I assist you, know me now, in this second half of this series. Sorry for having to take this on by yourself, but you did an incredible job. Now you can just sit back and relax and watch the rest of this play.
This is so interesting. This has been a crazy series so far. Even just the first map was just utter insanity because of like how much the expectations were kind of skewed in favor of Wolves. It was their own map pick. They're the tier 1 team. They're the team that honestly, obviously, like the other team is coming off of a loss to Trace, a 2-0 loss. And so, you know, you'd expect confidence to be down. It kind of, at least in my opinion, almost nothing was looking in favor of a team going into this match. But despite all of that, they came out on top. That is so impressive. And now they come out with a lead in the series on a map that honestly, I'm not too confident in Wolves' ability to really, do much. Obviously, you know, it's been a little bit since we've seen them play it. So, you know, the question is whether they will be able to actually, you know, change things up and work on the things they need to work on.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves was one of these teams that I kind of expected a lot of during this second stage, especially after their first win against BLG. But ever since then, it felt like they're just slowly been declining to the point where they're facing potential elimination in first round of lower brackets play-ins right now, which would, of course, also end their chances for champs at Shanghai. The one thing that all of these teams participating in this tournament right now are dreaming of, right? Making this run towards top 2 in stage 2 to be able to qualify. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not expecting one of these challenger teams to make it, but
right. Yeah,
I mean, Wolves, they had some miracle runs in the past, but right now they're with their backs against the walls, having to face a team on their map pick, Ascend. What are we gonna get here?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a long road. I will say that right now. It has been a long run for all. It will be a long road for all these teams. Obviously, the tier 2 teams had to go through a whole qualifier before this. They have to go through the qualifier, then the play-ins, then the playoffs. It's crazy. So certainly a barn burner for them. But looking ahead in the short term, we have Ascent coming up, and looking at these team comps that we've got here, bog standard on Wolves' side, kind of what we expected. But on A team, we're seeing a Chamber, we're seeing Neon, and I'm seeing Phoenix. I'm a huge fan of that Neon Phoenix combo.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams pick up the Phoenix on Ascend, like globally, but in China itself, Phoenix has not been as relevant yet compared to some of these other regions. So I'm interested to see how the challenger teams might spice it up a little with the Phoenix here. Yeah, you said it. I mean, Wolves comp is pretty much standard. What we've seen in the past already, what we've seen from them. So, I mean, they have one win versus FPX so far, but not at this stage. It was still during the EWC qualifier. But lost against All Gamers convincingly, to say the least, with that exact comp. So let's see whether they fix some of their mistakes. I mean, Ascend, one of these maps that a tier 1 team should beat a tier 2 team at. Oh, for sure. 100%. It is one of the kind of, it's like one of the default maps of Valorant, like literally. that's straight up what it is. But I mean, the thing is, even if Wolves have success on this defense half, which you'd expect them to, they have a 17% win rate on attack. It was not great. Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's just not convincing. But of course, that was then. This is now. It looks like a team looking to go ahead and start out B, but then they re-explore and head over towards different parts of the map. Looks like there's just one player sitting close by. The trade is virtually instant, though. Glacier gets a kill, and Layla wants to get something. Can't really do it. Nah. A bit too much for Layla on low HP, but Aaron might have found an angle here. That Blaze. They still have a flash available. Goes for a second peek. Gets a second one, but Darion cleans them up. Wolves pick up the first pistol of Ascent. I mean, that got a little bit scary for a second, but of course, you know, once again, Wolves kind of the ones expected to, you know, come out strong here. It was a must. It was one of the win conditions of this map, is to say, hey, all right, you know what? Forget what happened on Haven completely, you know, and let's set the tone for this map. And they start quite well doing so. And so, you know, I think the big thing here is just going to be continuing that momentum, not allowing themselves to get thriftied or anything of the sort. Got a bit of damage here, but Aaron, of course, able to regain some of those HP with the passive healing on his abilities. It looks like they're just gonna farm these ult orbs in B main for these first couple rounds, which is, of course, what you want to do if you're playing with a Phoenix. Aaron already almost at his run it back. 2 old orbs remaining. Could get one more potentially. They did give up the one on A as well, so Aaron will definitely be having that ult online for the 3rd round.
Oh my god, what a shot from Falakiki. That is insane. What a shot. And it looks like at this point A-Team gonna go ahead and entry into the strong side of the map. That is just rough from them. But there goes the paranoia. Darian grabs a kill.
It's an interesting smoke, but as they try to scale on the side, it's not really working out for them with the smaller weaponry. Yosemite claims the last one. It's a promising 2nd round from Wolves, heading into a bonus now. Fairly well equipped, but as I said earlier, that run it back available now to A-Team. An ultimate that we could see this round already.
I mean, honestly, there is a lot of good things to take away from that specific round. Aaron already has the run it back online, and that is, you know, you can see a whole lot of value from that. This could be potentially dangerous. Glacier posted up on that top mid angle, actually goes off of it in favor of the tiles one, and it's just going to go ahead and back off just a little bit. Shots are there, but they just got to be careful. Super careful.
If he held that angle a little longer, might have gotten a shot off, but full shields across the board on the side of A-Team, so we've had to beat a headshot, but this time around, Glacier takes one step too far. It's met by Layla.
Yeah, and it looks
with
like
that
they
frag,
learned
looks like they're
lesson
gonna
too.
pivot over. Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, we had a situation last map where even on the bonus round, these players on A-Team were buying light shields, and it resulted in them, it's kind of just screwed them over completely. So I think they just kind of said, no, we don't want any part of that this time. And you can see literally every single one of them bought up heavy shields. So, and good on them. It literally, like, that was the reason why Layla survived.
I mean, does go down in the end, and Aaron is found out as well. This could very well be a bonus, still winnable for the side of Wolves, but great aggression towards 3 from A-Team. Dingwei and Falakiki successfully get rid of 2, and it's a great shot from Monk. Spring all by himself. Already knows about some of these positions. It's the 180 from Spring to secure the bonus. Worst case scenario for A-Team.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And I mean, that came down to the health of the players, sure. I really do think that was just a straight up a situation where you know your teammate's low, just tuck into hell. Just don't give your life. Because even peeking just a little bit, obviously, like, the location was, I mean, they knew the location. Spring knew where he was, but still, just play time a little bit more. You have the spike down.
6 HP separating Wolves from this bonus. For potential 2-1 score, but with that, another Eco coming in immediately, but Layla on the Headhunter, successful once again, goes down to 10 HP, but they find the first frags.
Yeah, it's a huge first kill for them to get. They're going to go ahead and rotate over to B off the back of that, but Wolves should be quite aware of that, and I'm not too sure what Layla's going to be able to do here. Angle being watched, but no longer the case. That's a crazy timing as the rest of these players opt to go out and hit the B site, and they just rotate towards, through their spawn. This is dangerous from Yosemite, though. He might end up getting spammed just a little bit.
That's a back off. But does do some damage. Great shot from Falakiki on the Bandit. Darian's got to be careful, even pops the ultimate, but goes down immediately. Yosemite, though, from spawn, able to join his team. He's going to clean house. Only Dingwei remaining. Already tagged there from the ultimate. What can he do with the Sheriff? Needs the clutch, but Spring takes his head off. Fourth round converted, 4-0 start for Wolves, already looking a lot better on these retakes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Way, way better on the retakes. I called this before the series started that the big thing that Wolves needed to fix was their fundamentals. And that includes a big part of that is going to be the way they hit their sights and the way they retake. And the retakes have been already much better than we've seen on Haven, and honestly much better than we've seen in their previous series that they played recently. So I'm a big fan of that. They need to continue along with that. But off the back of that 4-0 start, it looks like A-Team is going to pop a timeout a little bit early into the match and try to reset, try to rethink the way they want to approach this attack half.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Alex Art here, probably a lot more confident in his team's ability to convert these rounds now, but A-Team in this position where they desperately need to win a round, otherwise they're just gonna end up in this downward spiral of economics where you just have to eco every other round. And they had some promising executes. They did find first bloods in, I feel like, 3 out of these 4 rounds, yet they were unable to convert their advantages into actually round wins.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think Coach Malix for A-Team just has to try his best to kind of allow these players to default a little bit better. I think part of the big issue here is that they're allowing Wolves too much space. You see a lot of these players, at least in previous rounds, were bunched up and kind of relatively the same choke. But now we're already seeing something just a little bit different. We're seeing a little bit more of an even spread. And the big thing should just be to prevent Wolves from taking too much map control. They've pretty much had complete free reign of the map, including mid, including these tree chokes. It's been honestly the Wolves show in that department throughout this entire half. So
great knife. Polkiki just barely unable to destroy it in time. Let's give away the position of both these duelists, but with that tripwire and mid destroyed, there's already a lot of pressure on these players on B side. That's why Glacier is trying to hold this, but it's a great fast lane to get past him. How long can these players survive on site though? Good damage already with the reveal, trying to fight into the smoke. Is there, but Glacier sitting there with the shorty in hand. Good shot from Layla, gets rid of the rotation already. But what are they doing? They're just trying to fight into spawn now.
Yeah, I mean, Spring is definitely the site to go.
What is going on?
What is going on here? Diabolical. And now, I mean, they clear out the B site. They know exactly where Spring is. They're going to go ahead and get that plant down too. Actually, they tap it. And then they plant. Finally, I mean, this one is... this is just such a hectic round.
I mean, Layla still has 2 shots in that ultimate. That's a great smoke, actually. Spring does not buy it.
He's
gonna face the ultimate down. Layla gets the 3K to secure the first one for A-Team, but what a chaotic one it has been.
Yeah, that was utter insanity. And you know what? I think in large part, A-Team thrived in the chaos. I think they were completely fine with doing that. Because even though Glacier got one on that angle there, they just completely relied on being able to trade him. And obviously the shorty can only do so much there. Got an op in his primary. But a great idea from A-Team to just be able to trade as quickly and effectively as they did. So very stark contrast from what we saw in the previous rounds, and looking to continue that here going into the rest of this half. They explore, they take mid control, but look at how far up these Wolves players are. Yeah, look at that.
Oh my god. Spring almost getting that kill. Polakiki goes down to 11 HP, but once again it's A-Team striking first. With that attack operator, Layla has been so successful on these picks. What can they make of it? A side left open. That read should be the right one for A team to hit that Cypher site once again.
Yeah.
Should be able to overwhelm Yosemite.
It should be rough for
Does have a
Yosemite. This is not looking too good. That's a great flash and a great kill. Falakiki actually still gets another one too. That's huge.
That definitely opens that one up. I mean, even though Wolves won 4 rounds in a row, they still had to go for a low buy after that one lost round. Definitely hurts them. There's only one rifle available still in the hands of Spring. Darian just goes down to the constant pressure of Layla. Now they just found out the last 2 players. Layla once again is there for the operator shot. What can he not do? Another 3K and a second one on the board for A team.
And here comes that confidence now from A team that is so damn dangerous. Because once they get themselves going in that sense, I mean, it is just so difficult. It's like literally just a train that just will not stop. And so, like, Wolves have got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah. How are you gonna do it? Once again, taking a bit more of a passive, defensive stance here on the side of Wolves. Expecting some of these aggressions is just a reactive flash play here, potentially for Darian. But nobody's showing themselves on the map right now on either side.
True. A lot of info denial that we're seeing here, and this drone in mid is not really going to see much either. But the thing is, this is the strong side of the map for Wolves, and it honestly, in large part, has been for most of this half. So here comes the entry into the site. Spring getting an early kill onto Falakiki. And it is already looking a little bit rough here.
Glacier switches to the Blade Storm. Does not get the kill. Already one player tucked under. He should have been heard, yeah. Gives away the position. Glacier down to 57 HP. Only one bullet in the operator, and such an important kill there for Yosemite to get rid of that pressure entry. It's a 3v2 for Wolves. Spike not yet planted. Tap once to get out the ultimate first. Can Layla get a kill? It's only 10 seconds remaining now. Door is open, and there goes Layla. Spike down. Monk as well. Wolves strike back.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm a big fan of the way how patiently Wolves played that. They didn't overfight into that A main choke. Obviously, they had those early picks with the operator there, and the Blade Storm was available too. Spring obviously gets that kill too. Glacier did an excellent job of not getting too hasty, and that is honestly the hallmark of someone who knows exactly how to play duels. It's not just about ego fighting all the time. Talking to you guys in ranked.
We see a bit of proactive play now from Wolves here, taking that space in mid. It's a good fight for them. Falakiki gets one, but Wolves get two. Early advantage with the defensive side here, but Layla still rocking that attacking operator.
And the big thing here is just going to be the difficulty on the entry. There goes the flash. Layla managing to get one. The trade is good though. And that right there is an example of how powerful those flashes can end up being. Operator recovered now.
That was such an unfortunate timing from Spring, trying he had the time to cross into logs there. But there goes Aaron with the run it back. Glacier overwhelmed. Aluba all by himself in a 1v2. Does he even want to go for that retake?
Yeah,
quite a bit of util still available. Another flash, another relay bolt as well. Falakiki can just sit this out. We'll probably
Wait
get
a
the right
minute.
time. Wait, Aluba actually gets the kill.
Hold on.
Falakiki's
It's
so
not
far
planted
away
for,
still. We can't half it.
If he manages to
Can
go
you
ahead and
half
get the
it?
kill.
No.
Okay. That was utterly terrifying because I'm not, I have absolutely no idea what Aaron was doing on the site there. Like, he had mollied and then had a solid few seconds before, like, there was any swing, but it was kind of just still caught out, I believe, just running, running on the site. It was interesting. That could have, honestly, that could have been the round there.
Yeah. That's a bit of an oopsie, almost, for a team. But they are able to recover it. 2 ultimates available for them now. With that overdrive in the Hunter's Fury, once again, a good tool to potentially overwhelm either side. It's a good flash into mid, but no real follow-up.
Not really much what they can do here. And honestly, at this point, A-Team are just completely reset in terms of the way they are approaching attack. I think it's honestly quite impressive. The Marshall doesn't really get much value. Aaron also managing to go ahead and get a kill, use the util, really just get all these picks in mid that are necessary. Gonna go and heal up to nearly full HP.
They're hyped up now. On the side of A-Team, Cypher spotted as well. Can Yosemite get out? He does not have pressure from mid. Falakiki still wants that kill. Pays with the slide for it. The operator goes next, but Yosemite on the Sheriff is deadly.
I mean, this guy is so good with these, like, these secondary weapons. The Bandit, the Sheriff. I mean, this guy is just insane with it. Aaron managing to get that final kill as Darion can't quite pull out the same magic that Yosemite seemed to be doing. And that is going to be another one in the bag for A-Team, as it's looking a little bit more scary for Wolves. This is already, at least in my opinion, a good attack half. And that's the crazy part. Like, it is, I mean, yeah, a 4-8 half, like, okay, a 5-7 would be great for them. Like, I think that's probably, like, awesome if they're able to do that. But, and it sort of looks like that's kind of what things are trending towards, at least at the moment.
A-Team's coaching staff still not looking happy, though.
Yeah, well.
It seems like maybe giving away a couple kills too many versus Yosemite there. But once again, they want to hit that Cypher side. But this time around, Wolves are actually super close to react to it. Wait, they opened the door again instead of closing it. Giving away Glacier, but he goes down. Dingwei is still alive, but 2 players on site still. The drone has not been used yet, but as Darion and Spring falls, there is no one to help out Aluba. It's 5 apiece.
I mean, that's
A-Team
insane.
equalize.
The thing I'm particularly impressed with was the fact that they had an idea of where every Wolves player was. And then on top of that, every player on A-Team was kind of just holding the appropriate angle. I mean, you can see there were stairs coverage, there was CT coverage, perfect coverage of every single player, and everyone just got their 1 kill. It was honestly quite easy for them. And that is huge. So now they find themselves at 5 rounds. Again, they can already consider this a good attack half. Wolves are kind of in a little bit of a precarious position because honestly, they're not necessarily setting themselves up that well for success going into the latter half.
Yeah, another eco for them, making this a very possible 6th round here for A-Team. Honestly, I like how they've been switching up the pace as well, going from fast executes to default heavy playstyles as well. Always keeping Wolves guessing what their next move could be. Looks like this is gonna pivot over towards B now again. Once again, the stacked side for Wolves.
This is a little bit scary for this side of A team, especially. It looks like they're gonna go ahead and try. Maybe no, they don't clear Yosemite at all. He like half cleared it. That's horrible.
What?
And oh my goodness, Aaron flashes himself, falls.
No.
And now all of a sudden,
do it.
this round is looking so much more winnable.
Don't do it.
They stick the. Oh no! They stick the Omen ult. And the entire team scrambling towards the site. And what a devastating round for A team to lose. A round that should have been completely in their favor. They lose due to some, honestly, very simple missteps. The flash was out. Aaron flashed himself, didn't even flash the enemy. Yosemite wasn't cleared out in the corner. It's just, it's...
I mean, then it just gets down to how scared they were of those reinforcements and backside on B, like in Boathouse. I guess that they expected someone else to be there still, but the read was off. Handing over that Thrifty with that from the shadows over towards A. Unfortunate round for A team, and the chance for Wolves to actually get away with a halftime lead here. I did not see this coming.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was certainly not in my playbook for this half to go the way it has. Aluba does manage to get one, but Aaron is just on a tear with the run it back. He's gotten so much value. And the neural theft is good, but it's going to reveal some positions, but Aaron just does not care. He does not give a damn. Only 2 players left here. Aluba trying to save them desperately. It's a 2v1 now, and these players at this point need to just play as patiently as possible. The flash is beautiful from Aaron.
Snap. With the snap of a finger, he gets rid of the rest of the team. A 3K for him once again. He's been showing up in some of these rounds on this Phoenix. But what a first half. Even scoreline, 6-6. Honestly, I don't really know who's got more momentum right now for them. I still feel like A team played a better half overall, the way they came back from that 4-0 start of Wolves. But here we are, 6 apiece.
Yeah. Look, again, even at 7-5, I would have said it was a good half for A team, but this is looking real scary. And look, it is obviously not over yet. But at the same time, it's hard for me to really have trust in the way Wolves have been playing throughout both of these maps.
I was just laughing at some of these reactions from the crowd. Always love to see those crash shots over here in VCT China. what dab to do? The left one, right one.
Oh my
beautiful.
goodness. Yeah, it's always so funny to see like the little segments they have during the halftime. That's awesome. But look, I mean, getting back into the game, what does Wolves need to do in order to close out this map and force a map 3?
I mean, they probably had a little halftime segment themselves, a little talk with Coach Alex R, because certainly not too happy how they handled that 4-0 lead. Would have loved to get a halftime lead here heading into their attacking side, because you were talking about how bad their attack has looked in the past.
Yeah, 100%. 17%. Do not forget that. 17%.
You do not want to replicate that one.
No, definitely not. They can't. They can't afford to.
Yeah, this is their play-ins run, their champions' hopes on the line for both these teams.
Yeah. Yeah, lower bracket runs are... I mean, they require an incredible amount of resilience, and we have, honestly, in large part, no, Aaron, don't do it again. Layla does get an early pick, so that is quite important there, but there are still 2 players close by, and that's actually huge for Aaron to get another one. That's a classic moment right there, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. How on earth does he get that one? But Darion with a much-needed kill already in defender spawn. Is traded though. With that, it's still a 2v2. Layla down to 61 HP. A lot of space gained already does. Polikiki want to fight this. Actually, should not be. See where the 3k, but that is only Layla trying to drop preemptively, but Wolf's already expecting the move. Another pistol secured for them.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? The way they played, especially like the last few seconds of that round, I'm a huge fan of, because they could have just had a player stick the plant, but as soon as they heard like the drop down from heaven, that was honestly incredible. I think the whole round kind of just hinged on that tree kill there.
Yeah,
that was really the important one, but unfortunately did not go the way Layla wanted. Now we find ourselves in another anti-eco. It's like, yeah, A-Team had lost both pistols this map and are sitting at a 7-6 scoreline, so not too shabby from them in that sense.
I mean, do you expect a stack here after you just killed the chamber? Apparently, Yosemite does not care. Monk is on an island, and down he goes.
Wow. All right. Well, no ace, but certainly happy to farm those orbs as a Cypher, getting closer to that neural theft. Is realistically going to probably try to farm orbs as we get closer.
Reloading.
It's just a Marshall in close combat. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean,
played like a shotgun.
There you go. It's literally played like a shotgun. It's like literally a pocket operator. Here we go, another round. This round, of course, we expect A-Team to win, being the bonus round. But I mean, honestly, in large part, just the fact that Layla has an op already is insane. Has been saving up, and what a shot!
Layla, one of these players to highlight from these teams. I mean, even if A-Team drop out early in this lower bracket run, I mean, this is still a great chance for some of these players to just get some time on the international stage, or like on the big stage rather, on the tier 1 stage, for them to be potentially picked up for next year by some other teams. Some of them really had a great showing so far. Monk able to get rid of a little bit more. Glacier just going ham into tree. It does not matter in the end. Only one player lost on the side of A-Team. A great third round. The first one picked up on their defensive side.
A wonderful job on their part. And that is a crazy shot from Layla. I mean, that was incredible. Glacier hit a nutty shot, though, from in his own right. I mean, pure reaction flick there. But, man, it's really just kind of a consolation, as not much else was able to be found. But first gun round, and honestly, I'm kind of favoring A-Team a little bit here. Operator still kept. We have the molly there too. So oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to keep in mind now for this side of Wolves. Aaron doesn't get that first shot. Takes a bit too long. What is going on? No one expects to re-peek from Monk.
我盯这里。
2 freebies. Darian down to 33. Do you even want to hit that side still now? Not anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so. And now Darian at 33 HP, location given away, and looking to maybe get a kill, can't quite do it, and he's gonna hide over in pizza. But honestly, oh wait a minute. Okay, I was gonna say, wait, hold on. Okay. Layla grabbing that last kill through the wall. I was gonna say there might have been some 1v1s, some isolated fights that he may have been able to take, but doesn't end up working out in his favor, and all of a sudden, as quickly as Wolves gain their advantage, they lose it off of the back of some utter insanity from Monk. I don't know what that was. That was just silliness.
Yeah.
It was so silly, in fact, that Wolves are going to pop a timeout.
Yeah. That's some ranked stuff right there. The random, your smoker just randomly re-peeking that. I mean, I kind of get why Wolves did not expect that to happen.
I mean, they were literally droning. It was like, what in the world?
But he finds the perfect timing with that double kill. And the damage done to Darian, and Wolves taking their first time out of the map, and he'll be sent into an eco. Chance for A team to regain the lead.
I mean, ultimately, it is just gonna come down to kind of a macro here, I think, and really the holes that A team leave on the map. I think that Wolves need to just kind of exploit that. Really, just say, hey, like utilize that default, gather enough info. I think A team has done quite a good job of info denial thus far. But you know, if Wolves can manage to get some sort of info, just finding the hole on the map and kind of punching through that hole, or finding at least the weak side, is really the big thing here. And there's so much aggression to start out. Aluba punishing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Good old B lobby split, but it goes terribly wrong for the side of A team. Wolves just picking them apart, but it's a good shot from
Oh my God.
Switches to the Headhunter, still gets it. But Glacier in a 1v1 now. Has the gun upgrade, has the Blade Storm, has the spike. Should have enough time to plant it, but it does not look like he wants to go for it immediately. He'd rather pick the gunfight and wins it. 10 HP. Wolves with the thrifty.
I mean,
how on earth did that work?
I don't know. It shouldn't have worked. Kiki, honestly, I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't, because ultimately there was no info gathered whatsoever. No real good util that would have kind of revealed anyone in that position. He kind of just went for it in tiles and got instantly punished. Now, 2 players spotted out towards B. That's instant info from Wolves. Again, one of the win conditions that I mentioned.
Thought Kiki could have potentially gotten past that tripwire, but does not choose to go for it. Layla once again, though, on the tour de force, successful. Wow. That looked crazy.
Yeah, I think he hit his arm. I think he hit his arm, literally.
With Layla down, the biggest threat for Wolves is gone. Monk's still hiding underneath. Can he find a timing here with the shotgun? He only gets one, but Glacier's there for the response. Spike still needs to be planted. But Dingwei on the Sheriff needs to go absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
pull off this round.
This is gonna be a rough one, and honestly, that thrifty round ends up being a lot more consequential than one may initially think, because now that Wolves are at double digits and the economy of A team is shaky, it's going to take a very, very kind of like a swing round, so to speak. And that's one of those rounds is this upcoming one. It's going to take that sort of round in order for A team to get back into this one. They can't. They have to keep their composure. They got to do that.
I mean, Wolves certainly already beat their previous score of 70% attackers win rate. That's something to take away from this one.
Certainly.
But yeah, this one thrifty round 2 rounds ago just flipped the table for A team, but that's a great shot from Aaron.
Look at this push.
Was able to dodge it though.
Hold on. That, like, oh man. Okay, I understand the reason, but it's just unnecessary. You have the player advantage. There's no reason to do that. You have a Sova too, who, by the way, has a recon online. It's these types of mistakes that you just cannot make against a tier 1 team. You just can't do it.
Oh, the timing. Darian does go down. He's not going to be able to be recovered. And they smoke him off. Okay, yeah, they do get him. And Yosemite finds the flank once again. It all depends on Monk now, but he's only good for one. Haluba there for the trade. Layla goes for another peek. Gets Spring. It's a 2v2 now. Still possible to recover this for A team. Especially with that Odin. The operator perfectly, not the gun that you want. Yosemite too good though on these shots. Even crosses under heaven. Beautiful movement from the Cypher. And Layla can't really drop here. Does have to go for it, but Aluba is ready. Another one on the board. So close to the finish line now for Wolves Esports.
Yeah.
To bring us into the third one, to bring us to Summit.
I mean, this has just... again, the thing that literally lost them the round, in my opinion, was just the fact that Aaron decided to swing into B main with no info at all. Yeah, and honestly, if I was the coach, I'd be mad too. I would be upset too. It's completely unnecessary, especially when you have your initiator there with you.
It's like, okay, calm down.
He tagged him in. No, he tagged him in. Now he's the one yelling. Oh man,
it's my turn now.
It's my turn now. Let me get a chance to speak. What are you doing? Honestly,
oh god,
understandable. Completely understandable.
It feels like 3 rounds ago this was a tied game, and it looked like A team could actually run away with it, and all of a sudden we're sitting at an 11-8 scoreline for Wolves. A potential eco now coming in as well for A team, which would bring them to map point, unless they pull up the thrifty, of course. But how did the tables turn so fast in favor of Wolves?
I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I mean, this has been interesting. It is, of course, still completely doable for A team. They are going to have to kind of get themselves back in gear. Play a little bit more structured. And that right there is not the start that they wanted.
And again, Follow Kiki probably not the most important piece of the puzzle right now for them.
All right.
Dude, Layla's just too clean.
Yeah. I mean, Layla has gotten so much value in mid. Like, literally every time. It's
just, Layla POV.
It's utter insanity. Yeah, I need to see some of those highlights from him after this match.
There you go. Give me Layla POV, I said.
Oh my god. I mean, it is the Layla show right now. Dingwei is on Pi Watch, or was on Pi Watch. He's passed by now. Sorry to mention it, but
yeah. I mean, how quick can they execute here? How long can Aaron and Monk survive on site? That's not the best spot for your run it back, bro. Yosemite picks up 2, but Layla is there, gets the spike. Most importantly, there's only 17 seconds on the clock by now. Dingwei is there as well. Camera destroyed immediately, but the corner not checked. Cheeky play from Spring. Dingwei sees the tip of the hat. Does he actually pull it off? It's a great first flick, but Spring is there for the trade. Map point secured for Wolves, but Layla brought this one so close.
yeah, I mean, Layla did his best. I mean, so much value every single time in mid. Aaron, again, I'm not sure what Aaron was doing there. Questionable decision making on the Phoenix. I'm not really convinced that he's honestly as where he needs to be on that agent.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, we've seen him flash himself one too many times. We've seen it honestly result in them getting punished a lot.
Oh.
But here you go, match point. That was a lot of B aggression to start out.
Layla.
Uh-oh.
My goodness, what are you doing?
Oh my god!
He can't keep getting away with it.
It's utter insanity again!
What is this timing? This is just ridiculous. Glacier goes down to 16 HP. Should be a free frag for Fallen Kiki. Picks it up with the slide. Layla again on the Headhunter. Able to be traded though. It's just Yosemite against the world, it seems like.
Yeah, keeping it even. And at this point, and this is the worst part, the Wolves players are completely separated right now. They're not together at all. And so this, all of a sudden, is going to make this round a lot more difficult because it's going to allow the 18 players to kind of just bunch up together, play the way they want to play.
Gonna get rid of Yosemite before Spring arrives. It does not look like it. Also waiting on that. Util opens the door for him, closes it again. Overdrive pull, but Yosemite is just a menace. Pulls Wolves over the finish line and sends us straight to Summit.
Yep, they climb their way back in a situation where, look, I didn't even believe, just given the way that the map was trending, but they decide to say, hey, you know what? Screw the expectations. Screw the way it's been going. What matters is right now. I mean, there's just so much to look at here in terms of the highlights. Layla just went absolutely nuclear, but so did Yosemite. Some crazy plays that we are seeing from the Sentinel players. It's so impressive. But at the same time, so many, like, honestly, question marks that it's kind of being left for me here from A-Team. Aaron in particular having a honestly disastrous performance on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, even though he was picking up quite a couple frags, I feel like could have done so much more with that Phoenix. A couple rounds really went down to some of these smaller details on how to operate these agents, and it's just tough to see because that felt like a winnable map 100%. For A-Team, which would have sent them into the next round.
Yeah, I think there were so many circumstances in which these little mistakes ended up costing A-Team the entire game. I genuinely think that these small mistakes here, like, look at that, popping the run it back in that location without being tradable. That's just, it's utter insanity. But let's go ahead and take a look at the team comms and see what Wolves is looking at here.
没踢走好像没有，可以开大小河，可以开飞走，等，我在这，开大，等，哎，小心落位，表哥。来，直接只有一个 A 哦，只有一个 A。欧罗员，8点，我给剑，我给剑，我被落了，随机被落，来，打上去了，1。 走。2楼下小心。8楼关门了，关门。2楼下应该跟我禁言。来，
3、2、1。
一地跳了，跳下来了，慢点吧，眼里，nice，3打1，来下包，我在低包，他没枪的，他没枪的，他的2楼烟，我在晃，我晃着他的人一起拉，可以，2秒这样投 ，A 大有半线，我太正头，好，对，就这样吧，就加一打，OK， 好，加一打就好了。2楼，对，线头不要他们。2楼下一看。Nice, okay, nice, let's go. Knock.
I mean, did you expect anyone else to pick up MVP for this map than Yosemite? Probably not. I mean, yes, it would have been Layla if it would have been a team winning it, but Yosemite just absolutely insane. I want to see how many multi-kills that were. Again, I didn't quite catch it because it must have been like, I don't know, 8.
Yeah, genuinely, I think it was at least 8 because there were so many situations in which the team would try to hit his sight and he just got instant value. And then even on the attack half, he still got value on the lurks when he was playing with the team. It did not matter. This guy was literally on it every time. Even that 4K and the anti-eco was impressive. It was just, yeah, like the pixel angle there. Yes, that was a mistake from Aaron, but doesn't even matter. Like, it was still a good shot. And it just ultimately very, very good intuition overall throughout the entire match. And I think that's kind of what propelled him to be able to go as crazy as he did, getting 28 kills. I mean, obviously, yes, we talk about Layla, who got 25, but man, that was just amazing.
It was the battle of the Sentinels for sure here on Ascent. Yeah, Yosemite, you said it. I don't know, he got crazy value off of these lurks in this second half. I mean, he carried so many of these rounds. He was basically a one-man army, just walking onto his side, getting rid of player after player after player. This man is just insane. And I mean, we see it here. We talked about it earlier as well. 11 first kills for a team, especially in that first half. They were getting a lot of early advantages, but then sort of failed to convert them into actual rounds. And I feel like that cost them in the end as well. Some of these over peaks, the overconfidence maybe on Aaron that we saw multiple times. I just hope they can pick it up again for Summit, because they looked a lot of the times they actually looked like the better team.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I think a lot of it came down to maybe Aaron being a little bit uncomfortable on Phoenix, because there were a lot of situations in which the util usage just was not ideal in any capacity. I think just going forward, obviously they picked that map, so seemingly they were confident on it, but I mean, I suppose that there's still much more left to be desired in that sense. But that said, we are, speaking of leaving to be desired, I'm desiring a map 3 here, and it looks like we're going to Summit. So the question is, can a team get themselves back in high gear, or will we see a reverse sweep come out from Wolves? Stay tuned to find out.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie. Hi.
Bye.
Bye.
You gotta make a move to me, baby, move to me, baby, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time.
Yeah, we're just yeah, I'm just gonna go now.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn.
Welcome back to Project Horizon VCT China play-ins. Lower bracket round 1 is on the line right now between A-Team and Wolves Esports. My name's still Crafty. I'm still joined by Nobi, and we're gonna head into the decider summit between these two. A challengers team challenging a tier 1 team in Wolves Esports, and honestly, it's looked pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, these games, both games, honestly, have been very, very close. We saw an 11-13 on the first map. And of course, honestly, Ascent was a little less close, but I think in terms of the scoreline, but I honestly think it could have gone either way still. Really, like we were discussing before we went to break, it came down to a lot of very small mistakes and very small missteps. So just kind of very, very micro stuff. I think in large part, A-Team still played the macro better than Wolves did. And that's the crazy part. So the real question is that trend going to continue going into Summit here, or will A-Team crumble?
Yeah, and honestly, Summit is a map in VCT China. I'm telling you that. I feel like it's crazy what we've seen on Summit so far. I mean, globally, it's a map that has not really been figured out just yet. Teams are still experimenting, are still trying to find their comfort on this map. But especially in China, I feel like we've seen some crazy stuff, crazy comms that are not played anywhere else in the world. And Wolves Esports have been struggling on this new map edition thus far in stage 2 with 3 losses versus DRG, XLG, and Bilibili, and they were throwing a couple of comps around as well, and it looks like we're just gonna get a new one because they have not played the Waylay just yet. It does look like an adaptation of the comp they were running last with the Neon, with the Omen, with the Cypher, but Sky has been added as well. No, Sky's been there as well, but it's just the Waylay instead of the Raze now. I mean, I'm here for it. Just bash your heads against each other or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's what Summit usually looks like.
Absolutely. And in large part, it looks like they're kind of just still trying to figure out the map. And again, that's understandable, but it really is going to be a matter of like kind of the competition aspect of it. Like how many other teams are figuring out this map? Most of the teams kind of have their comp solidified, right? This team is still trying to figure it out. But on the other side, A-Team opting for the Waylay as well. This time though, Waylay solo duelist opting for the double sentinel instead, which is very interesting. Layla going for the Sage pick, which honestly, I don't really mind that much because the amount of stall that they have now is going to kind of directly counter some of this duelist play that we might see, and even some of the infill gathering potentially. The Trailblazer can get slowed or walled or anything of the sort. And of course, they still have that flank watch with Cypher. So, you know, you never know what could happen. But we are going to map 3. We are going the distance. This has been an absolutely incredible series. And of course, it makes it obvious that neither of these teams want to leave. This is the lower bracket. Whoever loses this match is going home. So that's the real question. Who will be going home? We're going to find out after this one.
Yeah, it's a tough decider for either of these teams with a map like Summit, but it all comes down to this. Which teams' playoff or play-ins run, rather, will continue and will be sent home for 2026. Because that's the last chance of really doing something. Spring too slow on this execute here. With the paranoia goes down, but kills have been traded. It's a good aggression, but Yosemite once again too clean on these shots. A-Team just overwhelming them though. It's only Darian left alive.
That's huge. Falakiki managing to get some incredible value there. Spike goes down, and now a 1v3 for Darien, who, look, I mean, if there was anyone to do it, it would be him, but fortunately can't get it done. Really, the peak just getting info is, looks like they just wanted to refract instantly, and you know what? Worked out in his favor. So, pistol round claimed for A team, a stark contrast from Ascent where they lost both. So definitely already a good start for them. But what a shot from Yosemite. That's insane. Still continuing on his tirade.
Yeah, I mean, we know what he's capable of. Ever since last map. He is that backbone of this team once more, even though he didn't have the best stage thus far. Aggression on A side from Wolves, just trying to run them down, but they're getting picked apart piece by piece. Dingwei claims the last one. 3 Spectres converted into the next one. And within the blink of an eye, this round's over.
Yeah.
2-0 start for 18.
Crazy. And the honestly, I think the craziest part of that round was just the simple fact that that was the stack. It was literally the stacked site, but even still, Wolves actually took, you can see here in this replay, they took a whole lot of 1v1s. We saw Aluba just kind of swinging out off the back of the flash, kind of on his own when the rest of the team wasn't really prepared to do anything. These players, and yes, it was the anti-eco, but these players need to just be a little bit more tradable.
Most certainly. Bit of a slower start to this one. A lot of attention sent towards mid now from Wolves. Re-clearing that space with 3 players even. You have that tripwire set up towards B cell though, but can't ignore it thanks to the waylay. Yosemite this time around is just running gunned down by Folly Kiki. The Spectre doing its work there. Inside the smoke.
I mean, that's
huge
just,
pick for them.
That's insane. To be able to get that entry pick. Now Falakiki managing to get another one. Falls to Glacier, who manages to get 2. And this all of a sudden has become a more doable round. I mean, it should be a round that they're expected to win. It is their bonus. Here comes the heal. And Aaron is on the case.
No one expects the wraparound from Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, just too much to watch. I think that was really the thing. Like, it was obviously the concern, the main concern was Glacier getting healed up and managed to do that. But I mean, you of course have to be wary of the positioning of, you know, kind of where these players might be moving. And obviously they were not expecting Aaron on that wraparound.
Terrible start for Wolves.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's a great start for A team as they managed to claim the bonus and look to build even more momentum. Now Wolves are sitting at barely any money whatsoever. Outlaw shots missed, and here comes the paranoia. Here comes the mid crunch as well from these players, but util just being exchanged, but they still fall.
They're barely able to cross, but Layla makes sure that Aluba's not going to be able to flank them. Darien met by 4 players of A team, and Yosemite this time around. The Marshal does not give.
Yeah. And you know what? Look at these players. They are clearly still having fun. I think that's the important thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there is objectively a whole lot of pressure in this match for both teams. I think playing like you don't have as much to lose as you actually do can actually end up, you know, giving you a little bit of an advantage in some cases. Obviously, you want to play it seriously. You don't want to troll. You want to make sure that you know, do your best. But at the same time, if you take it a little too seriously, there's a lot of factors that end up coming into that. You can tilt yourself. You can tilt the team. So many things associated with that.
There's conversion paths used by Falakiki to get on site. With the dash, but Darian, well aware of it, claims that first kill. Nightfall invested as well, but it's already a 2-player advantage for the side of Wolves.
But look at this
They can sit this
wraparound.
out, but Monk has not been checked in that corner. It's only good for 1 kill though. Spite is ticking away, but the positioning of Wolves this time around so much better. And Aaron, all by himself, will not be able to prevent the outcome. That is the first round for Wolves Esports.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that came down to kind of losing players on that entry. To be honest, Falakiki should have expected Darian to be there because he refracted all the way backside. That it literally leaves a trail. So it should have been some sort of expectation or preparation that the refract would have ended up where it did.
At least one glimmer of hope here for Wolves. Only showing that they can get some of these successful retakes. Because it can get super chaotic on a map like Summit. Seen that globally already, that teams are sometimes struggling to be aware of all the angles that they need to check. So looks like the contact play towards B again. The dash on side, but immediate refract.
Oh no.
Trevor has not been destroyed in Yosemite. Takes off Layla's head. With that, the res is down.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Because you've already lost a player. There's already a trip there too. And there's already so many players towards this area of the map. But that util is so damn good from A-Team. Doesn't really capitalize off of it much. But at this point, Wolves is ready to pounce. And they absolutely do. Convergent pass is expended. Aaron manages to get one, but absolutely nothing else to be done. Spring with 4.
What an answer from Wolves. It took A-Team so long to get on site. By the time they did get into position, Wolves were so ready for this. Beautiful shots from Spring. It's a great ultimate as well. The relay bowl for good measure there in the end.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the big thing here was that the hit was telegraphed so early in the round that it was obvious where they were going. Wolves had the freedom to rotate very, very quickly, and honestly, A-Team got punished for it. But this is one of those swing rounds. This is pretty much, if this is a loss from A-Team, this could shake up their economy pretty heavily. But that's a huge first pick. It's gonna force Darian back.
And once again, A-Team finding those first picks. Still having the res in their pockets as well means they can play a bit more aggressively. Potentially just trading a player to resurrect them later in the round. But looks like they're just gonna clear these corners again. Decide to actually drop the wall there in mid as well to make the rotation a bit more telegraphed for the side of Wolves Esports, and they do want to hit that B-side, but Spring just finds one. Yosemite is alone on side, but you do not want to anger this man. The rest comes in though. With that, it's a player advantage still for A-Team. Oh, that will be cancelled.
I was gonna say, chooses to use from the shadows in a different spot than he originally was intending to. That's interesting, but now time is ticking. Overdrive popped. There goes the stun, and what a shot from Monk, ending way, and oh my! Swing run goes their way.
Yeah, that was such a crucial one. Great hold in this after plan. It was pretty much just everyone winning their respective duels. I mean, that was illegal. But that's why the rest is so important in this team comp. You can't lose a player through a smoke spam like that because you can get it back immediately.
I mean, this one right here is... it's starting to get away from Wolves a little bit. Starting to get a little bit scary. You've got to think of something fast. And I would imagine that if they lose this round, there's a timeout incoming. But either way, I think the important thing here is just for A-Team to continue to adapt quickly. Obviously, Wolves are going to try to change things up. A-Team need to make sure they're just staying solid, playing their fundamentals well. Because if they play their fundamentals better than Wolves, which honestly isn't really that difficult to do, I think honestly it's going to result in a win for them.
Oh, the shadows immediately canceled there for Wolves. So how long can Spring survive this? He does have a paranoia, but he doesn't really have the time to use it. Now does so, but no real conversion on it. Just able to get out, and it looks like A-Team might actually just fall back into main again. But Glacier's just farming kills there with the operator. Dingwei gets to, but they cannot hit that side. And then such an important round for Wolves picked up again. No timeout needed after that one.
Well, I think a lot of that was off the back of the fact that Glacier managed to get all these 1v1s, even just small ones with that operator in the back of the site. They got punished for it. So, I mean, the real question here is, will A-Team be able to stop this op line from Glacier, who we know is very capable with that weapon? Darien gets an early pick onto Layla too. That's actually rare. It's very rare for Layla to fall first.
Yeah.
A little bit uncharacteristic.
Has not had the same success on this stage thus far compared to what he was showing us on the chamber on Ascent.
Oh my.
But that's a great shot from Aaron. Smoke just opens up a bit too late, and Dingwei finds Yosemite. Once again, it's that B split through mid that gives them their sight. It's been contested a lot, but once again, they find the opening.
Yeah, the expectation here is for Aluba to either go from CT or to go from drop. They found his position because of the neural theft.
Oof. No one there. Do have Futil's still in hand, but
Wait a minute.
Kiki peeks in the wrong position.
Okay.
Nightfall up again, and Monk might have just secured that round. That Nightfall gives away the last remaining. Seeker's even used now. I don't know, Aluba, if that's really the ultimate that's gonna secure you this round, especially with how fast the timer's been ticking already. Gets that last one, but Dingwei makes sure he will not see the end of that round.
And it was very, very close. To be honest, I'm surprised Aluba lived that long in the first place. But all in all, great round from A-Team to win, especially losing a player like Layla virtually instantly into the round. It was rough for them. But they still managed to kind of keep their composure, and they're rotated, and that's all they needed. But we are going to see a timeout here. Popped from A-Team, actually, not from Wolves. So it looks like they just found something that they want to talk about.
Yeah, I feel like Wolves would have took a timeout as well. It must have just been A-Team being faster on the button there. That's crazy, actually.
Yeah, but strangely enough, I'm seeing a lot less yelling from that side of the camp. And for good reason. They're doing quite well. Like I said, their macro has been just simply better than Wolves in this entire series, and that has continued thus far in Summit. So maybe there's just a little something small to talk about. Maybe some sort of set play that they want to run going into the latter stages of this half. Who knows?
Alex R looks worried.
Oh,
he knows
okay.
what's
Wait,
on the light.
Wait.
Oh,
That's
so
a
it's
Wolves timeout too. Back
timeouts.
to back.
Okay, there's a lot to talk about, apparently.
Clearly.
I don't know if he locked it in previously already and they have to then expend it. I don't know if it's like if you like, but because I don't feel like there was a need to do that after the timer from A-Team. But maybe there was, I don't know, because I mean we're talking about 6 attacker rounds for a team already on a map that is one of the worst attacking maps thus far in VCT China.
Yeah.
44% win rate overall. And
yeah, I mean,
as an A-team coach, I'll be happy. Like any other round that you manage to pick up now in these last 3 rounds is just going to be a bonus.
You want to know
Giving
something? I have a crazy shout. I think as this map matures, we are going to see this map become attacker sighted. I think so. I mean,
oh, that's a.
I just think so.
Yeah, that's a hot take.
I feel like that's a hot take, and the reason why is just simply because of the importance of mid. If you can manage, there's so many avenues for attackers to get into and split and lurk and all those things. If as the map matures, what you're going to end up finding is that players will understand better how to get into these chokes. They'll understand timings better. I think that we are going to eventually see this map become attacker sided. Mark my words right here.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I still think that some of these sides are just so awkward to hit as
fair
as attackers. Like the plant side on A is just so weird. Like
it's rough. Yeah.
The space you have to get through to be able to plant there, and then it's just so hard to defend in the post plant as well. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, maps do develop over time, of course, and teams are still looking for the right comp, the right places on this map. Aaron gets another first frag. Doors closed on A side, but no real intention to follow up on it, as this is going to be a B. And it's a great shot from Glacier with the relay ball, able to get out alive as well.
Yeah, that is huge from Glacier to be able to get. And Spring manages to get one as well, again onto Layla, who has been honestly quite absent this map compared to his previous endeavors. It looks like the sight hit is going to remain on B. The spam is good. There's not a damn thing that Glacier can do. There's really not much that Spring can do to help him either. He has upgraded, and Aluba is on the flank. How has this gone this way? Alikiki managing to save it.
Honestly, that could have been devastating, but that convergent paths saves the round. Ult invested versus the eco, but it was damn well invested from Falikiki. Also, great awareness by a team to clear that corner that would the Neon was still sitting in. Glacier now back on an operator. What damage can he do?
Likely not a whole lot. But at this point, A-team guaranteeing themselves once again a lead at the half. The question is, how much more damage can they do? How well can they set themselves up here for the defending side? The side that, like you said, has been so heavily favored for this map, at least in this region. Info gathered, and unfortunately Darien not really able to capitalize off of it. Trailblazer does get some good info though. Aluba also gets great value. Flash is there. Potentially use another one, is going to do so. Layla is ready and waiting though. There he goes. Waking up a little bit.
It's your initiator down. Oh, a bit too greedy there from Aluba. Try to flash in himself, but Yosemite on this A side is still a force to be reckoned with. Picks up 2. Backup is there as well. Layla might get not the refract here.
Yeah,
1v4, 14 seconds. Impossible for Layla to clutch this. Let's be honest. And Wolves Esports are not giving him an opening. Okay, let's almost with too little time. Just getting another Raz online. That's it.
Yeah, I just don't really think that was a great entry from a team. I really think that there were two players ready. One got dinged, kind of just because he kind of started to peek by himself, and then they at that point Dingwei still took a 1v1. So it was just kind of like 1v1 v1 v1 v1, and it was literally all Yosemite had to do was just sit there. So you know, like obviously good on him for being patient, but that's just rough. And now things starting to get a little hasty once again. Aaron swinging into the operator without any info and falls early. So now at that point, that's your lurk gone. That's great info for the Wolves players.
Yeah. Can use all that you did. Trying to use the res though, but with the res, the instant pop on the overdrive. Glacier picks up 4 and Darian finishes the job. It's just Monk by himself. What a great reactive play from Wolves. They were so ready for that potential rest coming through. And yeah, Monk, you're not getting out alive. Might be able to TP. Wait, whoa. That's not possible. No. You're kidding me.
No, surely not. That is absolutely insane.
Okay, he is spotted by the cam though.
The gall on this guy. Smoke is out, but I'm not sure if he's expecting so many players to be on the flank. The flash is good. It gets info, and they swing. Yosemite grabs the kill, and that is that. Recovery.
What a round. Yeah, great recovery in the end here from Wolves. I mean, at least getting 5 defensive rounds, and especially predicting this res from Layla coming through, and Glacier just tearing through them. But is it enough? Is 5 defender rounds enough on a map like Summit for a Wolves esport team that has been struggling, especially on attack thus far in stage 2?
Absolute insanity. And you know what? Hold on. Which spray do we like better? The top one. Surely
yeah,
it's the
I'm gonna go
that
with
one
the
is just
top one.
legendary. It's just legendary. Come on. Yep. Come on. I need that one to win.
What? No. Heresy.
And heresy.
What is going on?
This is okay. All right. You know, I don't know how I feel about this one. Go on. Go. No. What? What is going on? Oh no.
Okay, that is. I think we jinxed it.
That's got to be a caster curse or something. Like, I don't know how I just caster
my boy
cursed.
Breach. My boy Breach got robbed.
Right? I don't know. We just caster cursed the halftime segment. But you know what? Look, I mean, talking about the game a little bit further, 8 teams sitting at a 7-5. What did you think about that half, especially the end of it? Because, I mean, to be honest, Wolves managed to stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they made the best out of the end of that first half, for sure. At least getting them to 5 rounds. But I am worried. I'm gonna be honest, for a team like Wolves. I mean, we know there's a lot of Wolves fans out there. One of these teams that had such a crazy run at Masters last year, but it feels like it's been so long ever since Wolves really has shown greatness. Them dropping out as the first team of play-ins would be devastating.
Looks like we have I have an update on the halftime situation. It was not the sprays. It was actually a question of whether the audience preferred ear spa versus tea of Chengdu, and that was the question. And you know what?
Okay, now I get it.
I'd like to make a formal apology because I personally would prefer tea of Chengdu as well.
Do you not prefer ear spa. What the hell is ear spa? Am I stupid?
冲冲冲！
Spa for your ear.
Yeah, but yeah, what? Am I just gonna get my ears cleaned?
I mean, yeah, that sounds tough. That sounds so
Or is
cool.
it like an ear
I
massage?
mean, both sound super cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I probably
The
should.
Key of Chengdu
should
just sounds
get
mystical.
that.
Oh, whoa, hold on.
Yeah,
And I'm
there's stuff
talking about it.
happening.
I'm talking about what the audience would prefer. We got a game going on. First bit of the half. What is going on with the classic? Spring
还剩一
trying
名
to
敌，
survive. Can he? No, he cannot. A team claiming the pistol. And oh my.
Cool, calm, and collected. Nothing to see here.
Right?
Monk just chilling in the smoke, right-clicking his way
剩一名敌人。
to success.
Yeah.
I feel like those were like all right-click kills on his side.
Absolutely. But I'll tell you what, honestly, that haunt proved to be a huge thorn in Wolves' side. That I'm surprised no one actually broke it.
Yeah. That's not the start Wolves were hoping for. Finally, another pistol for A team, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
去去就回。
Oh, that Prowler does not spot anything. The Folly Kiki still fishing for a kill. He gets out with the refrag, but most importantly, also able to throw that saturate in last second. Just stopping the advance of Wolves. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
I guess that's the round.
Yeah, I mean,
Unless-
you would figure. You
I
would
mean,
figure.
unless Wolves are just pulling off some heroics with the classics versus a Cypher's site. I mean, Cam destroyed. There's Layla waiting in the wings as well.
True.
Does not have much util left. There's the last slow orb expended, but the rest of A team already here.
I feel like they just need to wait. There's a Cypher. Oh, never mind. No, they don't. They don't need to wait at all. I was gonna say this is the Cypher site, so like it could just run into the trips and there's the round, but doesn't even matter. They just swing into them, kill them all, and A team is feeling good right now.
剩子弹。
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's a tough one. I mean, nothing
Oh,
to
he
do
got a
about
collat
that. They were
through
just-
that? What?
Wait, really?
He got
I
a
didn't see that
collat
one.
through the cage. That is.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. Is exactly right. Now, this is certainly going to be a swing round, just given the fact that A team, if they manage to get this, would be in such a good position. Refract is there and should be able to get healed by Layla, who is nearby, but Aluba is ready with the trade as well. Now, no more controller player alive for A team. That could prove to be spell a little bit of trouble, just a tad.
Oh.
This position. Oh, hold on. This position could be huge. Are they going to clear him? No, they
my
don't.
goodness!
小队治疗。
Feel like could have maybe even waited a little longer. With some trigger discipline, but picks up that one kill, and honestly, with the gun disadvantage, every kill is a win for A team at the moment. How did that become a 2v2? And gun upgrades now for A team as well. This is looking dangerous for Wolves.
Absolutely, and they're both going to go from the CT side. The spike will go down. They have plenty of time at this point, so they can clear as methodically as they feel like they need to. Trailblazer only going to find one. It's a bait play, so they're expecting Aaron to potentially be in a different location. They have no idea where he is.
人工智能。
Oh, that's a go flash though. They're just buying a lot of time now. It'll come down to aim, and it looks like A team's aim is better. Ding way.
Oh
We'll
my.
secure it. What is going on? The bonus converted. That is the worst case scenario for Wolves right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Aaron the ability to come out on top there. A player that has honestly, in my opinion, looked quite shaky this map. And the last has really been honestly, that's huge value there. You have to respect it. And now the scoreline sitting at 5 and 10, 3 in a row. Really, at this point, 5 in a row. Actually, hold on. No, never mind. That's the other side. 3 in a row for A team. But either way, case in point, they're doing quite well for themselves.
I mean, it's been 5 defender rounds in a row.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
There you go. Easy. But eco for Wolves now. This will potentially send A team to 11. Wolves Esports facing elimination here on Summit, ending their 2026 season way too early.
Yeah. I mean, this would not be the result they wanted. How in the world has Monk gotten away with utter robbery? Crazy!
What?
How has he got 3? What is that? It's reminiscence of the Haven play that we saw earlier. I'm getting deja vu.
And he's so nonchalant about it. Oh my god, look at him. Like, to re-peak that with 22 HP, then switching to the classic, re-peaking it again. This man knows no fear. Topping the scoreboard for his team now. 11-5. This is a must-win round for Wolves Esports.
Absolutely. Their economy is so shaky, but that's huge. Valikiki falls early. Glacier, huge kill with that operator. Are gonna see the wall get popped up. It will get broken. We could see a swing potentially. We do, but that will prompt Layla to go ahead and break the trip and just back off a little bit, and now understands that Wolves have mid control.
I mean, them breaking that second piece of the wall was crucial. Otherwise, Layla would have gotten a nasty angle on them. Does drop down, though, with that A site. Will be hit, but it's a good nightfall. Giving away some of these positions, stopping the initial advance, but will be able to follow up on it. Mong actually TP'd into that. Right behind them. They must have heard it, but it's not going to peak just before the rest of his team arrives. Layla is still in mid, clearing those corners. It's going to take a while. He's going to join them.
Yeah, but I mean,
should
this
not
kill
be
onto,
able to make this retake work.
This kill onto Darien is going to be extremely important. Glacier manages to get a kill with the smoke too. That's so unfortunate. This has worked out quite well for Wolves, I will say that much. As Monk manages to find one. Manages to steal that. Glacier's life is just going to run for his own. As the spike ticks ever closer. Wolves will find a 6th, but so much work left to do if they want any hope of saving this map, saving the series, and saving their chances of continuing on in this lower bracket run.
One by one. So they're going to get these. Good round from Glacier and a good post plant. So overall, just great positioning from Wolves. Knowing where they could take the fights versus A team, especially how they were split up in this retake. But there's still enough money in the pockets for A team to get another buy with that safe gun from Monk. But the attacking operator, something they need to be aware of. And Glacier once again picks up first blood.
And it's so dangerous. This mid choke all of a sudden becomes sort of a death trap when you have an op just posted on that line so consistently, and it's resulted in them either getting mid control very easily, or it's resulted in someone falling early. In this case, that's Layla, who, like I said, has just not been as good as, honestly, we've expected him to be this entire time. But here comes the entry onto the A site. Could potentially see a 1v1 here. Monk trying to get something. It's a watch with the operator. There's only 2 left now. Neural Theft getting popped as well.
Yeah, I was about to say this should be another save, but another player falls. Aaron is known now. They will hunt him down most likely. It's just so much time left on the clock.
All quiet on the Western Front, at least at the moment. As the entirety of Wolves go hunting, they look for Aaron. Where he might possibly be. They're just going the wrong direction, though. They likely are not going to find him. And Aaron is going to go ahead and save that weapon. And honestly, it's good on him to do so because, honestly, at this point, A-Team don't really have a whole lot economy-wise to work with. That's the big issue here.
Yeah,
so kind of
they still have the lead. But they need to be wary of this operator in mid. It's been a success round after round now for Wolves, and basically gives them an avenue to get back into this map, and that is the last timeout taken from A-Team.
Yeah.
They need 2 more rounds to continue their play-ins run and send Wolves packing, but feels like momentum has been shifting quite a bit in these last couple rounds.
Absolutely. And you know what? Coaches look a little less happy than we've seen them previously on this map when they were up. I think it was like 6-3. And honestly, like I think they still have the right formula. I think they still need to, you know, there's certain things they need to adjust to. They really, really need to adjust to this op, because if they don't, they're going to continue to get punished for it. And not just necessarily with players falling, but I think they need to establish mid control with some utility early on. That's going to be hugely important, because if Wolves can't manage to get these up lines up, it's just not going to work. Yeah. And they're going to be forced to kind of play these chokes. Honestly, A-Team doesn't even have to stay mid. They can just use the util, kind of show presence early, rotate fast, whatever they have to do. And that's kind of the way they were playing on Haven in a lot of ways. So I think they need to go back to that.
Yeah, and it is the solo Vandal on Aaron. It's been struggling a bit, but gets to keep that one. It's a stacked B site. The same approach from Wolves that we've seen in these last couple rounds, where they're just trying to fish for a kill early on in mid, but this time around A-Team are just not going to give him that opening. But it's also Nico, so of course they cannot play and face that operator as aggressively as they potentially would in a buy round. Can Layla get here? Just some info. Wait, there's a wall behind him? There's an opening for him to get out, right?
That's interesting.
What?
Whoa. No.
Huh? Layla?
All right. A little ambitious. I've seen him do that before. But I don't know how I quite feel about it. The idea there is just to be able to get the 1 kill and just kind of maybe multi-frag. But if it doesn't work, it just seems a little silly, to say the least.
Yeah.
Here comes the paranoia. Glacier's position noted, but nothing you can really do about it. He's got 3. And he's got the overdrive online now as well. Aaron, once again, last one to stand. And
what?
He got 3!
What?
What? No time to defuse, but what in the world has Aaron done?
I mean, what was that random peek towards cave?
I need to see that replay. Like yesterday. I gotta see that. That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
There's no universe
in
which that should work.
I mean, we're probably gonna see it from his POV now.
Yep.
It's just, it's just randomly
two.
Glacier peeking towards Cave, the third player that was previously aiming there, hiding behind the box, giving that opening. I mean, it was clean aim from Aaron, and it did not matter overall, but that's just some weird showing from Wolves.
Yeah.
In a round like that.
It's a little strange. Now, A-Team able to fully buy up this time with an op of their own in the hands of Falikiki as Wolves look to approach the B site. And they are going to do so. Trailblazer broken and a whole lot of util being expended here. The entry is there. The big thing is, I mean, how much are they going to be able to clear? Everyone, almost everyone, noted in the main choke, and everyone on A-Team converge on these players. Yosemite finds one, but it seems to be just a consolation. Never mind.
Oh my goodness. Why is this getting so close again? Aaron peeking into the
way.
Yosemite just claiming kill after kill. 4K on the Cypher operator. What is this map?
Unbelievable. I'm genuinely speechless at how that round ended up in Wolves' hands, because to be perfectly honest, A-Team completely had them dead to rights, and then they just swung one by one with the operator. Look at this 1v again from Aaron. It's the 1v1s that he seems to be taking so consistently. It's a detriment to the team at certain times. It's just, you cannot be doing these things at this level of play. And honestly, even then, Falikiki's lucky to get away with his life in that situation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's nuts.
This could have been the generational throw from A-Team that brings Wolves straight back into this map.
It could be. And we saw a similar throw on Ascent. So this would be, I mean, look, if A-Team end up losing the series, it would be utterly heartbreaking to, you know, kind of go through this entire tier 2 tournament, through the entire lower oh my god, he's not spotted out, but still gets cleared out. That's gonna be the rifle down, but kind of just saying, like, for them to be able to kind of go through this entire tier 2 tournament and be in a situation where they're hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait,
He's gonna kill himself? Yes, he is! Still spammed out!
Yeah, you cannot survive that forever. Overdrive plus operator. Interesting combo for Glacier. He's gonna be able to take that space. Falikiki just lives another day, but he's all by himself. Tries to get Glacier first, but too clean on the shot. 3K, and it's only one round separating these two teams. Wolves find a way back. And honestly, we're talking about a challengers team here. That's a team that's not used to playing on a stage like that, rather. And nerves are showing, it seems like.
I agree. It's the nerves, but it's also the fact that I think they kind of are underestimating Wolves' ability to kind of just keep their heads together. I mean, a lot of times when you're in tier 2 Valorant and that kind of space, you'll end up having situations where when you build enough momentum, you can just kind of consider the game won. I mean, obviously there are exceptions to that, but in large part, you'll have teams that will kind of just fall over and say, all right, go next. All right. This is not the case. This is tier 1 Valorant. That's just not going to happen nearly as often. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing that right now. Wolves are, you know, doing their best. They truly, truly are. And it is showing.
And it's actually Wolves taking their last time out here after this comeback run, giving A teams a chance to adapt to some of these rounds. interesting choice there from Alex R, but potentially saw something he needed to talk about, that he needed his team to be aware of, to be able to close the gap and take them over the finish line. 5 rounds in a row. A team still in the lead, but this could be the equalizer.
I mean,
And it's
again, another pick. And part of it also is just the fact that A team is sort of at this point becoming a little bit predictable. Falakiki peeking the same exact angle that he has swung this entire half. And they've already lost a player. So now Wolves establishing mid control, potentially look to split A. 2 players spotted out on B, so now they know realistically where these last 2 players should be as well.
Oh, no, it's a bit of a dire situation here, but what?
No.
Does not stick that one. But did we try to bring the fight to him nonetheless? Only gets rid of Yosemite. Layla does have a res.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's the smart thing to do
here.
here.
There is Kiki in the spot that is available to them. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take.
Yeah.
Are they gonna save or are they gonna? No, it looks like they're saving.
Okay, they're just gonna save it. Yeah, I mean that's the smart decision, to be perfectly honest. Even if you were to pop the res here, the op is on whatever. You don't know what line the operator is on. You know where these players are on this site. They've clearly already got their position set up. It's just, it would be a really rough retake to win. Nigh on impossible.
So what has really changed in this timeout for A team? It seems like they were trying to show some aggression towards B main, right? Getting like pressuring Yosemite early on, not giving him the space to lurk as much as he did in the past. But if you're still gonna just peek the operator, dry peek it in mid, if you really learned anything from the past rounds,
it has been the blunder of this entire half, and Alakiki has been the one making it a lot of the time. I mean, we saw this guy swing with a sheriff, we saw this guy swing with an op, we saw this guy swing with a vandal, and he's fallen a lot of the time. It's just there's so little value gained. He is just going to say, you know what, I'm not doing that anymore. He's going A.
I mean, Glacier has been so successful in this second half. He's carried Wolves to some of these wins in the past before, but this time around, this weird Sage wall that doesn't really block it, but limits the space that they can take, is actually gonna spell his demise here. For Glacier, no res available on the side of Wolves, and that is a player's advantage finally for A team.
And that's the Layla that we expect to see, and now the site hit perfectly telegraphed. They all tumble and they all fall. Spring and Yosemite, the only ones left, but if there was anyone to do it, it would be them. They cannot stand to it at all. And that is match point, series point for A team.
What is going on? It's that one round where they take these fights a bit more passively. What is that? Sage wall, I still don't know it. I know whether he was boosting himself up earlier on.
That's likely what it was, to be honest. But I mean, either way, Layla getting that one kill was so impactful that it won them that round. And honestly, could potentially win them this series, as now they're able to buy up again and are sitting with the advantage. They
look at the ultimates as well. Back. It's 4 ultimates available for A team.
Oh yeah.
To potentially close out this game. Seekers for Aluba.
Look at their position.
We probably
here.
Want to pull it.
Look at their position. They've got 3 on A, 1 rotating over, but the thing is that 2 of the A players are literally sitting linked. They don't have to care. They literally can just use the convergent paths and then the wall. That's exactly what they're going to do. And here comes the crunch.
But Yosemite's still the one that picks up the first frag. Dingwei will be brought back. I mean, a lot of util and ultimates traded here for pretty much no gain on either side.
Yeah. I mean, the only real thing left is the neural theft on both sides. But here's the problem. Are they going to swing into Glacier? That is the real problem that they've been facing literally this entire time!
Good sanctuary! Falling Kinky with the hero play! But it goes down to Dario and it's a 2v2. The playoffs run on the line for Wolves, but they do get the plant down, most importantly. Aaron, all by himself, finds himself in a 1v2, but he picks it up nonetheless. The neural theft to help out Dingwei, but Yosemite! He's the one who would want in a clutch like that. The veteran picking up the pieces once again for Wolves Esports and sending us into overtime.
I mean, he picked up the pieces and put them all back together. We are going to overtime. And honestly, this series completely deserving of it. Utter insanity that we saw. I mean, we saw an all-out brawl to start out, a reset, and then trades galore, and then Yosemite with the wherewithal to just pre-fire that angle. That is insane. Unbelievable scenes.
I mean, it's that one round that almost sent them home, but Wolves once again resilient. And now I mean we're flipping sides again. A-team were showing such a strong attacking half as well. Can they find their momentum again?
That's the real question here. I mean, it seems like momentum on either side is halted. Obviously, part of that's due to the economy, but there's the op. It's now shown. We could see a kill here. Spam isn't good. Somehow, Aaron has gotten away with his life, and that's the lurker spotted out. But that's also huge amounts of info gained for A-team. They now know where the operator is and the strong side of the map.
Yeah, but it takes so long for them to really get onto A side. Yosemite buying so much time, and they are taking it a bit slower for now. Using that wall. It's actually a good wall, but immediately broken up by Wolves. Plan will come through, but it's a 5v5 still. Not a lot of damage on either side. Aaron's lurk still in effect, but it's a 4-man retake through cave. Are they going to expect that many players to flood on side already?
I'm not sure.
3 of them through already. Yosemite this time around on the operator. And these tools are going either way. Yosemite finds through Aaron's lurk. Might just secure them the round. He gets a third one. But Darren's 2K wins it for Wolves. Map and serious point for them now.
The players, they are just absolutely, they're on it. The heroics on full display from every single one of these Wolves players. And you can see how much this game, this match, this play-in to playoff run means to them. And we are going to see another timeout here come out from A-team, potentially a set play here. So now at this point, Wolves, who have the advantage for what seems like the first time in this entire map, the first time in this entire series, honestly, they really just have to say, hey, let's make sure we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. Make sure we kind of expect the unexpected here coming into this round. Prepare for any weirdness that might happen. That's what they need to do. They're one round away.
We're seeing some desperate faces there on the side of A-team. I mean, there were players literally shaking after that last round. You could tell how much is on the line for them, how much this means to them. What a map. I mean, how close they are right now to eliminating a tier 1 team, but they gotta get over this first. Win another round on defense, which they've been struggling with. Like, if you take away that pistol round of the anti-eco, there's only 3 gun rounds that they actually won on defense overall.
Yeah, this is looking, like you said, desperate. Completely desperate. And that jump peak, honestly, is quite good. Reveals Layla's position there in mid. Going to be forced off the angle. And the guiding light will not reveal any info.
Operator on Layla as well. Glass cannon Sage. Ooh. A glass cannon peeking into an Odin is an interesting choice. Still goes for it. Neither side loses a player here, and it's gonna be a B hit, it seems like.
And here comes the entry. That's a good start from the 18 players. And Folly Kiki trying to do it. Spring and Yosemite equalizing 2v2. One player with an operator left. It's Layla and Aaron. 2 players. What put in mountains of work, mountains of effort. It's all left to them. To stew, to retake the site, and time ticking away, their hopes ticking away. What can they do? And one found! Second one found! Aaron! Capitalizing on every opportunity that he finds! And it is double OT we go!
My goodness, look at these players. I'm speechless.
I'm nervous for them.
Redeeming himself after a couple of questionable rounds. Kiki as well, doing his best to stop this B execute. And then it's just Aaron all by himself to give a team another chance at this. I don't know, Nobi. This is...
Yeah, I genuinely couldn't tell you who was going to win. I couldn't tell you.
And I feel sorry for either side at this point. Like, I don't want any of these teams to be eliminated, but that's just esports.
Man, but I mean, A-Team's run has just been nothing shy of incredible. I mentioned it earlier, how they made it through their entire lower bracket, barely even qualified to the Tier 2 playoffs. Made it all the way here. Are now, after their loss to Trace, in a horrible position! Layla! What in the world is that? They've all converged! Oh my goodness! Falakiki missed the player on the entry, but it didn't even matter. Layla still managed to get the kill. Aluba's position is noted. And this is just turned from bad to worse for Wolves.
This should be A-Team's round. A flawless to start off this second OT. What a come again look at these players.
Pure relief. Pure relief.
Yeah. What they've been through on this day already. It's not over yet, but they get another chance at ending Wolves Esports 2026 season. And what an upset it would be.
It would be an incredible upset. We've seen so many of those in the past day or two of VCT globally.
It's a double. It's an operator and the Odin invested now on this attacking side here for Wolves. This time around, Not quite finding the opening that they were hoping for. A late wall towards A main, but looks like they're just gonna advance through mid. Yosemite in the lurk. Already deep, but will be spotted by this camera if he decides to cross this without the cage.
True. An operator noted as well over on the side of the attackers, so they're just kind of at this point, they're chilling
This wall
out.
is so good now.
Yeah, the wall is incredible. It's going to completely telegraph the site hit. The problem is Darian going to be able to... Okay, he doesn't even have to dash over. Kiki finds one too. Oh my goodness.
Wait, Layla does get out, but is spotted. Glacier's just running them down on the Odin. A side cleared, but with the lurker out, it's a 3v3 retake to bring this home, but Glacier's had enough of it. It's just Neon Odin gaming. Aaron could find a timing here, but the operator already expects his position. Dingwei in the 1v3, and it looks a lot like we're gonna head into OT number 3. Dingwei gets one, 2 more remaining. But even the overdrive popped now. The slide just to confirm his position. It's just too many angles. He does get another one. No, the reload comes through and Spring secures it.
Not enough ammo, just barely running out. Time low, ammo low, not able to get it done. And Crafty, if there was a series that deserved a triple overtime, it would be this one.
Man, I have another best of 3 coming after this. That's gonna be a long day.
You. Because I don't know what is going to top this. Seriously. Utter insanity.
We've seen so many defended map points now. Defended serious points even. And once again, it's A team that has to strike first. A side was open quite a bit, but with that smoke, Glacier is able to cross. Does Folly Kiki take a timing here? Out of the smoke.
Essentially.
No, he's spammed out. It's not what you want to see. On the side of A team, not a single player gonna be able to survive this one. Wolves again with the A side hold.
It is so back and forth. It is so back and forth, and we could honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at all if A team were able to come up with this defense round here upcoming, but of course Wolves looking to close it out. And the crazy part about this round, Crafty, was that they played flood. There was no one on the site to start out. They just completely flooded in based on the positioning of the smoke. And it worked out perfectly for them.
Do A team have the nerves, the resilience to come back once more on a stage like that, in a match like that? Folakiki already took a lot of damage, so we'll be able to be healed back up. Darian barely escapes with the refrag, but it's Layla all by himself. What? Glacier looking to the wrong direction. That's one kill handed over, but now Folakiki hit by the Trailblazer does not get out. Man advantage for Wolves.
A lot of kills found. Whoa! Monk whips under the pressure! And that is it! Wolves send A team home! Coming all the way from tier 2 into play-ins! And they lose out! Utter heartbreak for A team as Wolves claw their way back and reverse sweep A team after losing their own map pick. You can see how devastating it is for these players.
Yeah. I mean, understandably so. What an effort for them. What is showing they almost eliminated Wolves Esports, but in the end it was just not enough. Great showing nonetheless by some of these players individually and as a team. But Wolves Esports get away with it.
Yeah.
Live another day in this lower bracket.
And in reality, I think a lot of it came down to lack of adaptation from A team. It took them way too long to figure out what the problem was, especially on that defense half on Summit. It was so many times where they were just either losing control of mid or just giving up a first blood right away. It was honestly, that's probably what lost them the match. And obviously the thing that makes it even more heartbreaking is the fact that they came so close. They had such a lead. They set themselves up perfectly to just get this entire thing, and it unfortunately just did not work out for them. So it's unfortunate. I have to feel for those players so much, so much. But obviously we now know there's so many more people who know their names, who know their faces, and that is it. Let's go ahead and see what we got with the interview.
恭喜狼队拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们也是请到了有 Yosemite 选手接受我们的采访。Hello， 你好。
大家好，我是狼队的
Hello everyone, I'm Wolves
非常
Esports.
焦灼的一场比赛，也是拉满了，也为大家展现了狼队的韧性。那赢下这场生死局，想先让大家来了解一下。
How are you feeling now after winning this knockout round?
觉得
He says he feels very tired. The game went on very long and it was very hard fought.
是一场鏖战啊。那其实你今天的个人发挥非常亮眼，尤其在图二亚海选手。
You had a great personal performance, especially on the second map, getting a lot of information and a lot of kills. You've said in previous interviews that you are not super satisfied with your own performance. How do you rate your performance today? He says map 1 they were slow to warm up and they kind of like the other team were just kind of beating them up. So for map 2 and 3 they warmed up and were able to fight back. Darian has gone back to WOL after 90 days of not playing it. How do you think this comp differs from your double sentinel comp? He says they just picked a comp that would make Darian more comfortable. And he thinks that against the other team, the double sentinel of the other team, it was relatively easy to play. You will have another knockout round to play against EDG before you guys can make it to playoffs. What do you think will be the most difficult part of playing them? He says he's always liked playing against EDG because whether they win or lose against strong teams, they learn a lot, even though they have yet to beat EDG. And he thinks that next time he can beat them. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture and then it'll be time for the prize draw.
I mean, what an incredible storyline it would be if Wolves Esports just barely get away from elimination versus a Challengers team and then send EDG home and play in lower bracket. But still a lot of work ahead of them, it seems like. What a series this has been. You could tell, I mean, Yosemite even said it there in the interview, Nobi. It was just exhausting, to say the least.
Yeah, I completely get why. I mean, that was a barn burner of a series, and he said it was hard fought. It completely was. That I agree with, but in every sense of the word. I think the big thing, though, that I want to kind of talk about is looking forward for Wolves. I mean, whatever team won this match was going to face EDG next, and obviously, you know, an EDG that has shaky form and kind of has a lot of question marks surrounding them right now, but it's EDG nevertheless. I mean, you have the likes of Kong who at times just literally can take over an entire match, right? So it is going to take a lot. Clearly Yosemite is confident, and that is the first and honestly, in my opinion, one of the most important steps to being able to come out with a win against a team of that caliber. But you know, it is going to come down to more than just that, right? You know, it is going to come down to the way they play at the end of the day. And I think that they got their stuff in gear, but they need to be on that, like kind of playing with great form from the jump, you know. And I think,
yeah,
you know, it's if they look as shaky as they did during this series, it's not going to look good for them going into the EDG match. But I mean, either way, look, I think they certainly have a shot. It's just going to depend on who's good on the day.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so much back and forth in this series, and this last map, especially with a triple overtime. I'm just going to be interested to see how they were able to keep their calm during the round. So let's listen to some of these player comps.
回速了，来，他们进不了点，进不了点了，这样出来我给闪，表哥，可能出了啊 ，A 点可以再架的，A 点可以再架的，没掉，没进，我抓了闪，待会儿再，我虚人，好，来傻瓜，我走了，出来吧，你在这里架住吧，我被晃了，没有，我要架那个，别急，架，别急，他们拿爆点了，他们有爆点，等一下，我可以来这里开大，好，准备，我在眼里，来开。 我被大了，我给他震了，拿，nice，let's go，包好我的这样，这里，我打2，这我一个3分，真的可能，包，被人在车道了，照，我这，好，我看包后，传这边，我打，等一下我地包。 我下包了，我在右边喽，我在你上。
And in a match as close as this one, a lot of it will come down to the individual plays, the hero plays, and then ultimately also just the rounds where you just have the entire team kind of doing their part. Like it is everything counts. And as you can see, our MVP for the match would be Glacier, and for great reason. I mean, this guy had so much value with so many different weapons, not just the rifles, but that op was so oppressive for the entirety of the game. It honestly, A-Team had virtually no answer to it. I mean, just look at that play with the overdrive too.
Yeah, I mean, he was popping off when his team needed him the most. And I talked about it earlier. Wolves didn't have a lot of success in the group stage thus far, but a lot of times when they were actually performing well, it was because Glacier had some of these highlight maps, and on the back of his performance here on Summit, they certainly were able to pull through. It was a tough one, and he had a couple of difficult rounds as well, but overall, I mean, especially in the last attacking round with the Odin on the Neon, just going in, just pure confidence, knowing that he's gonna win these fights.
Yeah, I mean, even taking a look at the scoreboard, obviously we were talking about Glacier. Yosemite is no player to scoff at. This guy had 26 kills right behind him. I mean, he was insane, utterly insane, and this was just a crazy map, but a crazy series. I think this was the perfect capstone to it. Yeah, A-Team looked completely dominant for most of this, the entire first half. Obviously they you know, things kind of went a little bit shaky. It kind of seemed like it could go one way or another, especially when you had Wolves go on that, I think it was like a 6-round win streak. Absolutely insane stuff. And where we taking a little bit of a different look at Yosemite here with 7 multi-kills, by the way, and a 228 ACS. Great stuff. Overall, excellently played. And like I said, the Wolves complete that reverse sweep.
Casual 40% headshot percentage as well.
Right.
You take those. No, that's just Yosemite doing Yosemite things. And even though they kind of got him in check later into the second half, and they were more aware of his lurks, he didn't have the same amount of impact that he had on Ascent. He still was, I mean, such a menace in some of these rounds. It's so many great holds nonetheless. And it's just a guy that you want in these clutches. I mean, he was the one that sent them into OT in the first place. It's pure insanity. Like it's crazy. Either of these teams could have made it and would have deserved to advance, but
100%.
unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to A team today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we had to say goodbye. And look, I mentioned it before the series started. The core of Wolves was going to determine the outcome of this series. Yosemite certainly did. Glacier certainly did. They put on a show for us. Both teams did. So GG's, absolutely well played to Wolves, and a great attempt for A team. But looking forward, there's still more action left to come. We've got Keep Best Gaming versus Fun Plus Phoenix coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
If you catch my drift. Next to me, come on.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark
could set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We could set the world on fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We could set the world on fire.
Welcome back. It's time for game number 2 here at VCT China. VCT China? Yeah. Project Horizon. Plains. Lower bracket. Okay, I'm losing it already. We haven't even started yet. That last series took its toll on me. My name's Crafty, and I'm no longer joined by Nobi, but by Tank. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. I was getting ready when I saw that we had like an 11-5 lead on Summit for A team, and then I sat here in complete and utter disbelief what was going on, and I have a gut feeling that the same thing could happen for the next series that is coming up.
Please don't. Please don't jinx it. The match hasn't even started yet. Yeah, we do have another elimination match coming up. It's the second one of the day. Another team will end their 2026 season today, and it's either Keep Best Gaming, the #1 seed for the Challengers qualifier, or Fun Plus Phoenix. Honestly, a team that I did not expect to see this early in this position.
Not really, but they struggled so much against JDG on the first day of play-ins, and now they have to face a challenger team, and not just any challenger team, but the one who is bringing Ackerman back to VCTCN. I mean, he always had a solid performance playing on, I think it was DRG, and now is presenting one of the best challenger teams in the region. So having him in VCTCN Stage 2 is certainly a blast.
Yeah, I mean, they were dominating this Challengers year so far, only picking up this roster in March. But now, with the addition of Akman, you pointed it out in June, or in July rather. Yeah, adding to that experience. But yeah, they will meet this new Fun Plus Phoenix lineup. They brought Coconut in, they brought Shalila in, and with that, a couple changes came through. We have Kovac on the smokes now and in the controller role, but they still looked like a team that would be able to challenge some of these stronger teams here in VCT China, but they kind of fell flat thus far. Would you agree?
They 13-0'd JDG on Summit a couple of days ago and then just decided to stop playing ever since the second half of Sunset and allowed that big JDG comeback. And on the third map, honestly, they felt like a completely different team. Nothing I've seen on Summit was able to show up on that last map. And I feel like if we get the first map performance of FPX today, this is gonna be an easy peasy 2-0. But if we're gonna get the map 3 performance of FPX, I'm not gonna say anything. I have a feeling that VCT CN is gonna lose one of their teams to a challenger team today.
I mean, it almost happened already earlier versus Wolves and a team, and that's an interesting stat. If I'm reading this correctly, yeah, Coconut has participated in all 13 O's in VCT China. Is that correct?
That could be.
That was. Did I just see that correctly? That's crazy.
I've witnessed 2 of those. So I'm not sure for the first one, but the second and the third were definitely with him.
Maybe you're the 13-0 magnet
I'm the
of VCT China.
Oh, I'd rather not. I didn't expect to witness 2 13-0s within such a short time, and I'm certainly not looking for another one today because honestly, I feel like Keep Best Gaming is going to make this very, very competitive, especially with one player I want to highlight being Kristen, who not only had a very, very strong headshot percentage on the first day of play-ins, but also outgrew the top aimers of VCTCN, and with a 40+% headshot rate on both maps they played and that are available online. He's now above Slowly, above Vukashu, above Aya, above all of these top fraggers. And yes, it is only been one series for him, but if he can keep up with those numbers, holy.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw a couple clean shots here in the skirmish as well prior to the match. Currently, Cetron leading that one, and it looks like he might just close it out. Yeah, so FPX at least winning that battle prior to the match. It's one thing, so they do get the choice of being first or second pick here. Speaking of which, a map veto that we saw yesterday or 2 days ago between FPX and JDG were hinting on. There was like so much in between pure dominance from FPX and utter disorientation, it seemed like, in the later stages of the series. We get this now. FPX once again. No, it's actually FPX, banning. Well, can I read these? It's Haven, right? Yeah, I was so confused now. And KBG deciding to no longer ban Split, but to get rid of Ascent instead.
It makes sense. I mean, the showing that KBG had on Ascent against TC didn't look too promising, so getting rid of that map makes sense. And the Sunset pick from FPX coming in is something that I kind of expected, but they definitely need to clean up one of the halves because they had a great start on Sunset against JDG with, I feel like, 8-4 lead to halftime. And then the side swap happened and they couldn't convert hardly any attacking rounds, I think it was. So if they can fix that, this could be a very close encounter because Sunset has been the best map from KBG in this tournament. And I feel like the Summit, that was the one that went to overtime on the first day of play-ins for them, could be a nice decider for them as well. The only map where I have struggles to really make a vouch for who's gonna come out on top is the first map we're gonna see, and that's Brace.
Yeah, that is a map pick from KBG. They did pick up a win prior this year already in one of the Challenger tournaments. But other than that, I mean, this is a map that FPX has played some interesting stuff on. I mean, lately we've seen the Harbor Viper plus ISO Jet Sova shenanigans. But I mean, a map where anything can happen, practically. I kind of get why KBG are picking up a map like Breeze, because it has been a bit chaotic ever since it came back into the map pool. Some teams clearly aren't as comfortable on this new Breeze as others. And I feel like that's probably a good bet for KBG to maybe take a map off of FPX. Because, I mean, they need to win this one because they certainly don't want to go into Summit.
I see where the take is coming from, especially with FPX. Well, experimenting with comms on that map a bit. Yeah, they have very wall-heavy comms. You mentioned the one with the ISO, where you have like the Viper and the Harbor, and then the ISO who's also bringing in some sort of a wall. And before that, they even had the Neon in there instead of ISO. So even more of those. We're just gonna throw in yet another wall to slice up the spot somehow and create more angles that make it pretty uncomfortable for your enemies to fight back into those areas. I am pretty excited to see for which comp they're gonna go for today, because both of these are bringing some sort of an advantage, but I don't feel like it is the perfect comp yet. Bringing in the ISO felt interesting, but not like the perfect solution.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a couple of weeks since they played that one. I mean, Breeze not really one of the maps that they were leaning back into most of the time during this second stage, but I still feel like this map Vita favors FPX. I mean, overall, we feel like most of these teams should, most of these matchups of the challenger teams versus tier 1 teams should be in favor of the tier 1 team, especially with a team like FPX, who has so much experience under their belt as well. But I mean, we just got to see how close it can get, especially in a lower bracket scenario where you know that your hopes for champs is on the line today. And if some of these teams show some nerves, it can get pretty dicey real quick.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of both of the teams, because you mentioned it, FPX has so much experience. They are not gonna lose in the first lower bracket run they're gonna face, right? But on the other end, the challenger teams that are just being introduced into the tournament are already this close to being eliminated. So maybe they are gonna outgrow all of our thoughts. I mean, we are looking into different regions where play-ins have started, and a bunch of these challengers teams have been looking so dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, we already had 3 challenger wins in VCT EMEA, with a close 4th on the line as well. So, I mean, these challenger teams have shown that they are capable of taking down some of these giants, some of these veteran teams. But in a situation like that, in a lower bracket run, of course, maybe that's where some of these nerfs could become a factor, rather, for especially the challenger teams. We do see KBG heading onto the stage, and you were mentioning Akman before. That's definitely one of the players on this challenger team that has experienced stages like this before, that has the experience and knows how to perform not only nationally but also internationally. So certainly someone they should be able to rely on in a situation like that.
Yeah, 100%. But on the other end, you have so many of these rather experienced players. Kovac, who is a very vocal IGL and who's been pretty solid on the smokes lately. I feel like especially on the Astra, he's finding so much impact. And then I think all in all, this FPX roster, they are just growing together. At the beginning, when they introduced this roster to us, I felt like, oh, that's a lot of individual talent, and when this is all coming together, this could be great. And this whole process of coming together has to happen rather soon than later, because this is the last chance today to stay in the tournament and to keep the hopes up to go to champs.
Yeah, it would be devastating, honestly, for a team like FPX to drop out this early in play-ins. I mean, yeah, their loss against JDG already was a bit of a fumble. They probably should have been able to close that one out, did not manage to, but they still have a second chance today, but they need to use it. It's gonna be a long run for them, and we were talking about this a couple days ago already. being in the lower bracket in play-ins already puts you in such a bad position. Even if you make the lower bracket run through play-ins, you will end up in the lower bracket of playoffs, right? So you don't have that second chance coming into playoffs, which is just gonna emphasize more how important each of these games are right now if you want to make top 2, because that's what FPX needs to do, right? If they want to reach champs, they basically need to make top 2 in stage 2, so reaching the grand final. And that's such a long way ahead of you if you know you have to start in round 1 of play-ins lower brackets.
Yeah, that is a long walk to go for both of these teams if they want to make it. The possibility is still there, yes, but it is going to be a tough task to ask, and we are this close to heading into the first map of the series to get a feel for how close Keep Best Gaming can keep this, how competitive this is going to be, because to be honest, their showing against TEC certainly surprised me a lot. They could nearly close this out in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, this could be super interesting, especially after this Breeze. If KBG manages to win Breeze here, we're in for a fun sunset. I can tell you that. That's gonna be an interesting one. But I mean, I'm all here for it. I hope that FPX maybe just fix some of their mistakes that we've seen versus JDG, and that KBG can get some of that confidence that they were showing earlier on already in the upper bracket to really manifest a position here in Tier 1 Valorant for them. It'd be exciting to see an underdog win here, but it's also exciting to see some of these team comps. You were hinting at the Neon in FPX's lineup, but look at what KBG just did. They took a page out of FPX's strat book, bringing in that ISO together with the Viper and the Harbor as well.
And the Neon, so they basically have 4 walls. What is going on? I mean, having 3 walling agents has somehow became the matter for Breeze, but having 4 feels a bit crazy. I am so excited to see how this is going to work out for KBG, because this is a comp that somehow feels pretty defensive with the Viper, with the Harbor, but you cannot oversee the aggression and the potential that this has, with Harbor bringing in that extra blinding utility, with Neon being able to just rush onto a site, and with ISO always being able to be a good follow-up agent for that first aggression, just popping the shield and going in there and trying to help the Neon on the way to secure the spots.
Yeah, I mean, they should have thrown in a Phoenix as well, just for good measure. Just give me more walls to throw it.
Is there an initiator with a wall? Could we? Aww.
Just no. Initiators don't get to have walls.
Can we have an initiator with a wall someday soon, please?
I don't know. I mean, what's the closest that would come to something like that? It probably...
I mean, they could bring...
I don't even know what initiators are in the game right now. I was just thinking of Tejo, Sky, Sova, Fate, but what else is there?
Like, there's Breach, and there's KO. Yeah. There is another wall on a stage. That could have been an option, maybe, in a composition like that, but we are not getting the 5th wall someday soon, I think. The comps certainly show me that both of these teams want to play what is fitting themselves best, instead of just blindly copying what everyone is playing, because especially this KBG comp feels pretty cheeky to me, and I think this cheekiness could be a main reason for why they could win this series, because they have to be confident, they have to believe in themselves, believe in their capability of winning against a team like FPX. If you don't believe you can challenge this team 100%, this is going to be rough for you, but this composition is telling me a lot about the confidence that Keep Best Gaming is bringing into the series.
Yeah, you certainly need that one, especially against a guy like this, Kovac, who's been such a dominant player on this FPX roster ever since he joined them this year. One of the probably 2 highlighting players to highlight rather, alongside Coconut, who's already also had an incredible stage 2 thus far. Can FPX pick up the pieces? It's probably going to be the big question mark here. Can they recover from their devastating loss against JDG? We will find out. Or will they falter as well? Will they underestimate a Challengers team as some of these VCT teams have done before?
I mean, not being able to close out a series against JDG where you start off with leading 13-0 on the first map and having a big advantage on the second map is telling a lot about the struggles that FPX is facing, which should be like staying in focus, staying concentrated in a long series. So if KBG can force them to playing more rounds than they probably think they are gonna play, this could be something where we see FPX struggling again. Staying in the zone is so important for a team like that.
And that being said, we are heading into the zone right now, into Breeze. It is map number 1. It is KBG's map pick. It's FPX starting out on attack, and it's just 5-man stack up towards A from KBG, and nothing to find here on B for FPX.
I mean, it is certainly an interesting go for the pistol round, and we already see 3 people shifting up towards mid-top, so there is gonna be some sort of a fast flank, especially now that they're heading towards elbow, which is only guarded by Kovac at the moment, but they are taking a step back, want to group again, want to re-clear mid. They are so uncertain because they left so much space open.
And they will have to push through this cove now, though. Shalula in a great position to answer some of these players pushing through, but when are they going to phase him? He's just going to wait long enough. The peek from the pillar as well. Shalula is still alive. Picks up 2, 45 HP remaining, does go down eventually to Seabeast, and he picks up another one. What a shot! A 1v1 versus Kovac, but the spike is ticking so fast already. I don't think he has the time and he has the chance. He even gets the kill, but it's not enough to win the round. What a showing from Seabeast.
Oh, Seabeast is definitely one player to highlight, because not only is he delivering frags like that, he's also IGLing on this team. I feel like those recon IGL players always have this surprise factor to them. I don't know exactly what it is, but those are always the players who can pop off in the clutches, looking at someone like Coconut on the other end. It is just something that the region is bringing to us. And with those 4 frags, this round got incredibly close for the fact that KBG spent like at least 2/3 of the time re-clearing spaces that they left open to begin with.
I mean, they're just gonna look for some early aggression in this eco. But yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Round's over. They just run into the meat grinder that is A lobby.
Yeah, that was certainly a meat grinder. Not much space to gain there. I think we are gonna see KBG now trying to play some defensive rounds that feel a bit more classy, with just having someone towards mid, having 2 people towards each of the sides, but they keep it stacked towards A for this one. Now they have the better weapons, especially when we see Chalulu just being on the Marshal, so not taking too much of a risk should be the right call for KBG in this round. FPX taking it slow, but they are heading towards A. The stack from KBG shifting towards double doors, though. They are not gonna leave this space open now, do they?
Unfortunately, it does look like it. With the wall up as well now. Wait, they drop it immediately again because they're not gonna go for it. And KBG actually deciding to re-clear that space in mid now with 3 players versus the bonus of FPX. If all the time in the world now can even use the drone to clear that space, the site's completely open.
They don't hear the drone.
Over to B? That's crazy. Yeah, you're right. They're just completely shifting over towards B. It's a free plant on A for FPX.
They were so deep down in spawn, they couldn't hear the drone. They had nothing indicating whether this is going to be A or B, and they just gambled towards B. Now this is going to be a 5v5 retake. This is insanity already.
And they do open that door towards a lobby, so at least keeping this threat of a potential flank alive. But Spike is just ticking and ticking. They do get rid of Satron, but now even with the Viper Wall available to them, a bit more space to be taken. Coconut is taking the long way around. There's so much post-planned util for them now. They do have the Cove, though, they can use for themselves to at least half defuse this Spike. Might even actually pull through. Yeah, Beast gets 3 of those, and the Spike explodes in the faces of KBG.
That was so much utility. I mean, we talked about the walls, yes, but the post-plant utility coming in there from FPX certainly took some time off the clock in this post-plant. I mean, they get this to half with the harbor utility, but then the shots coming out of Aya just way too clean on the Bulldog, and now KBG losing against the bonus round have to play yet another eco round with just having their IGL on a rifle.
That's certainly not the start that they were hoping for, and Shalola just using the Outlaw to his fullest potential, gets an early pick versus Ackman. What a start to this breeze for FPX, and KBG, a bit too many gambles that they've been taking in these early rounds.
I mean, with all the gambles shifting down mid, FPX is now very aware that there could be a flank happening, so I don't really like the KBGs going for that double flank yet again. Jing finding a nice opening on the side, but it is just 1 kill to be found. The weapon's still not good for KBG, so the retake is gonna be a very tough task to ask.
Not quite sure if they heard the dash of Shalola. They're into A main again. They should be aware that there's still a player left. Shalola, of course, still holding that angle. As you said, the flank push is just active duty now. Clean kills, 4K for him. And Aya picks up the last one. The crucial 4th round converted as well. Now a buy round for KBG. Do we see an early timeout already?
I'm not sure. I mean, KBG is showing us a pretty clear idea of how they want to play this map, which is pretty retake heavy with the utility that they have, but they leave so much space open in order to play those retakes without losing players early on in the round that it is making the round incredibly hard for them, especially in the mid-rounding. I like the idea, but I am so happy that I see them playing for something else in this round. They have bigger weaponry, they clear out elbow pretty early, and now they should know there's no one towards B. Get that rotation in soon.
We did see the Viper Wall go up shortly for them on the side of A. Drone clearing that space again, and it would be much quicker on the retake this time around. Even using the kill contract here by Ying, and it is good for exactly that. Ion taken out. No lurk in place anymore, but Spike is still implanted. It's a great relay bolt to deter them from flooding onto side immediately. But now both of these walls are dropping. Viper Wall not in play just yet for FPX. That's the opening that KBG needed. And it's only Kovac. And he needs to get rid of all 4 of them. But that's the first one for KBG on the board, and a decisive one as well.
Yeah, a nice 3k from Jing in that round. He's stealing that first kill away from Ackerman just a little bit. I mean, they have a player trapped in the corner. Ackerman is throwing a relay bolt, swinging, and then the player's just gone off in the kill contract. But very, very nice shots from KBG's ISO player, and now a round on the board for the defensive side, and it was a retake. It is what they are going for, especially with a comp like that, and now seeing that working out is certainly a relief for KBG.
What do we see? How do FPX adapt to this? Now we have an attacking operator in the hands of Shalola. I've seen a lot of attacking operator kills already today in the previous series.
Yeah, Glacier
He made
has
this
been
one where it's a
insane.
pretty close quarter operator though. Slowly walking up elbow.
But not really finding anyone there. It is space left open, certainly, but no one really near, so the operator not the dangerous factor yet. Maybe when CB's is peeking that, there's gonna be a shot coming out of that bigger weapon, but he is going for utility, playing this rather safe.
Yeah, that's a great Viper wall to keep this elbow space controlled for KBG. Forcing FPX to go through the choke point of B main. But they would run into Tonk, but the first operator shot misses. The block onto side, but Tonk somehow gets the first frag. Versus Shalula. Akman already through. Do they really want to push onto the side? It does seem like they have to. The contingency giving him some cover for backside. And they just clean house. No chance for FPX.
Oh, and Tonk staying alive forever in that situation, getting that opening kill. Then there is this danger of one player sliding through, already being in the backside, and still he remains so calm, going for yet another isolated duel, collecting a third in the late game to close the round out. And now we see some sign of life from KBG. New idea found of how to play this. They are not doing this mid-shift anymore, but playing this pretty standard, rotating a bit more towards spawn. FPX now playing this with a bit more pace, but since KBG is going for a retake anyway, that overdrive is not going to give them anything but space.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten the A side for free in most of these rounds, to be honest. Overdrive ran out. Satrot still positioned close to orange, maybe good for one kill or two. Has to wait for the contingency to pass, but the first shot does not hand him the kill he needed. Opman gets rid of it. Already a lot of util invested here. The shock dart comes in. Now the undercut. Coconut needs to be careful. It could be spammed through the smoke. The wall is still up. And it's still good for a kill. But with the Hunter's Fury, this could just be the ultimate. They need it to buy enough time. Another attack. The kill versus Ying. They need to fight this through. It's a great push from Tonkin with that. It's the round for KBG.
Oh, what a lovely push from Tonk in that situation, finding just the right timing to push through the curve and isolate that fight. I mean, the Hunter's Fury definitely took some time off the clock there, but just not enough to convert the round for FPX. This was a rather small buy, having just a bandit on Chalulu, having the overdrive for Sadeshot. They were able to save a bit of money so they can force another round, but after this, economy is going to be an issue for FPX, and KBG is on the brink of getting this map even. It's just one round between them.
And it's two ultimates as well. The undercut plus shock dart combo does so much damage. Kovac down to 24. Shalola at 54. And now a late Viper Spit. After that initial damage towards B, you basically just want to shut down A side.
Yeah, they're definitely shutting that down, and with the drone towards mid, they are pretty sure that there's no danger either, but FPX is hiding in elbow, so a late B hit is definitely an option for them, especially with Aya now grouping towards that area as well.
Safer still has the fast lane. Could use it to cut up some of these players, but Kristen is just getting first blood, and now the fast lane is just going to be used to get out alive at all, but they still run into an A site with the Viper protecting that A main, but with Akman down, all of a sudden, it becomes a bit of an oopsie, and CP did not expect that lurk from Ayang.
Now the spike going down in the backside of A to just avoid the fight towards main, to avoid any advantage from that Viper's Pit for KBG. Ying trying to fight the way back into this, but man, this retake is gonna be hard for the defensive side.
I mean, they could potentially have that pincer move. The Pit has been taken down. Tonk is known, of course, because he's been sitting in that Viper's pit all the time, and Kristen goes down. Section taking a good first peek, but Tong doing all the work once again. Ying finds another one, and Tong's 3K secures the 4th for KBG, the equalizer. How did FPX lose that round?
I have an answer for you, and that is Tong. Yet again, another multi-kill to be found, another absolute impact frag to be found, and with that we have a 4 and 4 on the scoreboard, and the economy for FPX shouldn't be looking that healthy with the buy they played in this round. I think the bank looks pretty much empty for them, and they do have some time out now, because to be honest, for the fact that KBG has been pretty open in the fact that they are playing retakes on this map, FPX didn't really change anything. The adaptation they are finding for the information that KBG is giving them has been so minimal. They still invest a bunch of utility for the side takes, even though this is pretty much uncontested space from KBG, and I feel like they do need to shift their whole approach in how to play this map when KBG is not switching up their defense a bit. And why should they? They just found a bunch of rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, answering that 0-4 start with 4 themselves is a huge comeback already for KBG, and you mentioned it, those side takes have been, especially towards A, been free to take, basically, for them, and Coach Legia wants to put a foot in the door for his team before this is actually spiraling out of control. Can FPX turn this one around? This should be an eco now for them. Yes, it is. Only that one Vandal in the hand of Ayan. He could potentially use it. Have a Reckoning from Kovac as well. And with a Viper's Pit, an eco like that could become pretty dicey for the sides of KBG.
Yeah, definitely. The question is, do you want to invest the Reckoning in a round like this where you have those lower weaponaries? Do you want to get an advantage in your own eco round, or do you want to play it rather safe and be sure you secure a round with that when you're having bigger guns? FPX again use a bit of utility to clear out A main, to clear out some areas towards that A side, but KBG, big surprise, they are playing for retake again.
Yeah, ooh, that snakebite is gonna do some damage! And Aya goes down immediately through the spam. The Viper's Pit does not even expand to its fullest. And Tong finds one more. The shots through the smoke are too good. The kill contract does not hit anyone, but it doesn't matter because Tong is just gonna take names once again. Kovac on the Sheriff though. Makes this a 1v2. Can he do it? Can he buy the time? He gets one kill, but that's not enough. C-Beast is there for the trade. It was an expensive one, but it's still a round for KBG nonetheless.
Oh, the wide swing from Jing nearly being too much to do in that situation. The trade coming in pretty late. I feel like if Kovac had a bit more of the awareness towards where that last player is, that could have easily been going his way, but he is struggling to find the shots at first, and then the steps from the left side coming in so late that he's just not reacting soon enough. We have 4 retake rounds won from KBG out of the 5 that they have on the board now, and FPX is still struggling to adapt to that.
No damage done there.
What a lot of early information.
Yeah, and all again, 4 players just walking up mid on the side of KBG. Taking a lot of space this time around, just leaving the B side open. It's the name of the game for this defense. It's a good drone though, and with the drone, the peak for Akman, but there is a trade. Do they expect the rest of KBG though? Charlotte tries to dash out, and with him, the spike goes down. Another early advantage, and they just group up again and give up that space.
Do they expect 3 enemies in the harbor cove? No, certainly not. Why would they? Now the spike is on the ground. KBG is giving a lot of that space back, but still Tonk nearby to hold that area, and he's been dangerous, but now taken down by Sage shots.
Yeah, but actually great movement, but they sort of expected it, looks like. Kovac with that look back towards mid is also going to decide to plant in a very unusual spot so they can actually fight this.
KBG is going in the first direction again. They are now realizing that this is not A. Why is this happening for the second time now?
What is going on? I thought they heard the move towards mid, towards B. Apparently they did not. They do have the Reckoning available for them, but do they expect that spike plant position? Cedric's just gone for an aggressive peek. He was low. He's allowed to do that. It's a 1v1 between the two harbors. What? How did he not see Kovac?
A bunch of questions coming up for this round. I mean, we've seen KBG playing this. We are leaving one spot open. We are playing heavily towards mid for 4 rounds in a row at the beginning of Breeze, and they haven't won a single one of those. And now they're trying it again, and they are losing immediately. So I feel like they are finding the answer themselves, that this mid space take is just not working out too well for them. But they have 3 players towards tunnel. I am so worried.
I mean, honestly, I kind of like the approach again, and they came off with a numbers advantage, right? But they were then just deciding to overcook it so badly, just gambling for this A take or late A hit. Their pathing has been good, but then they just keep going. They never stop. They just keep going. They just keep overthinking things.
It has been good, question mark. FPX now trying to hit A, but by the time that has gone by, that is the stacked side, and what an opening shot.
Oh, and Tonk is well on the swing. I mean, that's the contact, that's the kind of round that you want. Now the Viper's Pit on top as well. Can Kovac dance out his Hunter's Fury? Yes, the answer is there, but they do not expect Tonk being so close in the corner on the reload. Gets another one, and Tonk is just too clean on this Viper.
I talked about that we need cheekiness and confidence from those players, and Tonk is just checking every single box at the moment, getting that frag onto Sage shot, then having the Viper's Pit available, but still decides to go for the timing to just peek out there, and then even securing another triple kill for him. His stats must be amazing at the moment. 16 and 6 against a team like FPX is insane.
Yeah, and the 2 players that over the stage performed best on this FPX roster, Kovac and Coconut, on the bottom of the scoreboard at the moment, really find the way into this game just yet. FPX looking to equalize this, to at least make this a 6-6 half. Do have another ultimate available to them. There goes the Reckoning, hitting 2 players in the backside, but the instant anti-Reckoning to stop their advance. They still try to push through, but the spam through the smoke is just good enough. Ion finds 2, but Tonk's just better. Another 3K for him and a halftime lead for KBG.
Is this now the 4th 3K for him or the 5th? I lost
I don't know.
track.
I stopped counting. Yeah.
This is madness. I mean, for FPX, I think it is a known factor that a huge winning condition for them has always been getting opening frags, especially Chaolulu and Satrod have been players that are pretty eager to get those openings, but with the way that KBG is playing in that defensive half, there are just not many openings to be found. Now that we are switching sides, that is a completely different story, because KBG now can't play for the retake anymore. They have to get onto the sides, they have to be the ones that initiate aggression, and FPX is now in the role of do we play for retake here? Do we play this aggressive? Do we play more towards sites maybe? Something that we rarely saw from KBG. I'm excited to see where this is going, but with the comp that FPX is playing, which is indeed pretty similar to the one that KBG has, I feel like the base strat of playing for a retake instead of for a side hold should be similar.
Yeah, and we do get some halftime shenanigans with the crowd here as well. The question was, do you pick skins based on the looks or effects, or how it feels to use them? Are you more of a practical skin user, or do you just go for fancy looking fairy charms?
I have a Spline Phantom. I'm definitely the wrong person to ask a question like that.
Okay, never mind then.
Crafty, do you pick your skins depending on how they look or how they feel?
I'm poor, so I'm glad if I get a skin at all.
You
have one skin
and friends that drop weapons.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also true. Yeah, I have friends that drop weapons, but I've been running my my VCT, my Champions Vandal, for a long time now.
Aww.
And I don't feel like I have to pick up another skin.
Makes
so yeah,
sense.
Does that answer the question? I don't know, but I think it's about the sounds it makes. You know, it's about the sounds. If it's like hitting that right spot. So I guess is it a look-see or a feely? I don't know.
That's a feely. If a weapon is too loud, I'm not gonna play it either. So maybe I'm more of a feely person as well. I'm pretty excited how this pistol round is gonna go, because KBG is splitting towards B and there are only 2 players defending that spot, but they are both certainly hitting their shots. Holy.
Yeah. With that Viper Wall plus Snakebite, there's also no way that KBG were actually able to support that gunfight that their 2 players in tunnel had. So, great awareness from FPX. 2 clean kills, and with that, a shift over towards A for KBG. They could find an open A side, but they choose to go through mid, and with that will be spotted by Kovac.
And there is Coconut at the box as well, so a swing could be possible. Coconut in a position where he would be very aware if they are shifting up towards the top to re-hit that B spot, but this is not the step that KBG wants to take. They are finding this completely open A spot. Chaolulu is standing in spawn, so not in a position where he's fighting that either. Spike plant is gonna go down and they are looking for more space. I like this from KBG.
They kind of have to. If they want to contest this round, the tonk goes down. Almost a double there for Kristen. He gets it in the end, able to switch. Another upgrade to the Sheriff as well. And CB's Classic does stuff that no other Classic can do, apparently. Coconut finally getting rid of Kristen. That should have been CB's skill. How much time can he actually buy? It's a kill, but has to reload. Coconut saves the round for FPX, but that was way too close for comfort.
So many wild individual fights in this pistol round, especially after they decide to play this A hit and take that space towards defender spawn. The fact that Kristen can get the second shot onto sliding Neon feels a bit illegal, and then there are so many space and timing and little bullets in the weapon issues for KBG that they can't quite convert this round. It is FPX with a 6th round on the board, and now they do have the better economy. However, due to getting the spike plant down, KBG is forcing 3 stingers.
That's an interesting choice. They're just deciding to run down this A side, but they're mad by a shotgun. But Saint Truck goes down nonetheless. It's a good undercut to keep Coconut from trying to spam through the smoke as well. And Kovac's been left alone. Coconut only good for 1 kill. The site's been taken. The force buy is perfect for KBG.
Now they even upgrade those stingers into a judge and 2 guardians. I mean, KBG is just going brr in that round. It's only 2 players left alive, Aya and Chaolulu, and Chaolulu only has a Marshal.
It's certainly not the kind of gun you would want in a situation like that. But then again, the Marshall in close quarter combat is nothing to sneeze at. But Ying finds a great kill. It's only Ayang. And the Bulldog, good for 2. And the third is one too many. Kristen claims the kill. And with that, they keep the lead and extend it even further.
And I mean, we always tend to talk about this being a lovely scenario when you lose the pistol round, but then win the follow-up round. You kind of break the economy of your enemies a little more than you would when this is going like the default way of the team winning pistol, getting the follow-up, and you win your bonus round. The economy of FPX is now pretty much in scrambles. I mean, yes, they certainly have 2 ultimates that can be a weapon in some situations, but they are nowhere near to getting those online.
Yeah, that's a perfect start to the second half. After this fumbled pistol, great recovery for KBG. Double digits in their sights. But they need to convert this anti-eco now. The drone did not spot much. It looks like they're gonna hit this 8 side. It's the weaker one, but a great timing potentially for Coconut and Kovac to sneak into that corner. They're just gonna go for the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke now out, but the one-way is not being held, so the advantage not as big for FPX, and they are even sending reinforcements towards B. Now with the drone being hurt, Kovac is on his way back, but KBG should be in a big advantage on this A hit.
It's a good reveal though. Keeps him from going out now, but with this Viper Wall, they should still be able to claim the side, especially against the pistols that FPX are bringing to it. And Tonk on the lurk. Also successful, but whoop, what are these shots? On the classics, a bandit. 2 kills picked up, but health bar's low already on the side of FPX. And even though they find 3 kills, the round still goes over to KBG.
Yeah, it's all taking a bit too much time. So after playing that drone towards A main due to the enemy's recons, the whole execute and spike plant is taking like forever for KBG. So the rotation for FPX is already coming in, and those classics, even though the damage is not that big, if you have 4 of them to play a fast flot retake, they are becoming a lot more dangerous. Still, KBG in a good position to clear that round, and now we do see a timeout coming in from KBG. I understand where this is coming from, because they struggled against the economy round from FPX, but still you're giving your enemies time to speak about what's happening on their end as well, and I feel like FPX is still the team having bigger issues on this map thus far.
And I'm also a bit surprised because we haven't really seen that much of FPX's defense just yet. It's been 3 rounds and it's not been a single gun round from FPX. So what did the coaching staff spot here from KBG that they needed to talk about now? Maybe preparing them for that 1 gun round that is gonna come up, because they have this extra timeout still in their pockets. If they break the economy again, if they win this round and go to 10, they basically can just sprint to the finish line.
I would understand this timeout if there are any bigger ultimates coming up, which FPX could combine, but to be fair, there's just the Hunter's Fury ready, and an operator coming online for Chaolulu, so maybe that's something where they needed to talk about how to face that, how to play perfect against this gun coming in, because we have seen how dangerous an operator can be in the right hands, but this far no one's really nearby for Chaolulu to collect that opening frag. KBG taking some mid space, but then again, not really too convinced that this is the right place to go. Falling back pretty fast, and now going for a late A re-hit.
I mean, what would be nice if they could actually find the spot of the operator and then pick up this ult orb here for Ying and use the kill contract to get rid of the operator. They will get an ult orb and they will put it onto Ying most likely. So this still gives them an opening for a 1v1. And it will be Akman that gets caught by it. But Kovac still picks up the first kill. Seitra does go down in the kill contract, but already enough damage dealt by FPX. Shalala now even gets rid of the lurk with the operator. Kovac still sitting on the spot. In that corner, KBG has nowhere to go right now. They need another kill.
And Jing is certainly not in the best position to get one. Coconut going down, but only 8 bullets left in the Vandal. The spike not in his hands. Timer ticking low. No chance really to secure this round if he cannot make a miracle happen. The spike not recovered yet, and the player behind him is going to be the end for this round for KBG. I am still in question about that timeout coming in, because I honestly haven't seen that big of a switch in approach from them. And in the minute they figure out, oh, we're playing against an operator, they start to be very, very shaky. So I don't think that is something they really considered in their timeouts.
Yeah. Couple question marks left to be answered by KBG. They still have the money for another buy, and they will probably try to get Akman to an ult orb so that he can pick up his overdrive. There goes the shield on the cove. There goes the ult orb. But what are they gonna do with it? Is it gonna be the fast execute? It looks like it. There's a fast lane, overdrive pop. 2 players on site. It's a great reveal. The operator is challenged, but Ion with the perfect cover for his teammate. Hunter's Fury only tags 1.
Well, look where the spike is. I mean, that was a lot of chaos towards B, certainly, and KBG took the time to just rotate over. They have 3 players towards A, and still their IGL, still Seabeast, is up for a very late lurk towards mid, but he has to get a move on if he wants to be there in time.
Yeah, especially with how close FPX are already there. Is a reckoning available still for KBG if they do want to use that in this round to contest this retake. There it goes. Invested, but Citron can just start past it. Doesn't really matter. Already gets the kill. They hop into the cove, and the spray down is enough to secure the round. KBG hit double digits.
Oh, they lose Christian on the way, but this is fine when you secure round number 10. I mean, hopping into your cove like that with ISO, just having a fresh shield back up is certainly fun. And the lure coming in from Seabeast is just in time to make that retake a bit more uncomfortable for FPX. The operator being safe there, so that's still an issue that KBG has to deal with in this round. But other than that, the economy in the hands of FPX is not looking too healthy. They do have 3 rifles here, but their IGL is just on a sheriff.
Yeah, this is such an important round. We're FPX. Ooh, the operator. Shalala needs to be careful. Takes the hit. Through the wall there, and Tong. First one on site, gets that frag. Akman does go down though. Still a 4v4. A lot of util invested still. Spike not planted, and Ayang just patiently waiting there in the corner until they all jump in front of his crosshair. The 3K.
Aya's playing aim labs. What on earth were those shots? There is no right to do so. Holy hell. I mean, Aya's been clean with his aim for this whole stage. He is certainly one of the players with one of the highest headshot rates. I've been talking about this coming into this Aya and Kristen duel because those are just very good aimers on the server, certainly. But getting those frags in that manner is definitely a big sign of life for him. And now KBG, they have that issue of having the lower economy, only pistols in their hands, no overdrive to work with. An ultimate for Jing could be possible, but with the bandit in hand, I don't think this is something they're gonna go for. Xiaolu with the operator trying to find an opening, and now he's stuck in the kill contract.
Oh no! Oh no! Ying gets that one. It was a lot closer than I expected. 22 HP. Most importantly, Ayang with another one. Also expects that player in Nest. I don't know if Christian made himself known already. We'll face him, and that's a easy one for Ayang. And this time around, it's not a completely open A site. There is still Coconut waiting for this rotation. Sea Beast hits the dirt. We've seen some crazy shots from Tong. He would need a clean one. An upgrade plus the spike plant, but can he make a 1v3 work? Especially against a player like Ayang.
And he has
no
such
time.
little information. 20 seconds to work with no ideas where the players are. That would have been a great clutch, but certainly not one we'll get to see today. A lovely off-angle played by Coconut in that A main area. I feel like playing behind that box or playing too nearby on that choke point is always going to get cleared, but his angle was certainly one that CB did not expect. And with the spike on the ground, this round is getting incredibly hard for Tong. It was just the economy round for KBG, so now post timeout there is another full buy coming up. This is a timeout that I do understand because FPX is very, very close to get this map even again. And I feel like if FPX is hitting double digits, we could get this scenario that we witnessed in the first series today, where the challenger team is getting this feeling of, oh, we were so close to closing this first map out, we had such a big advantage, and now the enemy is coming closer, this is feeling uncomfortable, we're stressed, and oh, there are the nerfs. The big old nerfs coming up for the challenger teams. So getting this next round on the board would be so important for them to not lose too much of their momentum.
Yeah, and that is the second one now expended for KBG, and now it even hurts a little more that they were going for that early timeout in the second half, because from now on they will have to rely on their protocols to come into play. For KBG, is it enough? Can they convert this buy round? This is such an important one for them because, as you said, FPX in control of the economy now. If they equalize this one, it's another eco for KBG coming up, but it's a change of pace here towards A for KBG. The fast lane immediately used. There are all the walls that you won. And Jalula still finds one. Satron with the follow-up immediately. That last player is known as well, and even though the snake bite comes through, it's not enough. This one will send Tong out of the Viper's pit and through the smoke again. Coconut is gonna be successful. FPX are back on track.
Oh, and such clean opening shots from Sagerot and Xiao Lulu. I've been talking about how important it was for FPX that those two can hit their opening shots and then they are answering with frags like that. I mean, I do enjoy the change of pace in KBG's entry here, but there was this second layer missing. Just sending all 5 players towards A main and not having anyone taking space in mid, not having anyone staying back in case there's something coming up, is something that I don't usually enjoy to see. So now that they are having 4 players towards B, but Tong lurking towards A, I think this could bring them a lot more success, even though this is an economy round.
Yeah, this is the round for FPX to turn it back in their favor. They should not lose this. All 5 ultimates available to them as well. It's a perfect situation for them to close out these last couple rounds that they need to win Breeze.
That's not a lot of rounds in between those teams and Elite. Both teams are just missing 3 rounds, and KBG are now trying to hit double doors. So this could be interesting with Eye on the other side.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury comes in as well now. One of these 5 ultimates, Coconut, did not hit anything though, but does confirm that it's not an immediate A split. They all regroup towards A main. The drone just clears out B elbow. It's a great reckoning. The read is insane, actually, with only 28 seconds on the clock. How are they going to do that? They have no time. They have to regroup mid now. 20 seconds. They will have to go through double doors. They might even have to run towards B, but there's no time for that. Now they have to run through the Viper smoke once again. And it's just free farming for FPX. KBG have been read so well. This should be a flawless round for them. Kristen, the last one standing, goes down. FPX are back on top.
Oh, the red was so nice. Kovac has been reading enemies pretty well for the longest time now, but getting that read in with the Reckoning available, with that close corner that he's playing has been perfect, and it's putting KBG in such an uncomfortable situation of indecisiveness, because A main is not really an option anymore. Time's running low, but you know, hitting A through double doors is not going to be easy because they already have the stack there, but B is kind of out of reach, and then you start to struggle. Charlulu, oh, what an opening shot found with the operator. And having Arcman down is kind of the worst thing that could happen to your entry when you are playing a comp that is such control heavy as the one that KBG has.
Yeah, they can still use the Reckoning maybe, but that snake bite does so much damage. Ayang can just pick one kill after the other. Almost a 4K for him. Ying goes down to 45. Last man standing. What? That's an illegal shot through the wall. Makes this one pretty interesting for him. Can't really use the kill contract though, because then he would just be ran down. But can he find another angle? It's 45 seconds still left for him. Oh, it's a spin spot.
Another angle certainly looked for, but Kovac is so aware. I do like the fact that he's taking the spike and then just cancelling noise, so it could look like he's going back towards A, but then he's going for that repeat pretty soon, and so there are still two players towards B, and Kovac is just watching for that angle, having yet another good read. And I mean, KBG, to be honest, they're pushing through that Viper utility because they use the Reckoning and they have this feeling of, okay, we need to push now. But it feels a bit over-eager, and now FPX is taking a timeout.
What is going on with these timeouts?
To give Keep Best Gaming another chance of maybe pushing this towards overtime.
This just gifts handed out left and right. Maybe they had a gentleman's agreement. Okay, we're gonna use one timeout for you guys and you're gonna use one timeout for us. Deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just gifting timeouts. We have a good day and we feel like you need some time to talk. Here you go. We have a timeout for you. Take it, use it, make this a bit more competitive. Push us to overtime, maybe. I mean, with the showing that we've seen from KBG, they would definitely deserve to push this to OT, but I feel like the rounds they lost were so chaotic, so indecisive, that is something they certainly have to work on, pushing forwards in this series when we're looking towards Sunset or potentially towards Summit. The cheekiness needs to be back for them soon, very soon.
Yeah. KBG rather, get another chance. The buy is fine. There's one Guardian, but other than that, it's Vandals across the board. But Shalala with the operator. With another opening, frag and coconut through the smoke. Okay, this round is just falling apart immediately. I take it all back. It was a perfect timeout, Legia. Only Sea Beast and the Dream, but 3 players already staring him down. As soon as he gonna peek that corner, that should be a kill for them. He even used the drone now. He doesn't want to go down just yet, but Ayan wraps around. 13-10. FPX strike first on KBG's map pick.
They do strike first, yes, but this was a lot closer than some maybe expected, especially with FPX being one of those teams, being in that lower bracket, having to go up against the Challengers team with all of the experience they are bringing into this series. And it took them some time after the great start that FPX had, having like a 4-0 lead, I think. We've seen them struggling a long time. We've seen Keybest Gaming being in the lead. We've seen them bringing great ideas to the server that FPX couldn't read that well. And in the end, I feel like nerves are coming back in for the Challengers team, and then they are just losing their focus, losing their decisiveness, and stop playing as textbook as they did in the first half of Brace.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate to see how they could not really carry over that impression from the first half over into the last one. FPX recovering so well, and on the back of some great individual performances. I mean, we're talking about Tong, but we have to talk about Ayang as well on the Viper for FPX, who had so many multi-kills in that second half as well. As soon as the operator came into effect, it just got worse from there. Overall, a great recovery from FPX. A map that they were not necessarily expected to win, but now that we already said the map leader kind of looks in their favor, it just looks like a must-win for FPX from now on. But can they close it out on Sunset already? We will see. It's certainly gonna be an interesting map, but first, I want to know how that win, that comeback sounded in game. Let's listen to the players.
Maybe it's split, guys. Maybe it's split. Maybe fake, guys. Maybe fake.
Clear A, guys.
Sending DD.
I can hold the tunnel for you. You can hold him.
我点上有一个，我点上有一个。I'm dead. I'm dead. 阿伯在我这儿。I have aim.
Hold him.
Holding man.
I do go tunnel.
DD can in. Okay, DD can in. 我感觉 Viper 摸 DD 了。走吧。
对战 nice 2毛钱。他有包吗？这个有包的。This one have all.
Care ID inside. 可能找你了，他想拿狙。guys, you guys don't move, okay? You guys don't.
We can spot him. He has gun. Okay. Let's go mid hold. He has gun. 刚可以强下吗
？3v1, he has AK. 看强一下。下跑。
太嘎子 3v1.
Okay, there we go. 3v1, indeed. And then they won the round. But Ayang, we were talking about him obviously taking the MVP here, especially the amount of work that he did for FPX in that second half to bring this map back in their favor. No surprise here.
Yeah, 9 multi-kills found for this
That's crazy,
player.
actually.
One of them being this little meat grinder situation when KBG tried to push A, but I feel like a lot of those were in the second half where FPX really needed a player like him to pop off and help his team secure the important rounds in the length of that comeback happening. Definitely someone you have to look out for, but I feel like a big factor is also that some of the top players, looking at Kovac, also looking at Sage, had a rather silent showing on this map. I mean, yeah, both of them had solid performances with 13 and 15, 11 and 16, but not really the pop-offs that we are used to see from them. So if they both can wake up for the next map coming up, which would be Sunset, I see KBG in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Ayang was just stealing the show. I mean, it just took all the kills away from them before they could even arrive to the site. Like, it was just so many multi-kills as him being the sole anchor, as that Viper, maybe only having one player to his side, but he was just so clean on that one. It doesn't surprise me that he picked up the MVP. Overall, the stats look pretty close, to be honest, on both sides. I mean, we even saw a couple more first kills for the side of KBG. Yet they were unable to convert on some of these rounds, these early advantages. And another player to highlight, I mean, you pointed him out during the game as well. Ying overall did very well on this ISO.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like For KBG, the biggest issue was finding the balance between active decision making and some needed passiveness. And in the rounds where they were pretty active, they found those openings. But sometimes you don't need to hunt for the openings. You have to play a bit more passive, see what's coming your way. And I feel like that is something they need to experiment on a bit more when we are heading to Sunsets.
Yeah, Sunset, you named it, is gonna be map pick for FPX, the next one that is coming up after a short break. Who will take it home? We will find out in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having
Welcome back to Project Horizon. This is VCT China Play and it's round 1 lower bracket, and we have another challenger team trying to somehow bring down one of the giants of VCT China. It's FPX versus KBG, and so far FPX are at the better end of this. They take down KBG on their map pick on Breeze, and we're heading into Sunset, a map that historically is actually not looking too bad for FPX. So could this be the 2-0 that some of these fans were probably expecting?
I am not too sure what to expect from FPX on Sunset. I already mentioned earlier on that they had a nice showing in the first half against JDG, picking up many defensive rounds, but then they swapped to attack and hardly could get rounds on the board. They got comeback pretty heavily on that map just a couple of days ago, so if they cannot fix their attacking side, I see a big issue here. And KBG, you already mentioned, they tried really hard. They got pretty far, Had the double digits first, had the lead for a long time on Breeze, but in the end FPX is closing that out, especially with the last round after the timeout being extremely dominant.
Yeah, I feel like KBG just are gonna look back at this Breeze and feel like that's the map that we should have taken for sure, because it's not gonna get easier on Sunset, and it's definitely, even if they manage to pick this one up, not going to get easier on Summit versus FPX, who've been looking probably like the best team on Summit out of all the Chinese teams so far, even though they had some crazy comp that they're running. But before we get to Summit, we have to look at Sunset. And comp-wise, there's no change, at least.
I'm not spotting any differences either.
No.
I think for KBG, you mentioned this feeling of, oh, we should have closed up Breeze, and that is a familiar feeling for them because they were leading 1-0 in the series against TC, and then this Summit came up that went to overtime, and I spotted so many rounds where I felt like, oh, that should have been the round for KBG. So this feeling of getting really close but not being able to close it out is something they are familiar with. Question is, can they outgrow this today? Can they outgrow it when it matters? Because it matters right now. They have their backs against the walls. They are not leading in this case. They have to win 2 maps back to back right now to keep the dreams of champs alive.
Yeah, it's their last hope. This Sunset map needs to be theirs if they want to continue, or otherwise the challenger teams will have a quick showing here over at Play-ins and drop out after 2 losses. I mean, to most of the fans out there, it probably wouldn't come as much of a surprise. They were the underdogs coming into this play-in stage, of course, but we've seen in other regions, as we said earlier on already, that these challenger teams can actually do some damage to the VCT veterans. But FPX in the driver's seat for now in this series, starting on attack again on Sunset.
Oh, KBG really has a thing for leaving spots open and playing weird stacks towards mid, don't they? Now shifting over towards A link to have some sort of reinforcement at the A side, where FPX is getting a lot of free space at the moment. Recon coming in, Aya's dodging that, so no real info. Oh, that could be Arcaman shifting a bit too far forward.
He's trying to get into secret there maybe, but no. It's actually holding that off angle. They do sort of expect him to be, oh, that's a great dart, plus the paranoia, but he still picks up that 1 kill. But the rest is there to back him up. FPX claims the side and also gets rid of CPs.
With the IGL being down, this is now a man disadvantage retake for KBG. Grouping completely towards CT. That's interesting with the smoke towards elbow.
Yeah, Severin could take a crazy peek here with the TP. It does, but does not hit the shot. Yang is the one who claims that kill now with the classic right click. Tries to find some luck, but Ion, once again, the hero of the day for FPX, stands up, takes the lead. A 4K for him to secure the pistol.
Give him the Viper, give him the Cypher, give him any gun available in the game, and he is gonna convert that into a multi-kill. I mean, having all those people retaking from CT on is leaving a lot of space open. Not having anyone going from A-Link is giving Aya that opportunity to get those frags, but still, he is landing the shots when he needs to and is putting FPX on the board with a pistol.
I just love Ghost multi-kills. It's just so satisfying. The sound, love to see it.
And now FPX with the gun advantage, taking this pretty slow again. I feel like the earlier rounds from KBG on Breeze have shown them a lot of, oh, they could take weird sort of space somewhere, so maybe we just don't play it too risky. But in this case, KBG are just stacking towards A, and it's a double hold in the elbow off of the contact from Jing. This could be interesting.
Citra could be in trouble here. What? He still gets the second one with the no-scope versus Tong. He's able to be traded, though, before he can TP out. I mean, he was not in TP range anyway, so that doesn't matter. But that only the lurker spotted so far for KBG. It does not force any movement yet for KBG.
Now with people spotted towards elbow, they shouldn't go anywhere. 2 at secret, well, that's easy farming for Xiaolulu.
Yeah, I mean, those are probably the easiest kills he'll pick up today on Sunset. And with that, CB's alone on B all this time. He's just gonna try to look for some executes and get executed as well on the spike plan.
I've seen him getting a bunch of kills in a similar scenario on Breeze, so any damage he can find really is good.
Yeah, but there's so many corners for him to clear. He even takes a look towards mid, expecting some music for in between. Some flaxing. Oh, there's one, but yeah, it's just too clean. Takes him out. The second one converted. FPX with a good start into Sunset. This next round is the important one. How did that last one still hit? That looks so weird.
I mean, it is always a bit easier playing that Marshall against the low buy rounds for your enemies when they don't have any shield at all, because any body hit really does the job. Now, we do see Setra not having a gun other than the classic because they don't want to invest too much into their bonus round. Interesting choice by FPX, and the gun advantage certainly in the hands of KBG, who are not taking any space at all. Having the double hole towards mid, having someone in market, a Cypher set up towards A, no space to really worry about, but enemies found towards mid, and now a decision to be made. Do we react or do we stay in our setup?
Yeah, so far it seems like they does not want to move. Paranoia's traded there in market between both omens. And then another fake TP, it seemed like, towards B. I don't know if they actually saw that, because it keeps them guessing whether it's still going to be a B hit. They do run into this Cypher, though, on the A side with that drone. Can they take the space? The camp will spot it early. Akman does find that one kill through the smoke. Not gonna find a second one. They do kind of give up that site for now, but they have the numbers advantage.
But the numbers advantage is gone. Kovac, though, on 3 HP is not gonna be as hard to kill in that retake for KBG. Again, a lot of players towards CT.
What? Satron with the headhunter and the support from Coconut. Just taken name after name off the board from KBG, and it's another bonus converted for FPX. CBs can just try to bring this gun into the next round.
I mean, he can try, yes. There is certainly some time on the clock yet for FPX to run him down, but no one really as nearby, so that gun is not in the biggest danger. I am getting a bit of a deja vu because we've seen FPX having a great start on Breeze as well. Getting that bonus round, getting that follow-up round, and only after 4 rounds being played, KBG really started finding the right answers. I don't really like the decision of sending your whole retake towards CT again, because they did that once, and I feel like FPX is really good at gathering that info and the awareness on how did they play their last retake. We need to be ready for that to happen again.
It's a Paranoia to show some aggression towards their main, but Cedric, even though he doesn't see anything, still has the perfect instincts to get that kill versus Akman.
Oh, nice opening to be found. Akman struggling to get his overdrive online in this first couple of rounds. And now this is really a lot on the shoulders of Seabeast with the only rifle in hand. And he is basically chilling in spawn, waiting for something to happen so he can rotate to the side where he is really needed. Setra being out of that scope, but back in so fast. That is the only rifle on the ground. Oh, this is devastating for KBG.
Yeah. Where do you want to go from here? Christine could actually find timing here versus Coconut. Does get that kill. make the round a little closer still. Spike has not been planted yet. It's about to be out in the open. Kristen could actually recover that Vandal if he wanted to. Does not go for it. Still spotted, and 2 players that have to take the long way around through the defender spawn because there's a tripwire set up. And now that Kristen is down as well, this round is all but over.
And not only a tripwire setup, it's also Aya still in that position. He and Xiaolulu are securing those last couple of frags in this round. Pretty dominant from FPX again. I like the way they are taking space in this round because you never know what KBG has planned. Are they stacking somewhere? Is one side completely open, or are they shifting down mid again? And FPX found a nice answer to that. Satrod has been pretty clean on his aim in Sunset this far, but now very important round coming up for KBG because not only is this another buy round for them, but they could also charge some of their ultimates to being used in the follow-up round.
There is the Hunter's Fury for Satrod. He just slowly walks it up. Hey, man, yeah, it is met by 2 people staring at him. That's an oopsie. They take that one.
Yeah, 100%, especially considering how dangerous that player was in the first couple of rounds, being 9-2 at the moment. So this was his 2nd death on nearly 10 frags found. And now CB's found an opening towards mid, but immediately traded by the Silver on the other side. This space in mid feels uncomfortable for FPX.
Yeah, but KBG immediately need to shift players over because it does punch a big hole into their defense, of course, but Ying in the off angle and Tong with the backup. Beautifully handled by KBG. They have the spike under control, and this should have been a kill. No, the lineup, the collateral, it's not what they wanted, and he somehow manages to get past that spam through the smoke. Will be able to plant, but he's down to 30 HP.
I mean, I've seen Aya clutching things in the last couple of days, and he is yet to die on Sunset, so there is a possibility.
I love how he just had the time to just get the sweat off his hands. Wipe him off his shoulders. They don't check the corner immediately, but Ackman's movement is just too awkward for Ayan to handle. And with that, finally, KBG finding a round on Sunset.
Yeah, still pretty similar in comparison to Breeze. FPX finding those 4 openings, and now KBG is on the board as well. This whole fight towards mid was so uncomfortable for FPX because there was a 2nd layer missing. They had their lurker basically 4 or 5 meters behind them. No space towards B, no space towards A. So the decision on where to go once we are mid-top was pretty difficult on mid-top. This round would have been over a lot sooner. And now KBG, after finding their first round, are taking a timeout. I still have to understand how timeouts are being treated in this series today, because honestly, this round wasn't too terrible from KBG. Yes, the lineup on mid-top was a bit ugly, was a bit unlucky for them, but the idea was great. The space take was nice, and the control that they kept in their setup really made the round hard for FPX.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Definitely for KBG to take this timeout, but maybe this just gives them the edge to make another early combat happening versus FPX, just like they did on Breeze. I haven't seen too much craziness from either of these teams in their attempts that push through mid. Probably being the most uncommon one that we've seen from FPX in that last round, but KBG, we're ready for it, and this time around they go for some aggression in mid, and it's Costream with the TP. The frag versus Shalala, and immediately heads back out. Beautiful opening for KBG.
Oh, Christing is doing the Kovac against Kovac's team. That is disrespectful. I mean, Kovac is so known for that move, TPing towards tiles, getting a kill or maybe a double and being back out. And now Christing is doing that against FPX. This is the cheekiness that I've been missing towards the end of Braze, and it seems to be back. Now, with the man advantage, KBG is not taking too many risks. Re-clearing mid. Ackerman might be in trouble, but reinforcements towards A are already on the way.
Yeah, this position can be so hard to clear for some of these teams so far. FPX have done a good job with the relay ball, with the paranoia to get rid of that player, and even has a bit of a support with Ying now. And Ali can cover for Ackman. This is gonna be such a crucial execute for FPX now. Does have to come now. Ying is already past the smoke. It's a lot of space. Contested by the Viper. What does Ying switch back to his gun? This cannot be true. How long is he gonna stand there? Ackman now peeking out of its position, but it's known, but it's only 12 seconds left on the clock. How can they even get to plant this spike by Kovac? Just going mental. This was the opening they needed. Kovac survives that somehow, still has a TP. Could get into a different position, but it looks like he's just gonna hold that. Can he get for the ace? He does it! All by himself!
Nah, that's madness. Kovac has been blinking like a freaking Christmas tree, and still Ackerman on the swing, not clean enough to clear him out of that position. How on earth is Kovac able to get an ace there? The swing onto Ackerman has been insane, then the flick to CBs, and in the end, it's just him doing Kovac things. 30 HP left on his health bar, no problem for him, and those were the first 5 frags he found in this map.
That's ridiculous.
Aww.
He's just basically been invisible this entire half, and all of a sudden he's just a casual ace to his name. And especially after the opening, you said it, Kristen doing the Kovac, and then Kovac being like, okay, if you go for a play like that, I'm just gonna take the ace.
That round was pure slapstick. The timing for Jing to stop holding from CT was... It is somewhat between comedy and a drama what's happening here.
That's a dramedy, right? I guess that's what that's called. Oh, Ackman trying to get into position. They snuff him out, but they don't spam long enough. 7 HP still, but he doesn't really have anywhere to go. Even pops the overdrive with 7 HP. What are you doing?
Well, that was brave. Certainly brave. Very, very brave choice to pop the ultimate in a situation like that. I mean, he definitely expected them to not watch for that angle for a little time, because they spammed towards that area, didn't collect the shots, and then he might have thought he could have be in a good situation timing-wise, but still popping the overdrive maybe a bit too much, and now it's pretty much backs against the walls for KBG. This is their last buy round if they don't want to drop back into another economy one.
Remember when you said you were worried about FPX's attack? I mean, they already picked up 6 here. This is not a good sign for KBG.
I kind of did not want to say that because I don't want to ruin the hopes and dreams for KBG, but the win condition for FPX to get Sunset under their belt is fixing their attack, and it's been looking lovely this far.
Once again, they go for this contact in towards Pulse here, and they find the first frag with Ackman. The paranoia is a tap bit too late. Kristen should be able to get out here if he decides to do so. Still holds that position, will get attacked by the drone now. Does have backup waiting for him, but Chalol is just gonna pop that overdrive to clear space. How often am I gonna hear that sound again from the Neon? Without anything happening, that's a great Hunter's Fury though. The response from CBs is perfect. Gets the planter, but Chalol already pushed into A-Link, finding that frag versus Targa with that. They have the time to finally plant the spike.
a bit disorganized on the execute, but finally the plan found, and now KBG has to play a retake at man disadvantage again. I mean, look at the HP on Kristen. This is not going anywhere, is it?
Oh, Citron, so ready for that peak. And it's just CBs, and man, this chamber has looked dangerous, and we're talking about an attacking chamber at the moment. I don't even want to know what Citron is going to do to KBG on defense.
I mean, we've seen a lot of great attacking chambers in this region. I think getting that impact, especially on opening kills, feels a lot more easy for some of these VCTCN players on the attacking side, even though this is, I mean, not really controversial, but you feel like getting an opening as a chamber should be easier on defense. But some of these players are doing really great work at finding those shots in attack, making that half easier for the teams. And now FPX, I mean, mid is somewhat of free will estate, just 2 trips covering that. Aya fighting towards main. Oh, this is ugly, this is ugly!
What am I watching? Oh no, this feels bad, man. For both KBG and for Aya. That took way too long for someone to die in that encounter towards B main, but FPX able to wrap around through market, helping out. Shalol at the end picking up that 3K. Yeah, that was dirty. I wish I had not seen that.
Yeah, I feel terrible seeing that. I feel like my day would have been a lot better with my eyes closed for a second, but I witnessed that. FPX can be very thankful that Chaolulu showed up and helped, because Aya had big problems on that entry race.
I mean, they know.
Yeah.
They know. No one knows how the hell that was not a kill on either side, but Tong this time around finds an early one. Once again, they just push through this. Such a great A lobby pinch from KBG. They just mow them down. Ayang left alone is spotted already, and finally an answer and a sign of life from KBG.
Oh, and a lovely set piece. I mean, you mentioned this is basically the perfect crunch to play, especially when you are in this backs against the walls kind of situation, because if there are players in A main, they are most certainly dead. And it's working pretty well for KBG, especially with CBeast collecting that double kill from A main on, and now economy is somewhat stabilized for them. They even can afford an operator on Ackerman, and that is definitely a factor that FPX now has to get used to, even if there are just 2 rounds left to play.
Unless they're just being mowed down. This is the Hunter's Fury invested early on to get rid of that operator angle, and they get set right into the smoke as well. I don't know if it's been tagged. If they do expect him, he takes his way out without losing any HP. But they do get the side forward. This could just very well be a fast retake though for KBG. The overdrive pop, there's a response here. Do they really do anything with it? Doesn't seem like it. Shalala gets in a good position to get some space up towards the box, but not really any further. Finally, the shots are hitting, but the crossfire is still too good. I don't know if Shalala has been detected. He goes down. And Ayan needs to put up some heroics again. It's Coconut in the clutch, and he does miss the shot. Ying with the kill, a third one for KBG, but what a fight on A.
The first shock dart thrown in that situation by Coconut dealt so much damage, and he had a second one available. I feel like if only he knew how much damage he dealt to Tong with that first dart, and Tong was the one defusing, he could have easily gone for the second and then fight the player who's not at the defuse at the moment. But in this case, it is a round for KBG, a third one now found. For FPX, there are 2 operators on attack, because why not? And a Viper's pit towards B that is immediately taken down by Coconut's spam shots. What is happening?
No. As a Viper player, as a Viper player myself, I feel that one. That's just, I hate that.
Yeah, you can 100% relate. Why do we have 2 operators available? I mean, Charlaloo is now switching towards Phantom and the operators just dropped in the middle of nowhere, but why is that even an option for FPX?
I mean, I feel like they're just toying with their food at the moment. Why is this like the 100th Hunter's Fury that I've seen in this map? I feel like there's a Hunter's Fury online every other round, and Young struggling this time around. In this 1v2 towards mid-top, makes this a 3v3. Only one operator remaining in the hands of Satron, and he does not survive that paranoia. It's a great reveal. Tongue once again on the forefront for this team, KBG. At least picking up 4 in this first half. Where has this team been all this time?
Oh, definitely a lovely recon dart from their IGL to make this retake a lot easier. Even though the start to the round hasn't been optimal, they find their way back in. And to be honest, this last couple of rounds, they felt a lot more at ease, in my opinion. Starting off with that set play towards A main that has been working out lovely, and then they just start to look like they are having more fun on the server. I feel like the first couple of rounds, they seemed so serious from them, and the serious business is now switched up to, oh, let's have fun. This is maybe our last opportunity of showing ourselves in VCT CN. Let's make this a good showing. Let's present ourselves, because for a lot of these players, this is a new opportunity next to like the Evo series to show what they are capable of to the big teams in the big league.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope that it's not been too late for KBG, because I feel like if they played like that for the entirety of the first half, this could be a different scoreline. They looked so much better in these last couple rounds. Can they turn it around on their own attack? We talked about how dangerous FPX is gonna be on defense, but maybe they just fixed their attack and through that lost their defense again. I mean, we don't know.
I mean, I've seen that happening quite some time, to be honest, when teams are hyper-focusing on fixing one issue, that there are a bunch of other issues coming up, not just one, maybe 2, maybe 3. That could definitely be an issue for FPX coming into this half that looked a lot better in their series against JDG, but maybe something is happening. Maybe they put all of their energy into fixing the attack and now their defense is gonna look shaky. Who knows? And especially when we have players on KBG warming up again, playing cheeky again, and being pretty decisive in the spaces they want to take and when they want to take them, maybe FPX is gonna feel a bit more of a challenge in the second half.
I mean, we can only hope, because it'd be a shame if this was just a quick 2-0 now for FPX with KBG. Some of these rounds have looked so good, not only versus FPX, but also in their fight versus TEC. But is it enough for them to truly challenge these tier 1 teams so far? It doesn't seem like it.
Is it enough to keep the dream alive? KBG trying to find some space towards A. There's a little stack going on from FPX, but they're not showing themselves, so this could be pretty ugly pretty soon.
The Coconut does get out, but Akman finds the first shot. Chalolo on the spot, goes down. I don't know if they know that Kovac is still there in elbow. It's a great shock dart. Kristen, another response kill. Kovac does not pick up one of these two. They're so low. This should be kills for the side of FPX as they try to flood now to 2v2. And now Kovac should be checked, but the right click is too good. CB's cannot help his teammate any longer, and Sadrad finishes the job. FPX continue their march on towards the next round.
Oh, and that would have been such an important pistol round for Keep Best Gaming. I think the execute wasn't the biggest problem, but getting that spike down took some time, and then they are playing pretty crumb towards the side. I mean, Ackerman swinging into that duel towards elbow to help Jing, who is also pretty low, is just costing him HP, and then FPX know, oh, they are at least 3 players on side. We can be pretty fast in re-clearing everything around the spots. We do see another force buy from KBG, just 2 stingers this time, but the last time they tried that, it worked wonders.
Yeah, but this time they're facing a judge from Shaolula. And that's perfectly illustrating how quick that push can be stopped. Versus a gun like that, already losing one of those 2 stingers, that hurts quite a bit.
Yeah, and nerfs definitely showing, especially for a player like Ackerman, not to clear that corner on the right side. And Arya's just doing Arya things again. Coconut swinging in to collect the double himself. And then this force buy is dealt with for FPX. I mean, I like the decision-making of abandoning the A spot after losing the first duel there, just going towards top, trying to find a new angle to fight from, but FPX is so aware. I mean, they are having 2 players towards that angle to watch it, and it's just putting KBG in a very ugly position of having to save after just losing your force by having FPX on double digits. Man, this starts to feel a bit hopeless.
Yeah. So hard to see. Devastating for KBG. Oh my goodness. Sacred, you're not allowed to peek this. He still does. Gets out alive thanks to the TP, but they do pick up the ult orb. That seems to be the only thing that they wanted to gain. I'll take that back. It's just a fake.
Yeah, sending their IGL over towards A. Now a drone in hand to maybe have FPX sending some more players over towards that side. The drones are just missing each other, and then we see Sovas droning themselves. I mean, it's certainly not enough to have FPX reinforcing that side, so CBs is trying to take some more space, while KBG is still pretty much stuck in main and has a Cypher setup to deal with on the side.
Yeah, it's perfect read from FPX to not really fall for that trap. Satred only good for 1 though, and Shaolula also dealt with that the 2 players on B are actually going down, and CB needs to survive this. He does. They are able to pick up a gun. It's an outlaw and a judge for Ying and Kristen. This would be such a crucial round to win for them, but they're still at a disadvantage, especially after Kristen goes down to that shot from Ying on the Sheriff. Doing his best he can. Kovag in the 1v2. Oh, the spike has not been planted there. He did not know where the spike was. Has to go for stairs now. The smoke doesn't really help him at all. He's already been repped by Ying, the 4K. What is going on, Tank?
Oh, this is crazy. Ying is picking up a gun, and then it is a judge, and all of the fights coming towards him are so long distance that the judge is not helping him at all. But no worries. Jing has the best sheriff in game, it seems, so he's just collecting shot after shot after shot, and in the end even has the wraparound to Kovag, who was certainly not aware where the spike has been planted and where the last 2 enemies are. Now KBG stabilized their economy quite a bit, even though still not many ultimates online to work with, but that doesn't look that different on FPX's side. I mean, ultimates certainly gonna be in play, like maybe in a round, maybe in 2, but right now it's just the guns to work with.
Yeah, but this was such an important one to win for KBG. Satra having to take this TP early on. It's not gonna be under pressure through mid as he's still covered there from Kovac, but the site has been taken again by KBG on the off angle from Aya. Almost hands him a kill. There it is. With that, the neural theft is online. It's a good relay bolt, but can they really follow up on it? It's just Ying doing everything by himself once again. Kristen out there for 2, and only Satron. Last man alive. 3K for Kristen this time around. And all of a sudden, KBG KBG round.
Very important, getting that economy round over the finish line. This one, pretty fast pace. They find the B spot nearly left open and then play a pretty solid post plant. How often can they replicate a round like this? Because the economy round, yes, definitely something to look out for FPX, but this fast pace might not work out too many times. Honk has the awareness that he might be pushed in B main. I am not sure if he should go for the swing there. Stage shot TPing out, but it's Kovac in the corner who's been spammed and he's been found. Oh, lovely work from Tonk.
Rip. That's one for the books. Keep Best Gaming playing this very coordinated now. Hyan goes down, but they still check this corner nonetheless. Coconuts does get one, but that's not enough for this round to be close. Tonk will also spot the last two remaining players. Should be able to pick these guns up, but they have been struggling. Some of these duels, and Saitra does win this one out, but it's only 5 HP to his name. Certainly not a clutch happening there, especially not with Ying already being mid-top. Keep Best Gaming back to 7. Only 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's not a lot of rounds in between them for the fact that FPX has been looking this dominant for the longest time on their own map pick, but at the moment, to be fair, Keybest Gaming found a nice balance between being pretty aggressive, playing those high tempo rounds where it nearly feels like they're just rushing and trying to see where they can go from there. And on the other end, rounds where they are so passive, waiting for FPX to get a move on and then deciding what to do from there on. Those rounds feel a lot more textbook, a lot more default heavy. And this combination is giving them a very nice base, which is making the job for Kovac to read them a lot harder. And we talked about the fact how important Kovac's IGLing is for FPX, how important some of his really great reads have been. And when your enemy starts to get unpredictable, as an IGL, that's pretty much worst case scenario, because when you feel like you cannot read your enemies anymore and you cannot find the answers, that's a big bummer for you, and you start to feel that responsibility for getting rounds on the board, and then maybe nerfs are going to be an issue for FPX. I mean, I talked about nerfs being a problem for KBG, maybe forcing this rounds, facing the challenge they are facing at the moment. But for FPX, it's kind of a bigger issue to be eliminated today. So maybe they feel the struggle.
It could be another switch of pace here for KBG, but it's only the Neon sent into Halls, and he's met by a tour de force from Satrot, picking up that first kill. The rest of the team pivoting towards mid. There is this trademark that still needs to be cleared out. They do so.
I mean, and now they have space to work with, and FPX don't really know where they're going. We are seeing some pings towards mid-top, and FPX is sending players over. Coconut is now on the task to re-clear that area. They could be a link by the time, which they are not, but we have FPX looking into all of those directions. Aya is even looking towards CT. They have no idea where KBG are.
Now that's their biggest strength right now. They do spot the lurk on B though, but Satrot is still on his own, has the TP available again. And the tour de force, do they really want to re-hit that? Does not get that third shot. Still has Aya on site. Switches up the tripwire. Gets destroyed immediately, but now he's in a great position, especially working with his Hunter's Fury! CB still picks up 2, the Viper's Pit on top of it!
Oh, a beast most certainly putting KBG in a position where this round is winnable. Hunter's Fury now playing from his side as well, trying to stop FPX from retaking. A lovely relay ball for Tonk is just hitting all the shots. What is going on?
No, you can't clear that Viper Spit anymore, especially like that. Ying just picks up the free kill. How did Keep Best Gaming recover that round after the double kill from Satrot?
That looked done and dusted, but for some reason, Seabeast is just not in a position where he wants to die. He's just deciding that he doesn't want to die, and I feel like that was the biggest factor for KBG to win that round. Then it's Tonk with 2 lovely frags, especially working against that Neon utility facing his position, and we see the pace not stopping. This is going to be a market crunch pretty soon.
Yeah, quick one with the overdrive from Mahmoud. Players on B will find themselves in a lot of trouble. There's a tripwire though that they need to get rid of first. But Ion can't really do much with it, can't really play off of it. Oh, so many shots through the wall, and in the end, they do find their target. Tonk is the only one left alive for KBG. And it feels like that round just fell into the lap of FPX.
You cannot tell me that Keep Best Gaming is finding their way back into this, converting round after round after round, and then it is FPX securing their next round by just spamming through walls and getting an opening like that, and then just spraying into a choke point all of the sudden. This is very much necessary timeout, I think, to put Keep Best Gaming back into this state of, okay, we can play slow if we want to, because right now I feel like the energy of getting those rounds on the board is forcing a pace onto them that is not really necessary and that is not really getting them anywhere. It feels a bit overexcited. The youngsters are feeling the energy, and energy equals fast pace, and that is most of the time not the best idea. I feel like getting those slower rounds back in could really be a solution to keep this competitive, because look at the score, 8 and 11 after they were in a pretty much hopeless situation. I mean, losing that Stinger Force after they lost the pistol, playing another economy round. I feel like we both thought that this map is done, but it is far from it.
Yeah, this is such a close endeavor between these two now, once again. But that one round that FPX just picked up feels like it just brings them so much closer to making this a 2-0. The operator now back in hands for Satrot as well. That's a great shock dart that we just saw there. Getting no damage. Oh, some damage at least onto Ion, as he was trying to close that door. How flexible can KBG still be? The drone will not spot Tonk. He will get rid of this weapon. Oh, that's a dangerous one! The lineup! The repeat from Satrot! Is this the guy that secures them? This map maybe! A 3K for him, only Tonk alive! And the round just falling apart. A good shot. Makes this a 1v3, but he does not expect Kovac to come around this quickly. Map and serious point for FPX.
Oh, I was so happy seeing Keep Best Gaming playing this round slower. The drone not spotting Chong towards mid. So many opportunities, but Satrot spotting the barrel from Jing through that wall, collecting that kill, and then we see Ackerman not really being aware for that position from elbow. A third one secured for the chamber from FPX, who has quite a map going on, 22 and 10 at the moment, and looking for more. Already playing this pretty aggressive from elbow on, holding down that A main area, and KBG, they are now grouping towards that operator.
Oh no, and Satrot is just feeling it. At this point, he even leaves the TP range. Oh, does have to step back, and they still pick him! He can't TP! He's not in the TP just yet. Goes down. And that's the opening that KBG needed. Seitra too greedy. But Ayang and Shaolula got his back still. The neural theft used immediately to give away the position. And look where Kovac is going already.
Oh, he is so far behind them. Maybe even hearing that Omen ultimate, but KBG, they are stuck. Even if Omen is somewhere else, there's at least one player, and it's two. And the crosshair of FPX's Neon player, they secure the 2-0 victory with a round like that. With Seitra completely overstaying his welcome because he's getting too eager on the chamber. I mean, it was definitely a lovely showing from those challenger teams, and I'm so sad to see them both gone after today. But man, with a round like that, this feels wrong.
Yeah, I don't know how FPX are getting away with this one. It's sad to see Keep Best Gaming go like this. They had their chances. Both these teams, both challenger teams, A-Team and Keep Best Gaming, were certainly a challenge for some of these tier 1 teams here in VCT China. But it was not enough. They weren't ready for it. And in the end, it was just these small details that were still missing for some of these teams to really get them over the finish line, to really take a win versus tier 1 teams. VCT China, the first region that has no challenger teams left in the play-in stage.
And you talk about getting a win over the finish line. FPX certainly managed to do so today, but did it look comfortable is a question that I want to ask, because the series against JDG certainly wasn't, and even today I saw them struggling against this challenger team. So there are still some things to work with if they want to make this lower bracket run happening for themselves. And we talked about it point-wise. FPX is out of the game, so they have to finish this stage second at least to make it to champs. That's gonna be a long walk for them.
Yeah, I mean, we said it earlier in the broadcast already, like any of these teams that find themselves in the lower bracket of play-ins will have the toughest of times to really be able to make it to champs, because it's such a long road ahead of them with lower bracket play-ins plus lower bracket playoffs. There's really no room for error. You have to perform every single time. But we do have an interview coming up, so let's send it over to Moon for the translation.
我们也邀请到了阿阳选手来接受采访，恭喜阿阳，欢迎来到我们赛后采访。首先想问一下，前2天外赛区其实就有出现了刺激队伍去战胜联赛队伍的情况，包括今天的第1场 BO3 赛果也是很紧张、很刺激的。那就在赛前有没有给到大家一些额外的心理压力呢？
In the past couple of days, there have been challenger teams that have been beating the tier 1 teams in the other regions. So did you feel extra pressure today against KBG?
今天把你0比2，你也给我收着。
非常有实力、非常有自信的
He
发
says
言。也聊一下今天的
us
比赛
against
内
the
容。
challenger teams, if you can do it, do it. If you can't, stay down. Today we 2-0 them, we win.
之后看到对手好像有点识破了你们的进攻意图，但好在下半场 FunPlus 是很快的找回了状态，一鼓作气的终结了比赛。也能不能和我们分享一下这张地图你们的心路历程是什么样的？
The other team figured out what you guys were trying to do, but on the second half you came back. So what was the mental like for the team, and where do you think was the change of momentum? He says every map the turning point is usually the pistol round, because that when you get the pistol you usually get 2 in a row and your ego is better, so it is one of the more important rounds. Do you think you guys won the pistols today because you were better prepared, or just because you guys did well in game? He says they've been doing a lot of practice with it in scrims, and because in 2025 their pistol round win rate was just terrible. They've been practicing it quite a bit, and they've found a lot more strategies to use for pistols.
上半场火力也是完全的发挥。那上次打完 JDG 回去之后，你们做了什么样的复盘？今天又是怎么针对 KBG 去完全发挥的？
What kind of reviewing did you guys do after playing JDG, and how did you guys anti-strat against KBG? He says they started well against JDG, but then JDG caught up to them. So after that they had a lot of meetings about like the mental when that kind of thing happened. So today, even after they were able to go up in the score, they didn't overheat.
比较大的进化。那今天随着你个人实力的全面爆发，阿阳也解锁了你在 VCT 2000击败的里程碑。恰好现在巡回来到了成都站，你的主场，你的家乡，
Today
有
you've
什么
reached
特殊的感受和大家分享一
2,000
下？
kills in VCT.
很爽啊，
we are now in Chengdu, which is your hometown. This is your home stage. How do you feel? He says it feels great. It feels like he's getting an extra buff from it.
是的，感谢。
He's really wanted to play a game in Chengdu for a long time, and he's very grateful to VCTCN for giving him this opportunity.
跟大家打个招呼呢。
大家好，我是方布拉斯阿阳。
He's gonna say something to everyone in his dialect, and he just says, "Hello, everyone. I am Fun Plus." I am.
手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。来，我们看一下
That's it for the interview. It's time for the picture and the prize draw.
感谢阿阳选手。同样在最后，我们还有福能掉落的抽奖环节，有请阿阳为我们抽选。
Oh, Aya collecting 2,000 kills in VCTCN. That's certainly a number to put on the board. Still, I am a bit confused about, well, the big talking. I feel like FPX talked big about after the 13-0 against JDG and got punished for that. And today, I mean, did this look comfortable in a bunch of rounds? Yes. But did this look disorganized in a bunch of rounds as well? Yes. So talking big after a series like this, talking about, oh, we 2-0'd them, so no problem. I don't know if this is going to backfire for FPX. They are now playing up next against Trace Esports, a team where they won pretty comfortable in group stage, but I also said that when they were facing JDG, who they won against pretty comfortable in group stage, and then things happened. So for FPX, this is still going to be a long, long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, they just beat a challengers team. I mean, no disrespect to any of the challenger teams, but yeah, I'm also a bit confused about the bragging there from Ayang. But I guess it's because he was in front of his home crowd. It's his home city. I didn't know that, by the way. That's a fun one, of course, for him to be able to play in his home city. But yeah, FPX still feel like they have a long road ahead of them. They still have a lot of issues to fix, even though they just picked up a 2-0 win. Trace will be more of a challenge, it seems like.
Yeah, especially because Trace, I mean, they knew for a second longer that they would either face FPX or Keep Best Gaming, so they definitely had an eye on this series to spot mistakes, and some of them are maybe in the comms.
Go CT out. I plan. Guys, play inside, okay? Yeah, they have smokes, they have smokes. I play default. Try to play off you, okay, Coco? Mid one. Aim me,
Wait, now holding first. Can you jump pick city, Coco? Jump pick city.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, I go.
Clear aiming.
He can always jump pick.
You have smoke, you can smoke.
找机会打枪 team。
Smoke my ready ping, Coco.
追！
我退了。别急，撤。快跑！
江哥，输了兄弟啊！
哟，
往 CT right side。Let me pin. Kill him。让我先，拜托。
哎，在。aim 一个 aim one。
啊，踢表 ，Go
help。Oh nice plan. Omen have blind. A shot. Flashing, wait, peeking. Blind. 东北 this is CT CT1 CT1。
杨哥回去 A 小可以吗？
不是你补一小枪，杨哥，算了。OK。
哎。哇 ！Let's go！
What's up?
What's up? Yeah, I was asking the same thing. What was going on in some of these rounds? The acer from KBG at the end, the team hyping him up, but MVP could go to none other but Cetron on the chamber.
Yeah, 100%. Even though, especially in the last rounds, we've seen him being pretty eager to collect those kills. I feel like up until FPX reaching double digits, he was so important in getting those rounds over the finish line with multi-kill after multi-kill. So definitely MVP of the series, no question. But still, in those comms, there were issues. So many rounds that seemed a bit disorganized, a bit shaky, where they are talking about enemy positions that are just unclear and unknown, and then we see FPX being stuck in situations and they have to figure out how to get out of those, and that's something they definitely need to fix going up against TE in the next lower bracket game.
Yeah, unfortunately, on the side of KBG Gaming, this is their last showing here at Play-ins. I mean, some of these players, once again, had great performances. We've seen Ying there on top of the charts, who had some insane rounds as well. But overall, it just felt like it wasn't enough. And it's funny to see. I always love when the scoreboard is exactly the same as the first kills. I mean, even though most likely those weren't the rounds where they that got converted every single time, but I just love it. It's just a little fun thing to say. And I on the chamber as well, probably the player that you would mention second after Cetron on this map, who did an incredible job once again.
Aya heard me talking about Kristen and the headshot rate and decided to put up crazier numbers even. 44% is crazy. We are hitting a spot where players hit nearly half of the headshots, and that's just... I mean, I feel like the headshot rate has gone up pretty fast within the last year. Maybe we had players being great with like 25 to 28% just a year ago, and by now it's completely normal to have 35% plus, and now we have players here hitting more than 40% headshots. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew that. I mean, it's a stat that is increased globally, right? But I mean, we already knew that in China we have insane aimers, right? China was already always known for having some crazy players in terms of aiming. It often was just the macro and more of the issues with some of the teams that always kept them from sort of peaking internationally. But aim-wise, this has always been an insane region, and I mean, it's just got to show once more in this matchup as well. Here are the results of today's matches. Once again, we did have an interesting series between A-Team and Wolves Esports that went into Summit triple OT in the end for Wolves to come out on top. Heartbreaking loss for A-Team there, but the tier 1 teams remain in the tournament. FPX winning 2-0 versus KBG, and with that, unfortunately, both challenger teams are sent home.
Yeah, I mean, they had their showing. I feel like a bunch of these players put up great numbers, have shown us great individual skills and even great skill as a team. I mean, we do have Jing, we do have Tonk in the top 5 for those stats, and those are very nice numbers considering that some of these players are going up against those big teams for the first time, even though there is experience, yes, from the Evo series, from academy teams, but still, I feel like for the players individually, this has been a great opportunity, even if they lost out pretty soon.
Yeah, and with that, we do have these two matches coming up tomorrow. It is EDG versus Wolves Esports. Definitely an interesting one as well. I mean, imagine EDG dropping out early in play-ins. That would make all gamers very happy, because then all of a sudden they would be qualified for champs, most certainly. No, would not make them happy. I'm sorry, I was confused there. They do want EDG in the finals, so yeah, that would be crazy because then champ points all of a sudden would be very relevant for EDG. I mean, are they qualified already? I'm not quite sure. I think there is a chance still for them not to be qualified, but I honestly don't know. But they have so many points, they must be qualified, right? Either way, they will face Wolves Esports that just barely got away today versus a team, and then it is Trace Esports versus FPX. Who do you see as a favorite there, now that you've seen FPX today?
I want to say TE, just for the sake of
for the
storyline.
spice.
Yeah, just for the spice.
I mean, it is a very possible outcome, if you ask me, especially with how Trace and also Titan Esports Club have been performing. I did not see that coming after how Trace and TEC looked during group stage.
Yeah, I mean that groups don't always tell the whole story, and the teams still have to perform the way in play-ins and play-offs has always been a thing. But the fact that so many teams that look pretty decent in groups are now falling off pretty strong in play-ins is so interesting to watch. So I feel like, especially in this lower bracket, there are so many possibilities of teams going home pretty soon, even though we definitely didn't expect them to do so.
Yeah, so keep an eye open for tomorrow when we're back with Project Horizon here for VCT China lower bracket play-ins matches. We will be starting same time with EDG versus Wolves Esports as today. That's been for it though. That's been it for us though today. It's been a long one. Thank you for joining me once again, Tank, here on the broadcast. Of course, greetings go out to everyone watching. Make sure to follow Project Horizon on all the social platforms, of course, and thanks to everyone working in the background as well to make this possible. My name's Crafty, and I wish you a good rest of your day, good night, or wherever you are right now. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.